Market chopping around here to get going this morning as we come on the back of the Fed minutes that were very confusing yesterday in the sense that showed a little bit more of a split in opinion throughout the Fed than I think a lot of people were expecting. We got the higher for, or pause for longer, not necessarily higher for longer, but pause for longer narrative from a few of those officials. We'll touch on that coming up here this morning. More economic data on the way that could sway that as well. That's how the market's looking right now. We get that sell-off into the close yesterday on the back of those Fed minutes, and then a bit of a pop to end the day. But here we are back downside for the NASDAQ specifically, S&P faring a little bit better. Oil higher once again this morning. Energy stocks getting a bit of a lift as a result. A little bit of AI headlines to deal with as well. But I mean, coming on the back of these Fed meeting minutes yesterday, I think there was a little bit of confusion from a lot of people when you look at, you know, individuals who were pointing one direction maybe and then doing a little bit of a flip-flop, it seemed like. But that whole narrative of, let's hold the line, let's wait for more data and see what happens.
Yeah, it's kind of, I think, what we expected, Brendo, with respect to you know, that jobs number, with inflation still not being at the 2% target, and with, you know, honestly, a major change coming in the early spring at the chair position. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they weather the storm, if one is to ensue, obviously, some geopolitical tensions starting to manifest in the Middle East, which could have, you know, inflationary pressures, because let's be very straightforward. If the Strait of Hormuz gets blocked, oil is going to shoot up. I think President Trump is probably taking that into consideration. His eye is always on the market. One eye on the market and the other eye on geopolitics.
Yeah, a week ahead of the, or I guess it's less than a week now ahead of the State of the Union coming up next week as well. He was making the rounds yesterday talking about how everyone should watch the State of the Union next week because it's going to be one of the best ever.
I think he's going to tout his accomplishments.
Never. But yeah, here's, I mean, USO, you can look at the futures, oil futures as well. Here's USO gapping back higher again this morning. So again, energy stocks across the board back to the upside. Here's what we have coming up this morning on the economic calendar. We will get some jobless claims data, initial jobless claims, and then continuing claims coming up at 8:30 as well. Retail inventories, there's also this Philadelphia manufacturing index. That can, if it comes way outside the norm or what's expected, that can actually move the market. We've seen it happen before. So we'll bring all that to you at 8:30 this morning. Lots of Fed speak once again today. Kashkari included in that, coming up at 9 o'clock this morning. And then more energy data around 10:30. And then the big one going to be tomorrow. Again, keep this in mind. Advanced look at GDP, quarterly print on the GDP coming tomorrow at 8:30. We get the quarterly PCE and then the year-over-year PCE number as well at 8:30. So market going to be definitely keeping an eye on that.
That's going to be important, Brendo. Also, did you see Altman and Dario in India? And they were touting this Indian AI thing. They're both there. So the CEO of Anthropic, the CEO of OpenAI, and they don't like each other. And so when they all held up hands, I guess in some sort of group celebration, those two didn't actually end up they didn't embrace it all. So it's going to be really interesting to see how that goes. Obviously, Anthropic's taking a bit of a different approach to LLMs than OpenAI. But speaking of OpenAI, they raised, or they're looking to raise, to be fair, another $100 billion at an $850 billion valuation, a little bit higher. It was 830 last time, but still south of that trillion, right? Because we were always discussing the $1 trillion valuation. Keep an eye on Microsoft, obviously, with their stake.
I mean, we were sitting here yesterday talking about $100 billion they were going to lose this year, and they're all fine with that. So at some point, I think this has to start to go in the other direction. Here's Carvana, just hearing 330. Yeah, we're moving back higher here again. Disregard this candle, it looks weird, but some D prints going off here at 8:30. But CVNA trying to get through 330. Earnings not great for them. DoorDash to the upside, good beat. Etsy to the upside, good beat. So a bit of a mixed bag as far as earnings are concerned, but a little bit positive, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, and one name, good morning, that no one has mentioned yet, I don't think. Well, remember we were talking about who just said Deere? No, John Deere. 6% to the upside, another fresh high for them. But you know what? That's what happens when a good company beats. Apparently, though, you don't actually need to beat on the top and the bottom. You don't actually have to guide all that well. You too can be up 8% if you are DoorDash and seemingly I wouldn't even call it like a mixed report. Like most of the top line numbers weren't that good, but they're up anyways. Walmart's actually down after missing, so that's going to be a little bit different for them. Although, if you think about it, with the rotation back into tech, Walmart's been down the last couple of sessions going into this print as well. So, look, the market might be close to flat, but there's plenty of names moving around. You got Wayfair, Carvana have reported they're going to be double digits. Don't forget about Figma, one of the worst performing IPOs in recent memory. I can't really think of anything that's this much to the downside almost right away. They're up double digits, which isn't as big of a task when you've fallen as far as they have. But again, another name that's going to be in play today. So there are lots of individual names that are going to be on tap. Still, obviously have to be a little bit concerned with the way that the market reacted in the afternoon yesterday. There were a host of names, but overall, we didn't really do a very good job of holding on to the gains from the morning, things rolling over late in the day. There was a bit of a bounce, but you gotta take it with a grain of salt, because some names did bounce at the end of the day to have at least a bit of a decent close, and then there were other names that languished a little bit. I'm staring at you, Intel, held right at the lows despite that Q's bounce. So, weren't able to hold on to the gains after the Fed minutes came out, and there was at least a little tiny teensy bit of talk in there about rate hikes, which I don't think is very likely, but hey, it was said. So maybe spooking the market just a little bit on the Fed minutes. Yeah, again, it's going to be a lot to watch, but you got to be specific names. Earnings, maybe not anything that surprises outside of, well, for myself, the only surprise would be that DoorDash is up despite missing across the board. But at the end of the day, Carvana's down, not surprised there. John Deere, not really surprised there. Walmart's talking about costs going higher. That's fair.
I mean, Walmart beats on top and bottom line, down 3%, but yeah, revenue growth 5%.
The guidance.
5.6%, yeah. Announced 5.3 increase in its quarterly dividend, and a repurchase program of $30 billion. So, yeah, you wouldn't have thought that would be down 3%, but yeah, Walmart down today as well. Other retailers down. Target down 1%, I think, which is fine. We sold just a little bit at these levels, and we're just going to wait for Target. I think Target gives a really nice dividend, so that would be another thing there. And then Costco, Costco's been a great stock as well. Wow, up to that $1,000 mark. That's right, it was there yesterday. Actually, downside play yesterday for Costco. That was a pretty good move. Wow, they got all the way back up there. Hey, okay, yeah, I didn't realize it was shot through 1,000 like that, up to $1,030, almost back to its highs again for Costco, 1080 or so. We'll see if that one can hold fort here. But yeah, Palantir got the out of the conviction list there from Bank of America. So yesterday was a good story. They were up 3 or 4% at this time. Now today you're down at 1.2%, and they gave back almost everything yesterday. Still wound up 2% though, so that's something to look at here. SoFi still down. We can check out what Robinhood's trying to do here as well, $75. There's not too much volume on a lot of these names here today. Robinhood down, Nasdaq's down. I mean, you're starting to, potentially look like we want to go lower. I mean, if we can hang out near the bottoms, there's really no numbers coming through. We have Fed talking initial jobless claims at 8:30. That could be something, I guess, 225 versus 227. Other than that, though, we'll just see. Like jobless claims, whatever. We've seen it be better than expected or cooler than expected. Next thing you know, it rips up, and the market just tanks back again. But it looks like we're starting to head a little lower here today. Silver on our mind. That had actually a decent move here this morning as well. And then I was looking at the dollars continue to move higher. Yeah, so there's silver early up to $71, down to $70 again, and now we hang out at that level. And then here is the very volatile lately, I guess, dollar starting to get going back up to the upside. So not a great thing there, depending on what you're looking at. But there goes the U.S. dollar, nicely ticking higher, like 5 or 6, nice minutes in a row here. Doesn't make for a trend, but if you go into a 30-minute chart, you'll see there it goes, much different. It looks the same, but it's on a 30-minute time frame. So starting to finally break through a little bit here on the U.S. dollar. We'll see what we can do. This goes all the way back to the beginning of the month. So U.S. dollar strength hitting the market here today. So yeah, I mean, that might mean a little weaker gold, a little weaker silver coming through. Both seem to be strong right now. I actually didn't look at gold yet this AM. And on what's been a pretty strong earnings season, you're now through, I mean, it was like 78, still flat on the day, 78% or so of the S&P has reported. So We're getting closer and closer to NVIDIA earnings, which is going to come next Wednesday, the 25th. So we're going to be excited for NVIDIA earnings. Down 0.43 right now, and range bound. So nothing to see here with NVIDIA. Yeah, Tesla's the other one at 400. That would be the other name to look at today. I don't know, having a hard time finding like the greatest setups here with not much going on, but maybe it's earnings today where we go. Tesla down to 400, 404 was a decent bottom there from yesterday. Oh no, we were lower than we were yesterday. This is at 404 a couple days ago. That was something to look at possibly. And then if we do get a bloodbath potential, and it doesn't have to be a bloodbath, but all the way down, $6-7, and you're at that 400 level again for Tesla. So yeah, some interesting things to look at as we move forward. Tech names still continue to be beat up, so that's unfortunate here. Excuse me today, but
Visualizer is all earnings names.
Yeah, it has to be. Hims and Hers is on there too.
Yeah, Hims is going to be Hims on there. We already talked about DoorDash. Actually, Tesla gets in there. Oxy reported they're up 5%. Energy looking pretty good. Lemonade's up 12%. Now Tesla, of course, is bumping up as someone else typed them in. Ruby, this is an interesting one because I couldn't find what the story was on Ruby. Anyways, this one up 50%, small cap or above VWAP. We'll keep the ear to the ground to see if I can find out what's going on with that one. It's an energy name, so it could just be like energy stocks going, I believe. So that easily could be it. You got Walmart in there. Hey, Western Digital with a vote. Deere with a vote. CVX. Cassava Sciences. Yes. It's down. I thought Sava was up today. $2. So that could be a small cap.
That might not be. Are those actually
you know what?
Market? I don't know.
Well, no, I think that's actually. Oh, you know what it is? It's all over the place. It spiked higher, came right back down. It was down a little bit, and now it's going to be flat. But no, that Ruby looks okay. So Ruby is an oil shipping company. Okay, so you're gonna you know what? Sometimes when we saw this, we've seen this in the past. I can't remember as recently, probably in a couple of years, when we actually have a good strong move in the energy names in the oil space, you'll start to see some small cappers like take the baton and and every now and then just start going, even if they don't have their own specific catalyst. So if that's what Ruby's doing, I mean, the volume's pretty good. It's like 26 million, just looking at some previous price levels here. It probably wants to hold. You want to hold on to this area where it fell on the 12th. I guess it would be, late in the 12th. It'd be 320 or so. So that VWAP looks like it's in the right spot. You're going to want to hold that higher low off of the open. So yeah, there's going to be some small cappers to look at. Lots of earnings names to go through. Bitcoin, hate to break it to you, still stinks. We're at 66,000 there. ETH is still under 2K, as that didn't participate at all in the bounce in yesterday's trade. Well, I mean, it did for a little bit, and then went back to its regularly scheduled programming, which is heading to the downside. So there's not a heck of a lot that looks positive in this space whatsoever, but that doesn't mean you can't trade it. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with the overall market. Lately, there's been a lot of good shorts, especially in tech, and as long as you're willing to do so, you're fine. There's always longs out there. Look at any energy name. I'll be looking at Oxy today on strength. That actually has a chance to break $50, up 5 points after their earnings print. So, the trend is your friend until the end when it bends. And that's also true of the small cappers there, Sharif. Looks like you have a couple, especially that Ruby, that could be in play.
UBI, Neil, looking fantastic here in the pre-market, but when you look at the daily chart on this bad boy, it is your typical small gapper, Brendo, coming from much higher and all the way down. This is the daily here on Ruby, guys. It looks like it IPO'd or went to market August of last year. Multiple splits so far, but this morning it is making the move, as Neil said, 390 high, Brendo, trying to stay above the volume weighted average price. A couple of price spikes up. We'll have to see if this bad boy is trading above VWAP during the midday.
There was a reverse split, 1-for-8 reverse split, it looks like 2 days ago on that as well announced. So just a heads up for our UBI. This DoorDash report, DoorDash coming back in a hurry right now, back downside here on decent volume as well. I mean, pretty impressive right across the board here. Q1 forecast, 31.8 billion versus 29.8 billion. So absolutely crushing that. I mean, profitability was the key for them, it looks like, and I mean, they impressed right across the board.
You almost double, well, not quite double, the profitability, as you mentioned, 141 million bringing home last year, 213 this year, despite, as you mentioned, EPS miss, revenue miss as well, 48 pennies on EPS versus the 59 expected on revenue of 3.96, 3.9 was expected, but again, the take-home money is a little bit better. So, you know, it's always that dichotomy, Brendo. Do you really focus on that top line growth, grow the company, and then worry about efficiencies and profitability later? Or do you start shoring up? It's always about where in the cycle you are. Are you still that growth company, or are you post-growth and now looking to mature and increase profitability? It really depends.
I was having this debate with Ramin the other day about the whole Uber versus DoorDash for food specifically.
Right.
I mean, I think for rides, Uber has, we've talked about it before, Uber has become the verb if you need to go anywhere. But I think for food, maybe it's not quite the same. I think most people might still default towards Uber, but clearly these numbers are saying something else.
That's what I do anyway. And go right into my Uber Eats app. I don't even bother with anything else. But like you and I were talking about this. I mean, I come in the morning and there's 3 or 4, those scooter delivery individuals waiting outside the Rabo, waiting outside the McDonald's, because everybody's ordering things directly from Uber Eats, and food or otherwise.
Clearly it's working, as I said, though, coming back in here in a hurry right now, guys, for DoorDash.
Yeah, well, they were saying this, I was saying this yesterday that I'd read that, and it's not true for me, but among 18 to 34-year-olds, DoorDash is the most popular food delivery service. So ultimately, that's what the future is going to be. Then it bodes well for them. It's weird because I haven't used DoorDash in a couple of years. I know during pandemic, I think you just sort of tried everything. I was like skip for a little bit, and then DoorDash, and now settle on Uber. Like I think the rest of the panel here, but ultimately, look, they have growth. That's great. But it's interesting to see when you miss top bottom, they really love the direction on the call. My only issue with that is it's already sliding back heavier than the overall market. So it's not giving you any good sentiment. Like you've got a bounce after it was trashed on the EPS and revenue misses, so that top and bottom line miss. Then we gap up and we're already giving up this gap. So it's hard to want to like this one to the long side. Like it feels like a bit of a trap gap to the upside. So I'm staying away from DoorDash. If you look over in sympathy, not direct sympathy, obviously they're not the same thing. If you look over in sympathy at Uber, like Uber is kind of just holding yesterday's gains. And this is actually a somewhat semi-interesting name, maybe not particularly at this price level at 72.5 or so. But you do have you've got a double bottom on Uber now. Like there's their flush. They've held that low at the $70. They actually ran away from it in yesterday's trade. So you're getting that little rounded bottom to try to break it out. I have eyeballs on 75 to 78 would be the play, because the 78 is kind of a big level on the stock. But that could be one that I'd be more interested in having a look at the next couple of days over the DoorDash. I just feel like I don't want to touch that one. Don't like the price action that we're seeing. Just a lot of easy selling there, despite that gap up.
Yeah, it was. It's like 5% of DoorDash's revenues, which I think is probably less than that. This is just according to ChatGPT, and I didn't put in the data from the most recent quarter. But yeah, it's 5% of their business is from Canadian, so it's not a big deal at all. And I just don't think that they have the footprint that they do in Canada that they do in the United States. That's all. So, but yeah, I don't really like the food delivery business, but I don't think the market does either. It's really been hit pretty good to the downside, man. 280 down to 160. Up today, nicely fine. But like just as of yesterday, 2 days ago, we were hitting the lows and looking like we wanted to break. It thankfully that did support it off of the 200 period, off of the tariff lows. But I still think it's a sell, man. Margin's going to get squeezed. here. It is a tough business, but you know, for today, up 6%, seems like it wants to work, and we're happy with that. So you have a little bit of supply area up here. We'll see if it can break through 210. You know, that's really going to be the key. If you can break through 210, hold this area, then potentially get back up, break the 230, and then you get back up to the highs. But for me, it's just not enough an excitement here about DoorDash to get me, you know, super jazzed up about this name. And you can see it's starting to come back down, man. I mean, we've already fallen $7 or so here in the last 10 minutes. So let's wait to see what winds up happening at open. I would expect this name to probably get smashed back down, you know, into this 170 area, and then you're nervous again. So we're still very far a ways from these guys to go anywhere. I mean, Uber has, you know, many different levers to pull, and you know, obviously some of them must not be profitable, and you know, we know that Uber Freight is trying to get going as well. You know, they have the worrisome of the taxi service and whatnot. DoorDash obviously not into that either, but some of these businesses here with SaaS and everything getting hit just seems like margins getting a little crimped in this space. But yeah, Uber, both names found some good buy areas. But remember, like DoorDash found a buy down here off of the move from tariff time. So Uber potentially has more downside, but I'd rather be an Uber than DoorDash. But hey, familiarity is key. All right, Joe, he's back. He's got options with Joe.
All right, guys. Happy Thursday. Once again, a lot of activity, guys. Glad to be back also, by the way, just at one day. I'm not too sure you heard. We'll talk about it maybe a little bit later. But aside from that, guys, let's take a look at some of the action in the derivatives world. We're going to start things off. This is a couple days ago, so we could take a look at this Rivian call here. We're going to get into some DoorDash and CVNA here momentarily. But I wanted to take a look at this because of the open interest sitting around that $20 strike here on RIVN, and then the volume as well. That's going to be expiring tomorrow, guys, and then you can see that they're almost worth nothing. So these calls, if it happens to have somewhat of a rally, understand what you're doing. Again, that's when we get involved into the values of the contracts, whether it be intrinsic or extrinsic. You can see that your delta exposure is sitting around that 13, and then your gamma exposure 0.118. Not too bad whatsoever, but your at the money IV is going to slowly start to increase. But one thing that we do want to know moving forward here, guys, is that earnings reports, right? So we're going to start things off with our Greek metric of Vega, and you're going to see the increase in implied volatility around to 211%. So just be cautious on what you got going on here. But at that $200 strike price, open interest and volume both sitting around 5,000, and then the bid in the ask sitting around $2.10. All right, so 210 bucks there. You're going to be paying if you're going to be looking to purchase those calls. Now, as for your delta, just a little bit under that 10 metric, and then your gamma exposure. 007. Yes, I like that one there. Yeah. So moving forward, guys, we're going to take a look at Carvana as well too. At that $300 mark, you're once again expiring this Friday. Open interest sitting around 18,500. This is on the put side. So what I wanted to see is how are you going to react? Remember, a couple weeks ago we had that short report released on CVNA, some fishy accounting practices. So volume sitting around 3,060. So one thing that I want to note is that you have a $15 spread. But your gamma exposure is relatively light, and then your delta exposure sitting around that 20. But your at the money IV, once again, 247.1%. And very rarely do you see contracts that are worth essentially $1,600 return back to that level. All right, so if you are fortunate enough, I think it's time for things to get out. CVNA moving to the downside off of that report, a slight recovery this morning. So when we did get somewhat of a rebound, that's when you can see that you lose value of it. But then after that is when it rebounds, and very rarely do you see that because the majority of the contracts that we go over, it's very difficult unless you have an outsized move to regain in which you've lost due to obviously volatility decreases and faded decreases as well. So that's a substantial move. If you happen to be in some contracts on this name, lock in some profit. Obviously, it's come back in here now. Wait until the open and see what we got. But we will be back momentarily with some upgrades and downgrades, guys.
Thanks, Joe. And it's one of those weird ones. You just mentioned Carvana. Like, we showed DoorDash was gapped up and then trending down. If you have a chart, have a look at Figma, that was gapped up and has been trending down all morning. Then you look at Carvana, which got woodshedded almost down. It was over 20% last night that this was down. And now it's only 9. There's an outside chance that this could have been over, like I think it was 22, 23% to the downside at one point last night. And you could open up not even SSR the way that this is bouncing. This is always an extremely volatile name. And the crazy thing about it is when you look at its price history, like it has a history of doing, outside of earnings, even these types of moves. So, it's going to be a wild one on Carvana. What's so wild about this is it wasn't very bullish on it. It was certainly bearish on it going into yesterday, but I was eyeballing this 280 saying, hey, if it loses 280, my goodness, that could be nasty. And then the buyers just came out en masse and buying it up in front. So that support on Carvana holds, at least for now. It's crazy because it's like 47, it's almost $50 away from that support level. We were just there last night. So that doesn't even seem like a remotely tradable level today. But that is the big level on Carvana to watch. Certainly give it the rest of the week, maybe early next week, to see if it continues to hold on to that. Still believe if it were to lose that 280 level, you do have a bit of a gap fill that would be in tow for them. But it's wild. I can't remember the last time where there was a key price level that you saw on like an aftermarket earnings report. It trades down there, and the next day, it's not that it's not close. It's just not even reasonable that you have a trade off of that. It's gapped so far back to the upside. So a little bit surprised there, but still have that on watch for that 280 level. Really just doubt we get there. Shocker that Carvana bounces heavily. That's what happens when the shorts cover or the believers believe, I guess.
Yeah, CVNA, short float, just 12% right now. But yeah, I think this has a great opportunity to get back, man. I mean, this is one of those, meme stocks that, was a couple bucks, went up to 500, now back into 270 right there. I was sitting here watching it as that report came out, and it was like the numbers are great. I mean, they're expecting, more car sales heading into 2030 to 2035. Like there's some good numbers coming out of Carvana, and I believe that, the system that they have as far as, selling cars and not having that big dealership cost and everything like that, as more and more people become frugal. I like Carvana, and there could be a switch into used cars, of course, as we talk about. There already is there, I hear from the background for Sharif. So, I mean, a lot of people looking to maybe, save a couple bucks, get something a couple years dated. And Carvana, especially with the way technology is, man. I mean, I know they're not making the cars the way they used to, but at the end of the day, they're efficient enough now that, you see, I mean, look at yourself. Some people have cars that are 10, 15 years old, still rolling around on the road. I mean, at some point, they're going to have to upgrade. And I think Carvana would be a great spot for that. And a lot of people don't want to deal with the whole hassle. I love dealing with dealerships and talking with the sales guys. But, a lot of people, I can see that not being a thing. And we don't have Carvana around these here parts. But, obviously the business has something about it. And as it continues to get beat up, like I still think it gets thrown into the SaaS equation a little bit there as well. Like a lot of people not trusting anything that's, worked on an app, or you can look at Open Door and different names like that have gotten hit as of late. So, yeah, I think it was probably way too overvalued all the way up there. I mean, even now with its report, and I don't think this is going to be updated. The PE right there, 82. So still obviously a little bit high for Carvana. So we'll, if they're going to be like into consumer staples stock and sell things, that's probably a little high for a PE. So, worrisomes abound there for Carvana and its valuation. But I mean, I still really like the stock, and I think that there is going to be, more used car sales as projected by them. So, I mean, they're the ones doing their projection, not me. Rivian, this might be the sell again here today. I mean, this stock has been pretty crushed almost every day since earnings. I don't know why it has this move up there in the morning, but, downside. Looking to see if Rivian gets sold off today as well. And then Tesla's down. We have 1 minute till jobless claims. So we'll go back over to the desk to check that out. But Tesla down here to 400 as well. That could be a good bounce spot. We said this is kind of like NVIDIA, where it's been pretty although we had that earnings top there again, not earnings top actually, we just had earnings, it was downside. But actually, no, that might have been December top, yeah, okay. But anyways, very sideways here for Tesla all the way back to September. So a lot of these names just not doing a whole heck of a lot right now. All right, man, 35 seconds, 25 seconds until that number. Let's go see what it does for the market.
Here is what we are expecting coming up here in a few minutes. Just be aware there is some Fed speak happening as well. Initial jobless claims, probably the one you want to focus on down here. There's a whole bunch of stuff going to be dumped here at 8:30, however, including import data for December, good trades balance for December as well. Philly Fed manufacturing index for February coming through. There's initial jobless claims. 206,000. So last week we got 229. 206,000 is the number, 1.869 on the continuing claims versus a consensus of 1.87 million that were expected for that. Retail inventories, ex-autos, 0.2% to the upside. That Philly Fed manufacturing index, a green print, 16.3, much higher actually than expected there. The last one, 12.6, comes up. 16.3, they were expecting 7 on that Philly Fed manufacturing index. Again, more Fed speak to come, guys, at 9 o'clock with Kashkari is scheduled. That Philly Fed CapEx index, 14.4, just hearing a miss versus, I guess, the last one there, 30.3 on that. So market not really doing anything digesting this, but looks okay. I mean, pretty much in line with expectations on the job side of things. Slight downtake on the continuing claims, which is good to see.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a good sign. I mean, obviously, there's a slight downtick in the market. If there's too much strength in the labor market, then those that were dissenting and sort of thinking that they need to focus on inflation more, and you saw that in the meeting minutes, might be able to push some of those rate cuts out a little bit further, although there wasn't a huge change, actually, when we looked at this yesterday after the Fed, after we had the minutes. I'm just going to quickly jump. The futures aren't really moving off that number. Just going to try and refresh the Fed Watch tool. There it goes. Who wants to die on us? Yeah, again, I don't think there's going to be that much of a change. I want to go all the way out to June, because June, okay, so slight, very, very slight change here. You're still looking at, I mean, the chance that we have no change by June is now down to 74%. So I believe like the chances of a rate cut are actually gone up for June. So it's like 76%. And then you could have a couple, or just a half point cut, I guess suppose would be a possibility. That's now moved up to, if you add that together, about 30%. So yeah, it's actually a slight move in the other direction. We'll see if that gets updated here, but really, for all the talk, and you saw it a few places, for all the talk about the Fed minutes about how, oh no, there's a couple people that were saying you have to put in the back of the mind rate hikes. None of that seems to have been priced in after. Just gonna throw that out there. Like, it was actually, we're moving in the other direction. So not a lot of action there on the number. You can see the ES futures not really moving around, not breaking trend. We're almost exactly where we've been the last couple of sessions. Like, we've been sort of trading right around this like 68.5, like back and forth on the ES. That 7,000, obviously still a bit of a concern, but that's a long ways away. So no way action there. We'll keep an eye on that Fed rate tool. I think you just back to regular programming. We've had numbers this week which have been, movers and potentially good reversions. Yeah, this is more nothing burger.
Yeah, we've seen this happen before numerous times where, the market will move on that number, then just kind of come right back, right? And so we did have a little bit of a move down there. Now you have 3 minutes of straight back, and we're right back to where we were 3 minutes ago. So yeah, the number doesn't really affect anything. Neil showed you the rates, and nothing's going on. I'm looking to short TQs if we can get into 49. I don't know. We're underneath VWAP. We're underneath everything right now. So I think the market looks to go a little lower here this morning. NASDAQ down 0.5%. Some of the big boys, yesterday we were led. We had a good little move by Apple. It's still hovering down to 0.63, so that's trying to get lower there today as well. We had a nice rebound day yesterday in Amazon. That's trying to go a little lower. Google's going. I mean, everything right now is trying to push a little lower to the downside. I'm still waiting for 280. I have like a little bit of money on the sidelines and waiting to buy a bunch of Google if we can get to 280, if that happens. So that's another name that's starting to head down. And sort of like all the big guys starting to go lower, right? I mean, I just last looked at Amazon. I thought it was 205 the last time I looked. Yeah, it was. So, well, maybe not. Those were all those dark pools. But, you know, downside, it was 204 down into 203.40. So it's not, there's not a lot of volume right now in the pre-market, but a lot of the bigger names are starting to look a little lower, despite what's happening right now. And the market's trying to bounce a little bit back there. So, yeah, you know, the Fed's not going to cut until June, it doesn't look like, you know, and so if that winds up happening a little earlier, the market will obviously like that and start to run. We already looked earlier today about the US dollar and how that was reacting, so I'm just going to call that up so you guys can have a quick little look here. Still trying to break higher and breaking the month high right now as well, 98. Now, this is not like a stock or anything like that, it's more of a dollar index, so, you know, you're going to wait to see 98 break right there. That's the February high. So we're going to take that all out as we whoosh a little bit higher there. You know, a strong US dollar, not necessarily great for some of these multinationals, which is what the Nasdaq's all about. So if you're going into here in the 1 minute chart, you know, there's the nice little bounce higher, a little bit of action off that jobless claims number, but the dollar continues to get going there as well. And then if we can check quickly on crude, we'll have a quick little look at the April contract here. And I believe it was going higher last time. Yes, there it goes. So now you're up 2% right there. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
There's the break, man, and you know that we're all about the XLE right now, baby. I mean, that was been a recent purchase, and that continues to go, I assume. Yeah, 55.555. Get you a product on sale now, 55.55. Good move higher, boom, blasting right there. We love the XLE on the breakout on the daily chart, and it just continues to sort of pump through with a small little dividend as well, 2% or so on XLE. Look at that move, man, just since the new year. It's absolutely blasting. There's been a lot of strong spots. We're going to talk about John Deere. The industrials have been crazy, but look at the oil space as well, right? And if you go over to a monthly or weekly on the XLE, you'll see that monthly is probably too, well, whatever, it doesn't matter. Weekly might have looked a little bit better, but right into there, that $50 break, that's where we finally got involved. Well, we've been involved for a long time, but we bought more on that break there. So that's so far so good. And then Randy's pick, who's brought us our coffee. Thank you, Randy. What a mover for XOM. I mean, this has been a stud. You know, you get that 3% div, you get, you know, capital appreciation this year on XOM. A stock that's been going absolutely nowhere for a very long time. XOM and CVX are now finally having, you know, their moment in the sun there as well. So, you know, congratulations to energy traders. That's been such a huge, it's basically congratulations to every kind of trader besides a tech one. So, you know, good for that. What's IGV doing here today? If you want to talk about blood, this name has bled all the way, man. This is a big stock with big names in it. You know, put it on the back of Microsoft, put it on the back of CRM. A lot of these names can't get out of their own way right now, and until they do, I think that's a continued push there as well. Yeah, Microsoft will be back up. They all will be. CRM, they'll all be back up. This is just it's a thing, right? Microsoft still has all your data. They have everything. It's just a matter of time before that gets back into favor.
I think Microsoft is far more insulated than something like a CRM. When it comes to, that's the thing, data storage, cloud providers, they're fine. I think Microsoft is getting swept up. I think you're under way more pressure, and you probably should be with the Salesforce. Even that being said, it hasn't made a fresh low this week. So, you know, that's one name that's got to be out there on everyone's minds. But if you're not paying attention to what's going on in energy and materials, then you're kind of missing out. But there's actually one pullback that we have not mentioned that much. At least I don't think so this week. And that would be just a quick look at some of the financials. Like JP, Morgan, Goldman, I mean, the XLF has pulled back. I don't want to say significantly, but like for the XLF, it's significant. It's not like we're not down 10% or anything from the highs. But if you look at the march to the highs, it went from November to make this high at the beginning of the year. And we're already right back testing it. And here's a couple of interesting stats. Remember, there was supposed to be that 1.2 billion IPO. We're expecting one on Friday. That was one of 3 IPOs which has been pulled in the last week. This month, 21 SPACs. You know how many SPAC deals? You know how many SPAC deals there were where like a SPAC actually get the deal?
Like 5?
1.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well, they're waiting. I mean, that's what SPAC is supposed to do. They have, I don't know how long they have.
But if they can't find anything that they like, but they're bringing them out en masse, yeah, nothing like that indicates that there could be a bit of a dip. And if we get a slowing IPO market, that could be another potential I guess that'd be like a headwind in there for some of the banks and some of the deal making, because you see that with Morgan pulling back a little bit here. But anyways, it's just one of those things that you look at, and we haven't really talked too much about the financials. They're not necessarily day trading stocks. We'll obviously mention SoFi and Webull and Robinhood a heck of a lot more than we'll end up mentioning things like a Morgan Stanley, things like a JP Morgan, which while bouncing now seemingly have Morgan Stanley has broken its uptrend from the April lows. So I think this could see the 200-period moving average. I'm a buyer down there, but again, there's plenty of places in the market which are probably moving a little bit more than you realize, and certainly the financials are one of them. OpenAI and well, it's not just OpenAI, but obviously with SpaceX, they need to get out there. Give us that IPO.
Anthropic is going to be the
Anthropic's going to be before.
OpenAI might go downside on its IPO, to be honest with you. I think it's going to open up with crazy.
If we even get it this year, which I think is
whenever we get it.
Yeah, well, whenever we get it. But I think it's an if at this point.
Yeah, I mean, we'll
see. Never know.
Maybe something's going to spin off. We have Meta talking today for their watch, so we're going to talk about some Meta very, very soon. Thinking about all new kind of I actually tried on the Meta glasses. They were pretty fun. The Oakleys there over the weekend, they were nice. But okay, there it is, man. 610 right there. We're going to watch out for that low. That's not where we're at, 638, but watch out for Meta here today as well. Like I said, most of these names starting to inch down a little bit. What's up? Always be thankful. I look like a professor today. Well, that's great. We have one professor in the back. That's Sharif. He's always been named this professor. So let's go back over to the desk and talk to two professor-looking gentlemen, Brendan and Sharif.
I know. I look behind you there, Brendan. I don't know who he's talking about, but
we had this conversation about CAT when they reported as well, but a couple people mentioning this one just about to take out the highs. 632, I guess, for Deere here. This thing just on an absolute tear if you zoom out a little bit. Looking very familiar. This is another one with great story. I mean, absolutely everything here, including the forecast to the upside for DE.
Yeah, and another one I was telling Neil and I were talking off camera about this morning. Cummins as well, really benefiting from that tailwind that's benefited Cat, Deere, Cummins, and a lot of it was made initially that they were helping build out the infrastructure, the data centers, et cetera. But there's a new tailwind now, and it really has to do with generators. We've been talking a lot about it on the show. There is a 2-year backlog for large-scale generators, the type that are used in data centers. Deere is obviously benefiting from that as well. Likewise with Cummins, Caterpillar, and it's nice to have a product, Brendo, that causes a 2-year backlog.
Yeah.
So that typically gives you pricing power.
And I think it's only beginning. I mean, we were touching on the construction side of things with Raheem yesterday with copper as well. It's the same story overall. It's only just beginning. Booking.com, not something we look at very often or ever, really. I mean, it's $4,300 right now, but announcing a 25-to-1 split. So get ready to trade this thing 200-ish, I guess, on rough math. BKNG, that's the weekly chart. Hasn't done terribly well going into earnings here, but along with their earnings report, 25-to-1. So this thing going to be a significant haircut as far as the price goes, but something that we could end up finally being able to look at on a day-to-day basis.
Absolutely. It's been interesting. I've been watching the airlines really move up lately. Good pricing power for them. We've been talking about how they're diversifying, trying to cater to the more affluent client, right, with the changing of the way that they're structuring the seats, et cetera. I think Booking and the like probably will look to do that as well with some higher margin vacations.
Yeah, I mean, we're back at decent levels right now for this thing. Obviously, again, it's $4,300. But soon to be something that we might be looking at, guys, Booking.
Thank you for that, guys. Walmart's making a move, but SMCI is also making a bit of a move here. And all I'm seeing is some random, like a couple of random posts on X. I always want to say tweets about SMCI and Celestica sharing Anthropic TPU rack builds. So that's the only thing I'm seeing. I don't have a firm story overall for SMCI here. If we do see something hit the wire that's more definitive, then we'll let you know. I don't see anything to really cause this move that we'd feel good about. But also during, obviously, Walmart's calls going on, they're now green as it goes back to the upside. So much for any chance to have this one fall any further and be able to scoop up more shares. On a monthly chart, Walmart hasn't even had a consolidated month in a while. Like you've had this one in here, and then you got that one, but really we're just jumping around. Like this is a consolidation. We actually go sideways for a while. And when a stock that you like gets boring in other people's eyes or is in one of those modes, or does one of these hefty pullbacks, obviously that's going to be a bit different because that's that April tariff tantrum when you're just buying quality. It's getting very, very frothy. And Walmart, super strong, but watch out for that SMCI. Again, we'll keep our ear to the ground. That's been a beaten up stock. So it certainly has a lot of room to run if there is an actual story for it. Let's see if we can't find some upgrades and downgrades with Joe.
Oh, we could definitely find those there, Neil. We'll get into some of the NS actions right now, guys. We're going to start some things off with some downgrades, if we're going to call it that. We're holding buy ratings on all of these, but some of them have substantial price cuts here. So we're going to start things off with CVNA Carvana, guys, with a price target being lowered from $535 to $455 by BTIG Research. You're down almost 10% here this morning. And then DoorDash, trading relatively well here, starting to pull back, giving them back the majority of that move, guys. We're trading around 187 currently, but you had a price slash of 275 to 265 by Needham. Once again, you're up 8.4%. And then Domino's Pizza, when was the last time you had Domino's? Still holding that buy rating, guys. $530 was that initial target, but getting it decreased to $500 by BTIG Research. And then TKO Holdings, oh no, getting knocked out here, guys, with a lower price target of $237. The initial one was $250. Once again, all still holding buy ratings. You're just getting a reduction within the price target. Now, looking at some upgrades here, guys, we're going to start things off with Chewy at the top of the list, going from a market perform to outperform, and a price target of $28 by Raymond James. You're up almost 4% here this morning. And then we have VZ Verizon Wireless, guys, outperformed to a buy rating. You're up 1% here this morning with a price target of $58. And then we have eBay as well, too, reporting going from a sell to a neutral with a price target of $88 by Goldman. You're up almost 8% here this morning, 7 3/4. And then QuantumScape as well, too, guys, getting the nod, going from a reduced to a hold, but a price target of $8.30 by HSBC Securities. You're relatively flat on this name this morning.
Yeah, so eBay after that report, you see that up 6.5%. It's going to be Etsy that's up more because Etsy's selling the secondhand fashion app to eBay. So both getting a bit of bounce, but Etsy with a bigger bounce. That $88 price target, that's literally where we are right now. So if you're bullish on them, but you only like the price to where it is, yikes. But look, again, an upgrade's an upgrade. It just means that you like them more than you did before. But if you're not holding on eBay, it's not a high volume name, so it's probably not the front of mind for any day traders. But just have a quick look at that 88 level. It's odd that that's a price target, but it has been resistance anyways. It was a 50-period SMA on the daily. You're already pulling back, and I think losing it here a little bit. But if this can actually close above 88, trade above there in the open range, that gives you a chance to be able to go. The problem with eBay, 300,000 in volume, that's super low. Maybe some comes in at the open, which can give you an indication. But yeah, doesn't really matter the upgrade, downgrade, or the price target. That 88 was significant regardless, it being the 50 SMA. But that's on the south side of it, unfortunately. And as I said, Etsy, who is selling that business to eBay, is up 20% to eBay's 7. So much, much better price action for them, but about the same volume, pretty low volume.
I know we had, we had a good McDonald's print. When you're thinking about, fast food chains, everything, you're thinking about McDonald's. They're at all-time highs. And I think when you're thinking about pizza, Domino's could give a look at that kind of franchise model. Obviously, we're not talking about the same thing as far as real estate is concerned, as Domino's doesn't have the restaurant exposure. But we just saw DoorDash come through with like a good delivery outlook on their business. We talked about people choosing to eat out more, frequently and order in, right? So just people have money to spend. The consumer has discretionary income to spend on food, and Domino's is probably the cheapest. I don't know, around here, I think you can get like medium's like $10. Like, anyways, what I'm getting at is I don't think they're very expensive, and they do have a pretty good foothold in this space. I mean, Papa John's would be another one, PAPA. But these guys report, I know it was on the downgrade side, but they're reporting February 23rd, and just with a PE of 20, you know, this name could surprise to the upside. The short float on Domino's is 7%. That's actually pretty good. So I'm looking for them to beat in a couple days. So I would say Domino's right there. You know, you get downgraded 4 days ahead of earnings. I feel like they may want the price to get a little lower just so they could potentially buy some. So hold me to this. Let's check out DPZ on February the 23rd, right? So we'll check this out on Monday and we'll see, what that report looks like. And Domino's, just going with the whole theme of, people are eating out, ordering in and spending more money on food now. And, it's a little bit of a cheaper alternative would be Domino's. And, you saw McDonald's, make new highs there on their report. And there it goes, and still trying to hold upside as well. So I think the space has something there. PAPA, Papa John. Oh no, Papa John. Oh, there it is. Yeah, pizza, PZZA. So this has been part of discussion for buyout and all that kind of stuff as well. So we do know that there's some interest in here, but this is what the space is looking like. So I don't. Easy to downgrade some of these names as they continue to go lower. But you're at a key level here for Papa John's as well. But we'll just wait to see. Let's just check back on Domino's. I don't think it's a horrible idea to take a flyer if it gets a little lower and hopefully earnings are beat and then you squeeze up 8% short float. I think it can squeeze Domino's Pizza. It's $8.50 right now. Boy, how time flies. But you know what else is flying? It's Bitcoin. It's flying to the downside. So we'll have to go mark it red on iBit right now, as you can see, crypto 65.8. See ya, as it's going to the downside right now for Bitcoin. And it's very, you can put the super chat up whenever you want there, Andre. But yeah, breaking through $36. You're near some of these lows. Again, on the subject of cat deer, it was there. Can't read that fast, but we'll see if we can get that back. There it is. Thank you so much. So the industrials, the big beautiful bill added yes, I know. For capital equipment, there's also a 50% tax there on structures. So deduction, not tax. So that's part of the story, right? I mean, President Trump has been very, very clear about the MAGA statement and creating many of these American companies with some tailwinds instead of headwinds. And right now, those are just examples of that, right? We saw Cummins as well. That's CUM, isn't it? I believe CMI. There it is right there. These have all been, I think GE as well, catches a tail wind on this as well to the upside. Boeing, just America first. Industrial names, right? And so you're talking about capital equipment. So equipment makers, good job there. We already seen Caterpillar making huge moves to the upside. I think these all continue higher, and they all pay a dividend as well, right? I mean, the dividend percentage is getting weaker and weaker as the price appreciates, but you'll take price appreciation over dividends all day. So there it goes, man. Cummins a nice move higher as well. And to that extent, right? I think Boeing is another name that, although obviously not an equipment maker to the same extent as that, I just think that, again, heavy equipment, heavy machinery, Boeing continues to work as well. And the big, beautiful bill does give. I mean, what about Nucor, right? I mean, here's a steel producer. NUE is Nucor. So there it is right there. This is another big name that can continue. The number one steel provider in the United States continues to work upside there as well. So if you're going to talk about you need steel to build bridges and all this kind of stuff, here's Nucor going higher. So there's been so many good plays in this space, and thank you for that super chat, as it's now 8:53. But the industrials have been good, man. XLI has been a great name as well. So probably better move. I don't know what is F. Here we got another super chat. If you want to put that one up there, Andre as well. I don't know what is FEZ. Euro. Oh, Euro. Okay, Euro ETF.
So Euro ETF.
Okay, so that's good. And then the IWD.
Speaking of Europe, only because you mentioned Boeing.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's the whole, if Airbus is going down, Boeing should be going up or can get a bounce. Airbus down 7% after their earnings report. And I don't know, potentially, I don't know. I'm not going to hit the flat bottom break because no one's going to, it is what it is. Probably do it too often. But
value.
Weakness over here could be good for Boeing. So this is Airbus, obviously. And FEZ, that is the...
I was going to say, FEZ is Euro.
It's the Euro 50 ETF.
But this IWD is Russell 1000. like IWM we have, IWD. We don't really. So these are like the third or fourth tier of stocks, right? So, but yeah, they continue to work out as well. Most of these companies will have anything in the Russell 1000 is going to have probably a lot of debt attached to it, right? So you got to be careful with that right there on the IWD. But yeah, thank you so much for all of those super chats. It just goes to show you, like, emerging markets. Again, like, emerging markets are crushing domestic. It depends if you're talking about the United States or not, depending where you're located. But EEM just continues to also crush, right? I mean, I have to look at their relative performance this year, but it really outperforming over the last couple of years, the EEM. There it is right there. Sorry, it was still on IWD. The EEM just absolutely rocking, man. $55 on January 1st, up to 60, 61. That's a pretty nice move. That's 10% in about a month and a half on emerging markets. You're not getting that in the S&P, right?
Brazil's even, and if you look in
there's so many good
individual ones, like Brazil's 15 or 16%, and actually breaking out at the beginning of the year. That's EWZ. So again, there's opportunities abound for sure. There's always strength that you can look for if you're doing a deep enough dive. All that being said, I think there's going to be a tide change. Certainly, we're not going to have these beaten up American tech names forever. You will see a bounce back. Some of them have fallen a little bit too far. Others, I don't know, maybe have a little bit more to go. But diversification does matter for sure. Just want to quickly double back because we were saying how the market was not moving after we got those numbers. Well, there it is, Back to the Future. November 5th, 1955. What an important date in history. And we're still, it's not that we're moving now, but we are getting at least a muted bounce. Like, we've managed, like the SPY just pulled back into the volume weighted average price in here. And then if you're looking at the Qs, and if you're like, oh, well, you're not looking at the ES, it's just easier for me to type in triple Q. Like, I can do the same thing, go over to like a 60-minute chart, which is showing you not a lot of movement. We're holding the range, but we've retraversed the range that we were sitting in back into the top end. But I'd still be a little bit concerned that when I look at the NASDAQ in particular, like this was sort of our bounce spot yesterday when we had that flush. Flush is the wrong word. We had the trend change in the afternoon. We were able to catch a bid here, and now you're just barcoding off of that level. We lose 24.8. I think we could be in at least a little bit of trouble. Ooh, and I see Hamster in the chat. Maybe this isn't the first mention of SLV, but that's the first time I've seen someone mention SLV, but you didn't type the $. Just gonna throw that out there, Hamster. Make sure, $SLV. You want to talk about silver, heck of a lot easier for it to be on the visualizer if you go $ in the chat before that ticker. And to be in the chat, remember, it's a subscribers only chat, so that I can do something like this. And I will go $SLV and fight the good fight to see if that's gonna make the top 10 on our list of names that is constantly updating all day. And there it is. Silver's probably not on there. I mean, there's enough earnings. On a day like we have a bunch of earnings names to get through, and then some small cappers moving, you're probably not going to see silver, which is only 1% right now, on that list. But this is where we turn the $71 area, 71 to 71.5. That is where we've seen the resistance in the last week easily after that gap fill. So maybe this has a chance to break back out. To me, if it's not taken out 72, then that's not a breakout, and I'd still be waiting for like a mean reversion opportunity. There was one late, and it was a pretty clean one yesterday. I was too early on it yesterday. We talked about that. I did a mean revert trade on ZSL, and it just was a little bit too early to try to catch that curl. It ended up being a bit of a late day move right in here. Well, that's what I like to play. Wait for a long 15-minute trend to set up on silver, and then play the break of the trend. Now, that's going to be my jam for sure. Bless you, Shreve. But we're going to head back up to the desk. Looks like we have just about time to go over some futures, go over our free watch list as well. A bunch of earnings names there. Despite the fact that we didn't get moves from the market on our jobless claims, there's plenty of movers and gappers on earnings.
All right, I was just reading a couple of other things here. There's a crazy weekly chart. If you zoom out on Etsy, like this candle that's forming on Etsy was initially very, very weak, and then they come out with this earnings report, and completely reverse it. So the weekly chart was a big doji to the downside, and now it's completely reversed, backfire. So wild action. It's been 4 days in a row here, straight downside for Etsy into the report after the close last night. And then here we are back to 51 all in one shot. So better than expected. I mean, everything looks pretty good for Etsy right across the board. So not a lot of volume behind this move, but decent report.
And a good way to kind of generate some cash. Brendo, they sold that Depop company that they had to eBay, for $1.2 billion in cash, not stock. That's nearly 5 years after acquiring it for $1.62 billion. So nice to have the cash on hand, but clearly not a profitable acquisition or sale there. The sale represents a loss in the original price, as I mentioned, so that's a bit of a tough look. But the market was really looking past that, as you mentioned, Brendo. They were looking more about the earnings report, which was quite healthy. $1.41 on EPS, well ahead of the $1.34 on $2.97 billion in revenue, above the $2.88 by almost $100 million there. Gross merchandise volume, one of their major metrics that they track there, up 10%, $21.5 billion. So not a bad report, but looking at the chart, especially like many of the other companies that we saw during COVID highs, it may never see those levels again.
Of course not. I can confidently, I've never used that website before in my life. Really? For what?
To buy a present for my cousin's son. Okay. So his name is Christian. So I got him one of those like little custom-made things that he can.
Yeah. Makes sense. All right. A couple of good people mentioning this in the chat, but May 29th, CME going to launch 247 crypto futures trading. So. IBIT, as John was mentioning, back to the downside here so far this morning. All right, let's talk about everything else. If you haven't done so yet, grab the watch list, but let's first check the futures.
So here's the deal, guys. Remember we were talking yesterday about that shelf we were using as support. We used it as support back on January 14th, again on the 29th, and then again on February 3rd. That shelf is 687, right? 687 to 688. Well, we closed a little bit below that. 686 and a third is where we closed out yesterday, having gotten all the way up to 689, but we couldn't close above there. So that resistance shelf that we've been talking about remains elusive. So that's what we're going to say. We're going to say yesterday's closing print, we're 1/3% below it right now, 686 and a third. If we really get going, we're looking at yesterday's high at 689. If we continue to sell off, we're going to look to 683 as our first level of support. We found support there yesterday. We sell off even more, we're looking at 680.
A lot of back and forth action so far on earnings names so far this morning. We'll just jump right into things here. Walmart back to the upside, red to green already. The earnings call was at 8 a.m. Wasn't anything significant as far as comments that I saw floating around. Clearly, they were talking about something that impressed as far as the market is concerned. However, overall, the report's missing on a few fronts.
It did, but it's been very aggressively moving, so we're moving up lately, clearing that $1 trillion valuation. So, lofty expectations. Let's go through the metrics. U.S. comparable sales grew 4.6%. That's ahead of the 4.2 expected by analysts. It shows resilience despite the tariff concerns that we had earlier in the year and the pressured consumer who's looking to obviously diversify and get some deals. Overall revenue just shy now of $200 billion, 190 and 2/3. That's slightly above estimates. EPS though, that's where the miss was. 275. They're guiding. For the year forecast, they're guiding 275 to 285. The street wanted 296, with consolidated net sales projected to grow 3.5% to 4.5%. That is a little bit below the 5% that the street was looking for. But we're going through a CEO change, right? So this Doug McMillon guy, he's out. The U.S. chief, John Furner, he's in. And apparently, according to analysts and making predictions, his tenure is going to be more focused about making this really online and including AI, right? And they always make the point that Amazon has their warehouses. Walmart has their stores, 5,000 of them in the States, I believe, or in North America. And so they want to use those stores sort of as a launching pad to kind of compete with Walmart in the same day delivery.
I saw that note this morning on Amazon versus Walmart. It was Amazon overtaking, as of this report, overtaking Walmart as the top revenue company in the U.S. It was a crazy number, 716 billion or something like that, 712, I believe, or something along those lines. So Regardless, I mean, not really significant when it comes to who's the top as far as revenue is concerned. It's how much you're taking home at the end of the day. I mean, Amazon, we've talked about many times, very, very tiny margins when it comes to that. Walmart a little bit better here, but I mean, we're testing highs right now, so they said something good.
Walmart would only dream of having a high margin business like AWS in advertising. Brando, did you see what their advertising revenue is going up? I'm talking about Amazon, of course. It's ridiculous. It's the top line number for Amazon's revenue is almost the same as the top line number for AWS, and they're very similar in terms of margins.
Yeah.
So, still obviously, Amazon a lot better.
Nice reversal, guys, for Walmart here so far today.
Oh, it's a great move for Walmart. But the disappointing thing, look, I mean, it's only disappointing for anybody that wanted to buy it off the 50-period moving average. It's not disappointing that it's bouncing on the call. It's a simple fact that you're looking sub 120 for 118 half, 119. Like that was the 50-period. So that would have been a chance to buy the dip. It's going to still be expensive a little bit here for Walmart when you start talking about the PE. And ultimately, when the guidance is cautious and you are relatively expensive, you tend to get the drop. Just didn't last very long, unfortunately. So there's no 118 to be had for a bounce play on Walmart. So that was the level of interest for me. Maybe there's something to see with the volume weighted average price. If we continue an upward trend, that's a good way to join the trend. So without a key level to trade off of for Walmart, I can only look at VWAP, or maybe it establishes some kind of an upward trend after the open that can get played into. So I'll be looking for an opportunity there, but. Yeah, I wanted the 50 SMA, and when we sat down, was coming in this morning and sat down, I really did think that was an actual chance that it would get tested. No longer Walmart. I guess the dip buyers were a little quick.
Look, I'm the opposite. I was trying to sell this thing here, and I wrote down 126, but the conference call is now concluded. So now they're at 127. I would almost just adjust that to like a 128 or so area right now. Great pop on earnings right there on the call, but it was still a downside play, right, off of that report. And so we're still now we're up. But this is the whole thing. So now it's kind of starting to change a little bit. Now we have to find out where the top's going to be. So yeah, that 126, why I was interested in it was yesterday's closing price, and we were just chilling out down here, obviously, when we're writing the note at 123. I wasn't expecting a move to 126 there on Walmart. So that's the problem when you sort of rethink about these things. But the PE is 48. So it's an expensive price to earnings multiple right now for Walmart, and that's generally... that's why Costco apparently got hit until it didn't. And yeah, I could see Walmart giving back a little bit here today, not to be up, but okay. I mean, the market likes the report, I guess. They didn't, and then the conference call, we have to go over maybe what was said there. But yeah, I would still say a 126 break lower still makes a little bit of sense to me there. What does that look like on the 5-minute chart? Yeah, so here we go. This is part of it, right? You're coming up right now. This has been, the trend to the downside right there. Yesterday we broke this down. That was yesterday this name was 134. So the fact that it was down to 122, probably a little bit too much to the downside, so hence the pop, which is what we were waiting for. So now that we got that pop, I think I was saying like 128, 127, something like that to see if we fade back in. But it's kind of a death wish to trade this super early. Like we don't really know what these imbalances, and right now there's no NASDAQ names on the imbalance, but we don't know. This could come out a huge sell or buy or whatever. It's already done 3.5 million shares. Yo, what's up, Randy? I already actually crushed that coffee, so if you are in the business of another one. Ooh, you got antlers going on there? Hello? Hello?
A different look.
Would that be nice if you could go there? I'll take a grande. Okay, Pike Place.
You're not actually going to go, are you?
No, of course he's not going to go. Come on, Randy.
He has that look
right
on his face.
there.
I'm like, I never know with Randy. I don't know.
Who knows? Well, actually, no, a latte would be fine too. A flat white, actually, Randy.
That's
flat white.
That's what you will.
That's what I get, a flat white. Well, we can have a flat white here, Randy. You know what?
Oh, you can do. Yeah, you guys.
I'm gonna try a flat white.
I'm too
over here. Brendan always gets the flat white.
The espresso is what I kind of.
Yeah.
I'm feeling.
Yeah, the espresso. That's what the flat white is there. Brendan, we had a request in the chat to find out the last time because Brendan has the best hair in the business. So people wanted to know because this used to be like a little segment that we used to do.
He cuts it every day, in my opinion, but.
I don't believe it's every day, but it's probably weekly.
More often
I would say weekly. So, Brendan, can we get an update, please?
On what exactly?
Last time you got your hair cut, apparently.
It's been a while, actually.
What?
No,
Oh
it
my
hasn't.
God.
Look at the.
Okay.
No.
We had literally the best hair.
Zoom that in, please.
I think
3
this is-
weeks?
I think this is actually week 4. I think this
What?
is actually. I'll have to
Oh,
check, but I think this is
wow.
actually week 4.
Okay.
I had a very unfortunate event. My barber moved to Hawaii.
Oh,
Okay. So have you found a new one yet?
To
Or
Hawaii.
Good
Yeah.
for them, man. Hey, good for them.
I'm very upset.
have you found a new one? Or
I did, but
They're not happy with it.
on the fence. On the fence still.
I think I might know why it's on the fence too. So let's go back over to the desk and talk about stock number 2. Hey, I love figs. Figs is
I
like
love
one of the
figs.
best.
I don't like the stock.
Being Italian, we had a fig tree. Growing up, and my Italian side, big time with figs. So let's go over and find out, what these tasty treats are saying today.
I had a crazy dinner last night.
What'd you eat?
Elk
Elk.
with this crazy like fig-based sauce. Oh my God, it was insane.
Hold on,
It was
does
insane.
elk count as venison?
Yeah.
Or no? It does. Huh?
Well, no, that's deer.
No.
Deer.
Okay.
Elk is obviously its own animal, but it was insane. It was insane. Anyway, fig looking like it's going to give all of this back potentially here. I mean, we're $1. What is this? Almost $1 away from the highs from yesterday. So, yeah, it was good, but
Yeah. There were some cost issues with respect to the
Yeah.
IPO, but I know that kind of held back the earnings report a little bit, but they are reporting that users who are spending money are spending more money. More on that in a second. EPS coming in at 8 pennies, just barely ahead of the 7 expected. So a modest beat there with revenue 303.8. That's a nice beat ahead of the 293.15. And it also grew at 40% year over year. They posted, though, a net loss, and this is kind of what I was mentioning in Brendo, $226.6 million net loss. Compare that to last year when they actually made money, $33 million and change. A lot of that, again, is tied to the one-time IPO dynamics and accounting items. Despite, that whole nice move there in extended trading, they're down about 35% year to date. Now, here's the deal. Figma Make, which is kind of their AI-generated design tool, is powered by Anthropic and Google, and they have weekly active users using it, jumping 70% quarter over quarter. That's not year over year. That's a sequential quarter over quarter increase with gross margins holding steady. Brendo, their gross margins are 86%. If they can increase that top line number, that should be crazy. They're going to start enforcing, though, because people are using it quite aggressively, monthly AI credit limits. Remember that napkin AI that we were using? Kind of
very expensive.
Very expensive. That's going to be similar to this.
Yeah, it adds up very quick. More importantly, confirmed. You can't see this, but it was January 22nd, guys, was the last one.
Officially, it's been a month since I heard.
January 20th. Good
I
memory.
wish-
Good memory.
I wish my hair looked that good after 1 month.
We have now we have created a new segment there. So we'll check back on end of March. See if he's.
Oh, he'll have a haircut.
It'll be another month.
Probably get
right?
one next week.
Oh yeah. I think a month is decent.
I don't trust like the Figma. You can say all you want about the margins in the Figma Make, and don't get me wrong, it's right. If people are using it more, and they have some power users who are spending an exorbitant amount of time, then monetizing them makes a ton of sense, and I think that's the right decision, no questions asked. But adjusted, yes, they did have an EPS, but they went from swinging an actual profit to now not. So it was still a net loss, and it spent all morning long giving it up. This is usually the exact kind of earnings name that I prefer to stay away from. There's your gap. You don't hold any of the support from the aftermarket. You're just trending down. Like if you filled in the entirety of it at 25, but this was something which was more exciting if it was poised for a potential breakout above this 30 area. And when that's not the case, like you're just trying to bottom pick, and I don't know, like you'd have to come back into like a significant prior high, which is 25, or show me that VWAP can hold, something along those lines. This one feels like congratulations if you shorted it in the pre-market, but even then, I feel like that's too far to chase for the short. So this is gonna be a stay away. Maybe that 25 comes into play. I seriously doubt 30 is gonna be a breakout. Maybe you can look for that next week or next month, but I do think that would be a more significant price area if it can manage to even do it at some point.
I mean, at some point, stocks are so beat up that they do go back up to that upside. And, you know, we talked about the IGV and software as a service and, you know, what's been going on with all of that. I'm just trying to find out what the short float is, 9.7%, of course, with no PE. But, yeah, you know, a beat on the top and bottom line. And that, you know, that 86 or 87% number there is huge as far as the margins are concerned. You know, Figma was a buyout target before they went public by Adobe, you know. So why could they not be again right now? I mean, if they're growing user base, I don't know if the board would accept a buyout, but it's about like a third of the price that Adobe's agreed to pay before. I thought it was, let me just check, because I thought it was about 30 billion was their initial deal for this name. Where's the market cap right there? Yeah, wow. Bang, not bad. Half price. Sorry, a third of the price. So between 25 to 30 billion. Its market cap right now is $12 billion. So, you know, maybe there's some sort of a, you know, get together that they can do and they'll circle back on the buyout. You know, would make a little bit of sense if they could get some synergies between the two of them. I mean, Adobe's in no real position right now, stock price wise, to go ahead and buy anything. I don't think they would spend cash, but they could do it in shares. Which would be fine. I mean, you would dilute the shares of Adobe, which whatever, the market's diluting them anyways, and then you just get back in, grab your, you know, a competitor, put them under your umbrella. I don't know if that's going to be something that happens. You never want to, you know, buy a stock because you think it's going to get bought out. But at the end of the day, this could be one that you trade leaps with or something, if you do believe that there is some sort of an action there, because it's not going to get bought out at 26 bucks, right? The board would have to accept probably 50% or more of a premium on this name. So yeah, Figma could be something. I don't really love the stock. We'll see what winds up happening today. It's 3 million shares. Thank you so much, Randy. Oh, the flat white is here with the espresso as well. Thank you, Randy, for all of that. But yeah, Figma. All right. Something that's up Randy's area there, Carvana. So let's go talk about CVNA with the guys in the back.
We were just talking about Microsoft. Yeah, I mean, Apple's back to the upside right now as well. I was just double checking on Apple here also. But yeah, let's talk about CVNA, one of the others that was having a pretty good morning here this morning. Despite, you know, a bit of a mixed report, depending on how you look at it. I zoomed out here for this specifically. That's, what is that, 2021? The middle of 2021, 365, 370 came into play. We're chopping around here once again.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's been no shortage of controversy with this name. Every other month or two, we get a new short report about some accounting irregularities and business structure. Let's talk about their actual results, though. They brought in about $5.6 billion in revenue. That is a 58% surge year over year, and that beats the analyst estimates of 5.27. EPS, though, $4.22. That is far, far above the $1.12, but it was heavily influenced by a one-time accounting item. More on that in a second. Net income, again, $951 million versus the $159 they brought home last year, but again, influenced by that one-time accounting number. Profit was boosted by, yes, that $685 million valuation allowance gain or deferred tax asset. That's what kind of offset EPS and net profit. It was partially offset, though, by a small decline here of $67 million in the fair value root warrants. The core takeaway, though, headline earnings strength, not entirely operational. A lot of it to do with previous accounting. Now let's talk about their actual business. Retail unit sales hit a record 163,500 vehicles sold, Brendo. Reconditioning costs, though, were a little bit higher than expected, so that ate into margins, because what they do, they buy the older cars, they fix them up, they send them, they put them on the lot to be resold. There's reconditioning that has to be done along the way. Retail depreciation as well. Sean was mentioning this earlier. He was mentioning how cars are dropping in price. Well, that affects the car dealer as well. When they buy the car, obviously they have to hold it for some time before it's sold, and it's depreciating all the while. So that hit them a little bit here. The company did lower their long-term annual growth rate, though, Breno. They were looking at 20 to 40%. Now they're saying a little bit lower, 18 to 38.
Just a heads up on the overall market. I mean, I'm not sure the market even cares about Qashqai anymore, but Qashqai is speaking right now, guys.
I think he's voting anymore. I don't think he's a voting member right now, Qashqai, but sometimes he has moved the market before. He had the nickname Crashqai at one point, but again, if you're not a voting member, then you like the hot air, but you're not going to necessarily move the markets as much. Obviously, a smart guy and a great name. Carvana, I don't want to say that we filled in the gap because that would be disingenuous. Like you filled in a decent portion of the gap and almost the entire way back to the upside. They didn't give us any guidance, unfortunately, here. It's a little bit surprising to me. I can't remember the last time I don't think we've seen it this earnings cycle where we've had a gap down this big and we could be testing green pretty much instantaneously off of the open. So you got to alert to the 370. It doesn't have the short float that it used to. If it was over 20, if this was still 20 to 25%, like something a little bit bigger on the short float, I'd be thinking, yeah, forget everything, wait for it to start breaking out, because shorts will probably cover if it breaks the 370, and then just go with that goal. I don't think it's necessarily that type of stock anymore. I know I came in today looking at last night was the plan to look at the 280 level. Again, that's just simply not going to be a trade unless you bought it last night. It's certainly not going to break down underneath that level. So I would let it see the test of the 200 period SMA here up at 360. 370 is going to be a big level for it. But if it were to fail a breakout above 360, that could be a little bit of a reversion play for Carvana. What I'm looking at today is going to be IBIT again, Palantir actually going to be on watch. We're going to talk about energy in a quick little second. But Carvana is going to end up being a pass for me. There's a lot of these earnings names have moved so far away from what you thought would have been the key prices. Figma's a good example of that as well, that you're just going to have to be patient here at the open. I'm certainly not chasing this move. Only 5% down now. It was 23% down last night. 23.
Yeah, and it bounced off of a very, very key level. I mean, that's part of the problem right there, 280. So we've, come into 280 last February, right? So that's a whole year, and it basically round tripped again. Let your money just sitting there if you didn't get out. All the way back to 280. We touched 280 right there in June. Then we touched 280 back in October, again, November on that earnings report. And then we touching it again yesterday and back upside. So this is a pure meme stock, man. This is just the buyers, it's down. They say we're buying Carvana. It's a 12% short float. I would not be surprised at all if this thing goes green. And I think when it does, you punch the long. So right into there, this is going to sound ridiculous to do this, but 366, the fact that it was down, it's up $100 right there from its lows. If we can take that out, that's something that I'll be looking to see what winds up happening there. And I don't think the punch long is going to give you a whole bunch of dollars, but I do think that, holding that high, if we don't, there is an explosion move there, because that would be 300. So I think you can get $10 probably at least on that kind of a move. So for me, it's puzzling. I mean, we always say when there's a gap, play to VWAP. So right into here, it's always nice when the 200 and the VWAP kind of join, but I do understand that we probably don't have 200 minutes of data starting from 7 o'clock right here, but we're starting it there. So I think 330 to 325, those are the dip buy areas. And then once you break 325, you can get out of there. So let's just see what happens. We have now a couple more minutes until these imbalances. Carvana's already out because it's a New York name. So let's have a quick look to see if there is anything on here for CVNA. I don't see it. So if it's going to be under 100,000, it's not going to matter anyways. There's Figma. We didn't even talk about this. There's a buy balance on that name. We talked about the name, but not the buy. Occidental, we mentioned that's a key level of $50. That could be something. Klarna. Didn't Klarna report, or they report today there? So they're going to be a name that's interesting. Wow, Klarna's down. Oh, they must report this morning. Yeah, 17%. We're not even talking about Klarna. They're down 17% here this morning on their earnings report. Yeah, I mean, buy now, pay never. I mean, you've seen Affirm getting absolutely waxed, PayPal getting hit as well. So many of these names, man, just continue to get beat up. I mean, I thought we were supposed to have a relatively strong consumer, but there goes Affirm downside as well. I was saying that at this 80 break right there, that I thought this would create action right back up to here, because you had held the 200 period right there. You had broke back through with vengeance there back to the upside, and then it got going. It got to 85, 86. You would have had 4 or 5%, and then whoops, all the way back there into the downside, and there's your cross happening right now. So it looks like we're trying to push lower on Affirm, Klarna. It can't be good for PayPal shareholders this morning either. I mean, haven't looked at this. I know this has already been beat up, so wouldn't expect too much, but this could also hit to the downside, as PayPal's just recently introduced their quarterly pay thing as well. So every time I use PayPal, they ask me, do you want to divide it up into 4? I'm like, bro, I'm paying for Roblox. It's like $15. So no, I'll just pay for it right now. But anyways, $41. Watch out for PayPal, Klarna, AFRM, Upstart. These names all getting hit the sort of shine has come off this buy now, pay later opportunity. All right, so the next stock would be,
Energy.
complete opposite, a name that's actually making money. Most of these names in this space, they're carry high debt, but turn it over. So let's go back over to the desk and find out what's going on with energy stocks.
Fresh 1 month highs early on this morning for oil futures. We're coming off a little bit right now on this continued back and forth and comments between Iran and the U.S. So, I mean, 2 days in a row here, a nice rebound for XOM. I mean, look at any of these, they kind of look the same this morning.
Yeah, rumors are that the talks have broken down and that the B-2 stealth bombers left their station in the United States, I think Virginia, and is on the way there. A lot of people, you can't see those obviously because they're stealth, but a lot of the predictions around where they're going is where their tankers are circling, Brendo, and the tankers, the refueling tankers, they're circling over Jordan and Iraq, so the assumption is they're heading in that direction for obviously campaigns in Iran. What this comes down to, in my opinion, is whether or not the Strait of Hormuz gets blocked. And what I started out the show saying is President Trump is one of the, you could make the argument, one of the only presidents that keeps like one eye on the market and the other eye on geopolitics. So he's not going to want oil disruptions and he's not going to want higher gas prices with midterms around the corner. So you feel that he's a little bit sensitive to this issue. So we'll have to see what kind of military planning they have for the Strait and everything in that nature, but oil highly sensitive to that.
One of the points he was making yesterday, he was making rounds on the affordability campaign that he's currently on. One of the points he was making was on that, how not only oil prices have come down and remained down, but gas prices at the pump have followed suit. So yeah, it's a valid point going forward here. I was just reading that the UK was going to block that. Apparently they were talking at least about using some of the bases in the UK for those bombers, but the UK apparently was going to not allow that. So how this all plays out remains to be seen, but oil continues to trend higher here past couple of days, guys.
It does. And while not a pure, obviously, oil play, Oxy reported, and it had a beat, but like the revenue was a bit of a miss, and they've had that issue for a while. Just a quick note on the imbalances. Oxy is there for $250 million to the buy side, but the big one is actually BAC, a 1.8 million sell. That's a significant name. 1.8 million sell on BAC. You've got Figma is going to be a 300,000 buy. That's not that big of a deal, I don't think. But Oxy, look, it's got a chance to break the 50 level, but I'd almost be inclined to think when you have that revenue miss to look for, oops, I'm going to go this far, to look for some kind of dip. Like you are stretched a little bit here, and I've seen Oxy in the past, after earnings, do the old, okay, well, we're going to take some profit off, especially when it wasn't a perfect report, again, with that revenue miss. And the prior highs are going to give you two places. You'll have the wick tops of 49, and then just a little bit out in front of the 48 at about 48 and a quarter. So that's the places I'll be looking. I think you have a decent chance that you could break the volume-weighted average price. If it breaks 50, then I think a false break and then dip to VWAP makes sense. That was a play for ONDS yesterday on a bit of a gapper as well. But other than that, wait for it to maybe retest initially down into that pre-market low here for Occidental. So small buy and balance doesn't really matter here. And then I said there's just BAC on the locator for now. Big sell on BAC.
Yeah, I wanted to just quickly look at, I don't know why this isn't loading. CL, I thought it was F. Oh no, it's J, my bad. J, there it is right here. Kashkari saying crypto is completely useless. Literally his words. So, you know, you can, I don't know what Bitcoin's doing right now. Obviously, no one cares too much about Bitcoin anymore either. Bitcoin's been at the 66 to 68 level for a while. It's kind of puzzling a little bit to me. But, okay, so hopefully things with Iran can calm down a little bit. And if they do, then what about the 66 break? I mean, we've been hovering here the whole morning. Obviously, it's only 15 cents away. This is per barrel, right? So you got to be careful with that break lower. I still think it can happen. And if it does, then look out because you're underneath VWAP. You're underneath the 200 period moving average, 50 period. Everything's pointing down right now. So I think right here, oil is going to be under a little bit of pressure today. It's a nice move higher up, 1.6%, but hopefully we can get a little bit more talk here about the peaceful negotiations, whatever, in Iran and you know, Ukraine, Russia, all that kind of stuff. And you never know what sort of headlines are going to hit the market. But here we go. Now it's starting to come back in just a little bit. So yeah, watch out for a 66 break. For now, it looks like a shelf on oil. All right, with a minute and a half left, I'm still going to take the Walmart short. So I'm looking at that to break through 126, but now it's just ripping higher. So this probably not going to work out if it does come through as well. Short, silver, Walmart, futures, Palantir, looking all short this morning. All right, one more name, DoorDash. That's the one that's popping.
All right, Dash here coming back in a little bit. We tried to bounce back to 190, as we said earlier. Quick reversal after the report. After the close yesterday, but I mean, impressive right across the board here.
Yeah, this was a good report, Brendo. You know, with the current quarter was a little bit to be desired, but the net income, which is that profitability, that's the most important thing. $213 million in profit, up from the 141 they made last year. Margin expansion despite heavy investment spending. Total orders climbed 32% year over year at about 903 million. Gross order value as well, up 39%, just shy of $30 billion. Estimates had already been reduced though after a Q3 disappointment, so you know the estimates were a little bit lowered. Tony Xu, he emphasized long-term investment. He's the CEO in global tech infrastructure, and he wants to integrate DoorDash, Deliveroo, and Wolt all into one unified platform.
A few seconds to go here, guys. Best of luck today.
Yes, sir. Just under 15 seconds to go to the opening bell. One we didn't talk about, Palantir had a big reversal, kind of a head and shoulders-ish look. I like the shorts in at 135 if we get them. It is Thursday. We've got lots of earnings. DoorDash to the downside, Walmart to the upside after the move. Bell brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX. And it just rung, even though you didn't hit it. I want to shout out to them. You can scan the QR code for more information on Beta Pro. Oh, the other thing, again? Seriously? Okay, well, every single morning, I feel like Intel just drops 1% right off the open. I just did it again. So a 1% move down instantly on Intel through 45. Bye-bye. That is absolutely gonzo. The only other thing that we didn't go over or didn't have a chance to get over is I'm again looking for the short on IBIT, but we're at the lows as opposed to when we were bouncing at the open yesterday. So if we can get into maybe VWAP or 37.8, that'd be the first play for myself.
All right, I'm just gonna try a short in Walmart. I mean, it's just really blasting higher here. I mean, oops, that's Palantir still. There's Walmart here. So we're gonna try, okay, there it is. Now we're gonna get shorter on Walmart as someone's blasting this thing higher. We're gonna wait at 129.80. We're gonna get out if it breaks 130.
Oh, bye-bye, Oxy.
And that will be that for now on Walmart. I mean, it's really trying to push higher there. Good name, like we saw this yesterday at 133. Maybe that's, you know, where we need to wait for Walmart, but wow, what a move higher. Let's just try to short it against 130, you know. I mean, if that's gonna break, it's gonna break, and that's fine. That's the level right there. So we'll give it a little bit of room here on WMT and see if the pushback is real on that name. Yeah, my number one trade idea was, there goes Walmart's gonna rip up. Was gonna be to short Palantir, but there goes Walmart. Just, did it take out 130? I mean, it's got me out there at 130. I'm not sure. Let me just try one more spot here, just in case that was a little fugazi there. Let's go to 130, 11s or so. Still going to stop us out if it does rip higher there. But I don't know. Looks like, did it break through? It must have 130.10. Okay, so Walmart doing that to me there. But that's okay. We're not going to be too stubborn with this. Like, there's the break again of Walmart. So one last chance. I just wasn't sure if we got run to the top there. We really liked this name. I mean, what I wrote down was 126. You're obviously nowhere near 126 now. Yeah, I just saw Figma there you just mentioned.
This is why we don't trust Figma.
No.
Does anybody trust Figma? Well, if somebody wants to pick them up, they got a discount, that's for sure. Almost red on the day is Figma. By the way, I'm saying Intel was flushing, but it just hit 44.20 as it's getting really nasty for them. And this is, look, NVIDIA is literally not moving. AMD, if this will load, there we go. AMD barely moving at all. Unfortunately, patience is usually the name of the game. Not today. Apparently, Oxy, you just had to hit the buy key wherever. It broke through 50. We just hit 51.5. This is absolutely flying. So I wanted to short the pop in Palantir, Intel, and IBIT. None of those three things have made even a scintilla of a move to the upside.
All right, we make it all back on Walmart. Walmart just flushed into 129, so I don't know, like, give me that one. I'm sitting at 129 flat as well. Hopefully we can get that. Then we're going to be at 128.60, and then we'll be out of half, and we'll see if we can get a downside push. I thought like that was just a little bit. I was watching the stock, and it was like it got run, but then it didn't keep going. So for me, there it is. We get that fill. So that's $1. Well, 80 cents. Now it's $1. right there as we just put it back in. And, we took basically the same amount of shares. So hopefully this can work out. We're now pretty positive here on Walmart, holding on to that trade. Let's just see if it gives back a little bit. Could rip the top, and if it does, we're out at 130. We've already talked about that. So far so good there on Walmart. Palantir, the other move was, excuse me, man, just chugged that coffee there. Silver, sorry, with the water. Silver, yeah, I wrote down 71 as a top and a potential 70 break lower here on SLV. So that looks like that might be what's happening. That's a good little level right here on our chart. See if we break back down below 70. There looks like there's going to be some kind of support there. So we would like to see that break happen first, and then we'll address it. All right, man. Looks like Walmart might be a flat trade after all, as it makes that move down into 129. Sorry, now it's taking it right back up to 130. So, all right, man, let me put another bid here in the 50s, see if we can grab that. There it is. Okay, so we take out another 5% there. Sorry, 10% at that level. Just rejected again off 130. But remember, earnings day one, like literally earnings this morning, earnings 2 hours ago on Walmart. So the market's going to digest what they feel like on this one. 128.60 is my next bid. Pretty good out there. Let me bet out another 5% here at O's, and then we'll see if we fall one more time. So far, so good on that short. But that's about it for me. I mean, Amazon was a name that I wanted to look short. Market doing its own thing again.
Which is
nothing,
not much.
which is nothing. So I don't want to have too much of an
Nothing is
opinion.
more apt.
Yeah, I don't want to have too much of an opinion. Walmart back down below 129.
Yeah, well, Palantir is trying to bounce back a little bit here.
Okay.
Look, Palantir is nowhere near the 135, which obviously would be yesterday's lows. So I got to look for this 133.5. VWAP also sits at effectively 133. So if our first bar, well, our second bar after this little opening dump, I can put a topping tail candle in. That can give me a spot to enter into a potential short position. As far as shorting Intel, I'm just not seeing it. Just really don't see any way off these lows. It's going to have to do something back to the upside to give an entry. And then Occidental, that's pretty far gone at this point. It's at 51.5, up 8%. But what is starting to go is IBIT. It's actually breaking yesterday's low. So this will end up being different from the strategy previously, where I'm just going to look at the pre-market trend line and short into the trend line because we're not getting any kind of a pop to retest resistance point. So I'm just drawing a trend line from the entirety of the pre-market and saying to myself, if we break that, then today is the day that IBIT doesn't work shorting the open. But otherwise, just going to continue shorting Bitcoin. We're down at 65.6. We just broke 66,000. Doesn't appear to be an insight. You got the market as well breaking to the downside here in addition. Oh, okay, Intel's actually getting to VWAP. If you see that pop in, it's a VWAP short on Intel as well. Market looking pretty weak. It seems like every single day, all we're doing is shorting at the open.
Yeah, you would have got smoked the last couple of days doing that, but it did print lower as the day goes on. So let's see if that winds up happening here right now. We got a good trade on Walmart, man. We did get that 128.60, so that was a good out there. Just at this sort of breaking, that's why we sat there. Was just at this level right there. The real level was 50. So I'm in to silver short, but we're very, very light. I wanted to wait until we get back up here into 70.50 before we really start to do anything here on SLV. So if it does bump up, I'm sitting here at 70.25s to start a little bit of a short, and then really just looking to see if we break through VWAP now. It's actually lining up quite nicely here. So 70.70, if that can happen, good for us. Well, not good for us. I don't want it to go all the way up there, but that would be a break for me. So if we can break above 70.70 or so here on silver, then hi-ho on that one. But I'm going to try to get a little bit more short at $70.25 if that comes through, and then we'll work the trade after that. Yeah, so far so good. Walmart about $1, and silver just trying to do its own thing here around $70. We'll continue to watch the U.S. dollar as well, but when we get back from Madeira.
U.S. President Donald Trump is speaking right now at the Board of Peace event. This started about half an hour after it was supposed to, just a little bit about after 9:30 is when it began. It's been happening for a couple of minutes. The reason I bring this up is because, A, we know that at any moment he can talk about the market, and B, he's actually already discussing said market. Trump saying that the Dow being over 50,000 and the S&P 500 being over 7,000 were things that people thought would not be possible to do in 4 years, and he's already done it. So Trump, once again, talking about these stock market gains. If there's anything else market-related, specifically potentially with regards to oil, given the Board of Peace element, I'll keep you guys posted. Back to you.
Just me, or I don't know. There's something, I don't want to be political, but the Board of Peace thing, it sounds like something that, like, in a comic book, like a villain would do.
Yeah.
That, you know what I'm saying? Where it's like I'm pretending like it's
Yeah,
like
of
Lex
course.
Luthor he'd call it the Board of Peace, but really.
What is Samuel L. Jackson the leader of?
Shield.
Shield. So that's what it
Shield.
sounds like. It's like you guys are all together as a group, protecting the greater good.
Board.
Yeah.
Just very quickly. Oh, well, I'm into.
I'm on the board.
Random Oddity says 1984. Is that
Everybody
1984
know.
thing? So look, I have to respect the fact that this broke above VWAP on Intel, but you can obviously see I got wicked out here. It came all the way to 44.80. It's right back underneath the volume weighted average price. If it can close under again, I will take a second shot at it. That's not a real candle on Oxy. Oh, okay, no, it's not. No, I had one of my charts has a candle down to 50. I was like, no way that went to $50, and I didn't pick it up. So I'm not in Occidental. That's actually holding VWAP in here. This was the one long idea that I actually liked, but we're not going to get that 50 level anytime soon. I don't want to chase it all the way into VWAP. One of the reasons for that is come to the daily chart for a quick second. Like Oxy is right into the next level up, which is overhead resistance at this little 52. Hence why I only want to play these pullbacks. So it is looking a little bit dicey for that long if you didn't get it right away. Offset open. So I want to look for this re-entry if I can. If it can close under the volume weighted average price on Intel.
Oh,
Tried it early once, but then with that wick out, I want to see a lower something we can play in the other direction. You said Netflix?
No, Netflix not doing anything. Netflix just back and forth a couple bucks there. Yeah, look, the name that we started the show with, so basically when we logged in here today, I was like, let's look for some Amazon weakness there today. We saw, part of that was Walmart was down, but we'd also seen, and I don't know, I'm still short Walmart. Walmart's actually printing quite nicely right now. But Amazon right there to the downside again today. Yeah, just had a move and now has another move, and this other move is down. So there goes Amazon right now bleeding to the downside, now down 1% AMZN. I did write down the TQQ trade that we probably should have had again on their 49 sell area. Again, like this is exactly what we wrote down was 49 sell, but it's in the pre-market and then it hits right away all the way up there at 931. So it's like, should have just taken that one, but trying to let things settle down a little bit here in the market, right? So good trading as we got. I got another piece I want to broke through 129 right there on Walmart. Just checking back, 1/3 left of our position. I almost said 35%. 1/3 left there of our position. So we'll see. Hopefully it gets a little lower on that one. Silver doing its own thing here again. Like it just bounced off. We don't have the best price on this, and what else is new? We always start to short a little too early. But it comes right back up there into the 200 period moving average and gives you that short at 70.50 there. So yeah, we again had written down on here 71 short. Like these are things that we're writing down, but again, some of the levels are hitting in the pre-market. So go over here, just go find the sticky note if you're interested in it. There's Palantir, there's silver 71 short. We'll watch the breakdown of 70 there as well. That's what we sort of thought we would be looking for. TQQ's 49 high, Walmart 126. But that 126 was like, conference call did not agree with the 126 number there at all. Now silver's back in the money. Not even close, man. It just 126 was actually a great bottom during that call. So I think we just flipped the trade on the other side there. But Walmart's going to be a nice positive name for me today. But here goes silver. So hi-ho. I'll see if we get it. There it is. We get a 96. So this, yes, sir. This took a little bit of patience. But now we can spin this money as there goes silver right back into the downside as well. So let me take out another piece of Walmart, and we'll see if this silver trade can really come back in, man. This is what we're looking for on silver. Next sort of area, 69.50 or so. SLV. Let's see how low this name can go.
I see in the chat there, Commodity Kings mentioning ETH is making a power move. It is slightly bouncing. I'm looking back for a set. I need a setup, obviously, to get back into Bitcoin. But I'm looking at that at the 66,000 mark. If it loses 66, I'm looking to play. You're still under VWAP on both. Actually, they're about the same spot. They're almost identical charts. There's IBIT trying to go above VWAP. There's ETHA trying to go above VWAP. But you have topping tails in either case. If those fail to go under VWAP, that's the way I want to look for an entry short. It doesn't mean you're always going to snag it, because I can tell you on Intel, on the way back in, if you get it on the way up, yeah, sure, great. I could hold this one 1% against. But on the way back underneath, couldn't even get filled back through. Intel now down 3% on no specific news that I'm aware of, but it could just be Intel being Intel. For those that are looking at energy, almost identical to the Oxy chart, although obviously not up as big. XLE breaking out, but Occidental is the one in the space that's moving the most, up 9% after earnings, and they missed on revenue. It wasn't even perfect for them. There's also a small capper in the energy space. It was that, Rudy? I thought it began with an R in there as well. So just watch out. There is a small capper that was running earlier, but my eyes are going to be on Oxy. Doesn't look like IBIT wants to lose his volume-weighted average price. Might just have to be the patience game for the short. In Bitcoin, allow it to retest the local high like a 37.8, something like this, break a trend, or even get into 38 where this was barcoding most of the afternoon. So yeah, we're gonna have to wait for that setup to come in there if I'm not gonna see it in IBIT anytime soon. And then the other name, the fourth name that I was watching for the trade this open was Palantir off of this pre-market high in the 135. It's now $1 away. So Palantir is now within spitting distance of that resistance spot. And it's just a bit of a head and shoulders-ish setup, right? Like you had all day, most of the morning, it was upside, and then we just gave it up to close, giving up all the gains, setting up this potential head and shoulders. If it goes another 50 to 60 pennies, then we're testing that pre-market high, and I look for the reverse in Palantir. So there's something which is actually giving the pop and fade or potential pop and fade that I was actually looking for.
Yeah, good look there. We actually really do. I mean, Palantir, I think, with this market moving higher there, should be good. Yeah, so silver, man, I mean, okay, goes right into the lows of the day, comes right back up, and we are getting close to potentially stopping out at those levels there on silver. So watch out. We talked about 70.70 is going to be our out, and we just almost got there. That's the top end right there. So we'll see if that can come through. We're still short. Now we're short at $70.40. So we'll see if we can get a bid there. I'll put a bid at 30 to see if we can capture a little bit of something if that does come back into that area. Back to flat now on SLV as we wait. There it is. We took a 33 there. Off that reload. So we'll see if it goes. Oh, I have a button for that. We're reloaded. All right, let's check out what the dollar index is doing right now. So generally speaking, you know, you would sort of want, if we're going to hope that silver goes down, we would want a stronger U.S. dollar so that you have to buy silver. If you're buying it in foreign currencies, it becomes a little bit more expensive. So we'll see what winds up happening here with the U.S. dollar now and SL. Wow. Okay, Neil. Now I don't know what just happened there, but there's the move down. The market flashed. Okay. Yeah, good little move there for SLV. We just now we're at our daily goal right there, but we got to start taking some out. I mean, it doesn't mean anything if you don't take advantage of said move. So there goes. So what we got some bids down there. We just didn't get the ultimate low of $70. We put another bid here at 20. There it is. We'll grab that, and now hopefully we'll get that downside play. We did get close. I'm going to put another a bid out here on Walmart. There he goes. We'll take a 65 fill. That almost broke through 130 again as well. So I mean, now the market's battling back again. Like, talk about like just pure chop fest. I mean, the market really can't figure itself out. I'm still only really looking at these two names, but for me, it's been a good look there. So yeah, we'll just continue with that. You're on Palantir. I know that was a name that I was interested in as well. So yeah, good look. I think picking the right name here, PLTR.
No, not at this price. Because it gave the patented, this is one of my favorite setups, to be honest with you. It's that pre-market level break. It did do the topping tail candle, but once you break that prior high, you got to jump out, have to follow the rule. Even if I wanted to go, why am I still bidding if I'm out? I want to cancel that. That should have auto-canceled. Oh, doesn't really matter. Oh. Yeah, now you're starting to bounce even higher. Oxy, again, the only long I liked is going to be Occidental, but I'm not chasing this move. I do feel like there's a chance if the 15-minute, we have one 15-minute candle on this stock. So if I can see it hold above 51, then I don't mind chasing up here to play into 52. But overall, this stock is now up 9% and seeming like a little bit dicey of a chase. The frustrating one's going to be Intel because, let's be real, to lose when it only worked is always going to be annoying. But that topping tail was too big on the 3-minute. I am looking to get back into this short. Even with that last bounce in the market, this is barely bouncing off of the lows and down 3%. Adaro, what do you have for us?
Yeah, as you guys know here, we do have U.S. President Trump still talking. Nothing really market-related here. But the thing I want to mention is Kashkari is still speaking as well. Fed's Neil Kashkari. He's talking about new Fed or possibly Fed Chair Warsh, saying that Warsh has been outspoken in offering ideas to the Fed, and he's looking forward to the coming discussion. We also have Kashkari saying that Warsh is well qualified, in his opinion, to be the chair of the Federal Reserve. He's also saying, too, one other thing that Kashkari said a little bit earlier that I think is worth mentioning as well, is that he said that AI investment could potentially be driving up the neutral rate. Now, we don't have any economic data coming through at 9:45. Obviously, it's now 9:48. But at 10 a.m., we are going to be getting pending home sales. I'll be giving those to you guys in just 12 minutes now. Back to you.
Ooh, okay, pending home sales.
Could be driving up the neutral rate. I think what Kashkari means to say is energy prices being driven up by data centers could cause inflation. Is anybody shocked by that statement? He could have just said that.
Oh, they can always make things simpler, and they don't. So that's, you know, you got to make it like they're the smartest guys around. All right, so again, almost breakout of Walmart downside right now. We can check out other names like a Target. Yeah, they're not doing a whole heck of a lot right now. We're just going to wait for silver to come back in. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, we're out at 70. We've sort of pegged out that one. Let's have a quick look at some of the broader market names right now as we just have a look at what sectors are popping or dropping. I mean, energy, that's going to be a good one, man. We've already talked about them today. Oil was up 1.6% when we last looked. So this space, you can't go wrong today with energy. XOM, CVX, EOG, all sort of moving around today. Obviously, there's not too many green areas now. As far as another name, utilities, transports trying to go as well. Consumer non-durables, you know, we had Procter. Like I was saying, man, you can hold it in your hand. I like that stock. So there's Procter & Gamble right now. You can hold some Nike in your hand, but I don't know if I like that one. Wow, Walmart is really, man, Walmart's really coming back in now, $1.50 as Walmart's at the lows. We just take another fill right there. It's a big stock for me today. WMT off of the sticky note. So that's so far so good. You know, take advantage of maybe some of this, like Lamb down 3%, AMAT down 2%, Caterpillar down. John Deere up at 7, up 9% right now. Cummins, we got super chat about many of these names as the industrials. If you like the space, getting hit a little bit today, maybe take advantage over there. Eli Lilly, AbbVie, a lot of these names getting hit. I really like the XBI. Pfizer continues to be not great. That was another name that we had from Brian Shannon. We can have a quick little look at that, you know, later on for Pfizer. But yeah, so, you know, it's just kind of a mixed bag here today, and the financials down as well.
That if it was a breakout. If memory,
yeah, we just have to ask. I haven't looked at the chart.
Yeah, if memory serves for Brian, this is not to sit there and yikes. It's not to sit there and defend. I'm just pretty sure he was like, it needs to break this $28 level. Like right in here.
Yeah, so that would be a great short, then hopefully he has that on.
Yeah, that looks like it would have been an absolutely fantastic short, and maybe there's a dip buy in at 25 that could come into play for it. But while we're looking at that, my eyeballs are going back over to, well, two places, Intel and IBIT. That's going to stick with the same plan. We don't really have much of a trend that's going to be forming, but you can see it's a pretty steep one. And when it's that steep early, I'm usually in the back off and wait mode. So 37.8, so you can see here, just a little bit further, and then you can get up to that. I don't want to call it overnight resistance, but it kind of is overnight resistance. By the way, this Occidental is absolutely, it's just going ham at this point. It's at some point, this just turns into, we got one red candle on the 3-minute, and it hasn't been a real pullback candle since. Like, we've been flying off of any support levels. You might end up getting past that 52, and then the setup turns into, well, I'm waiting for a reversion in the other direction. Because if it gets to $53, that is what it is on the daily chart. And that's a big resistance spot for Oxy on the daily chart, that 53. Intel just missed me. Again, I'm sitting right there for the curl and did not get picked up at 44.20. This is down 3%. Don't know why. The chip name that actually had a reason to, well, maybe there wasn't a reason, but that had any action this morning was SMCI, and that's absolutely flying. If I see no story for this SMCI, at some point, if there ends up being nothing and this gets to double digits, actually a little further away. It's like 32.8. That would be the big level. So it's got about another 80 cents to go before anything definitive. So we'll see if we get swept up into Intel. Palantir's almost at 135. And oh my goodness, a red candle is forming on Occidental. Finally, oil's been strong. Oxy leading the way, pulling back into VWAP. If it can hold VWAP here, didn't want to chase, but we can get into this long, hopefully.
Yeah, we're Looks like silver wants to teeter higher here. You know, generally speaking, we talked about the strong U.S. dollar, but we're going to have to. We just got a 61 there, so our offer is now 50s. Sorry, our average price is now 50s on SLV. So let's wait to see where this name goes from here. Another short. We're getting ready to get stopped out if this breaks 70. So you know, we're well positioned. We're well aware of that trade right now. I was actually looking at Apple. Apple's at a spot where I think it needs to decide what it wants to do right now. You know, just hitting this 200 period moving average right now, trying to think about 264. The market just went on a nice little run higher there. So yeah, it could be time for Apple to think about break and hold higher than 264 right now. So if it does do that, it looks like you know, you could have an extension here on Apple, as it's had some good moves over the last couple of days, both to the high side and to the low side. Walmart's been my best stock anyways today. Obviously, I've only traded 2 of them. We're still in silver. And Walmart down there has been a good one. So we'll see. It did break earlier, but then we were able to, you know, when it breaks, we lost 40 cents or something, and we're able to take money back out as this name moves around. Let's see if the futures do want to pull back just a little bit now. But yeah, it's Apple I'm looking at there. We had Klarna today get absolutely destroyed off the open. Still, wow, it was only down 17%, now down 23%. I could assume that Affirm is also hitting the skids a little bit. No, not really. That's kind of doing nothing.
That's
it did have a...
Really?
Yeah, well, it did have a move down. It's still down 3%, but it was down lower than that. Bitcoin, nice move higher, right? I mean, IBIT, I know you looked at this a little bit earlier too. There's a nice move higher on that. We have pending home sales coming up very soon, which should influence this market, that's for sure. All right, moments away from taking an L here on this last little reload for SLV, because the short is there. Oh, the short is not working. It just did flash 71s. That's going to be when we get out, once that starts printing. So does not print, but definitely looking like it's going to. So right now, silver just touches out at that high again, and now making a move lower, but still don't love the stock one bit. You know what? Let's take advantage of this a little bit and get something out here at 58, just because it just bounced off of that area. Let's take a little pressure off the trade position. So, to the, you know, it's definitely upside. So there it is, man. When you're wrong, take something, and now we're trying to absorb higher on silver, but it might not. Apple, I guess. No, back down through 64 again. Okay, so the market's just figuring it out at the day's high now.
The market trying to bring 4 new home sales.
Yeah.
I don't want to dismiss any number, but it's not a gigantic one. I'm not really expecting it to move much. So Oxy, the first red 50, it just bounced temporarily off the level above V up. I hope immediately want to for a quick scalp, because it's looking a little Intel just pulled back into the volume price. My goodness, Palantir's already at 135.
Oh boy.
I don't know. All right, I mentioned today that you can like a level, but it needs to actually show you a setup. And so there was a setup here at 133.5, and I might like the 135 level, but I'm not really seeing a reason to get into a short there. It's one thing if I see it slowing down, easing into that price level, but I'm not seeing that at all. It actually blasted through 135 en masse. Like IBIT got to 37.8 and checked a little bit at 138 at 38. But Palantir looking incredibly strong. As the market going higher, that just continues to rally. And this is sort of that's the annoying thing. Oxy does not hold on. If this fills the whole gap, then we're back to thinking 50 long. Although initially I know I said 49 to the long side. But yeah, just going to try and take these little scalp opportunities if we can, because the direction of this market, I think, is yet to be determined. I'm not believing in this breakout until a 15 closes above. If we close above on the 15, then I'm convinced that we don't have just a choppy mess.
All right, we wrote down 136 for Palantir, so I'm going to start it right here at 135.40. I do have, you know, higher expectations for this stock, obviously, so we're just going to layer into it and see what happens at 136. I mean, removed from Bank of America's list there today. This is that 135 area. This is 136 where we saw yesterday in the afternoon. We couldn't really get above it. That wick is 136.30. I'm more just worried about the 136 level. If we break that, we'll give it a couple heartbeats and then punch out. But, for right now, we'll take this short back in. It's now 30 cents in the money. So I like that one. We'll see how far this one can go to the downside right now. Walmart's still doing its own thing. But silver, unfortunately, the last little bit of that trade flushed out as we do take that 70 area right now. Okay, here we go, man. This is what we're talking about. There goes Palantir. Let's see if we can take advantage of that. Bid some 07s, and there it goes, man. Put the money back in your pocket with PLTR. Now 40 cents in and starting to go a little bit lower. Okay, we'll take 50 cents on Palantir, hopefully. But that's going to be about our risk, right? So if we can get that in there, we can go 1-to-1 and flatten out or hold a little bit. We'll see if we can take out half for the 1-to-1, and then we'll wait for a bigger move up and see what winds up happening for Palantir if we can get a little bit more short on PLTR. The futures came close to a short for me. We said 49. Went to 49 and change. Now it's trying to break a little lower on that. I think it's a little risky taking it ahead of home sales, but I don't want to take it yet. So we're going to have to wait for the TQs and see if, there we go. Did that print me out? Yeah, where am I bidding here? I'm bidding Palantir. Oh no, we did get filled. Okay, good. Yeah, we did get filled. So we're out of half on that already. Our fill was 90 there. So we take the 134.90. So that's 50 cents in your pocket on Palantir. Let's see where it goes down. Okay, Palantir, maybe a little bit more. I mean, can we make $1 on this trade? We'll get some out in the 60s. Pending home sales, new pending home sales coming out could affect the market. Man, not overly excited about it. I don't think so. But there goes Palantir, man. It's 80 cents in the money there on PLTR. So far, so good on that one. Thank you, Chris Trader. Let's go back over to the desk with Adara as we got the numbers coming out now.
The number that is pending home sales change month over month and year over year for the month of January. Month over month going to be, as far as I've been seeing here, the more closely watched of these prints. 2% is the forecast. Previous was negative 9.3. Now we only have just 7 seconds here until we get that number. Year over year home sales for what it's worth. Previous negative 3%, forecast positive 2.4. And again, pending home sales month over month, negative 0.8%. That is going to be below that forecast here of positive 2%. So a bit lower than expected here for those pending home sales market. A little bit of a pullback, but again, generally pushing nicely here off of these lows of day. As we do have a lot to evaluate, we have tons of appearances from U.S. President Donald Trump throughout the day. He'll be visiting Rome, Georgia, the state of Georgia, not the country of Georgia, making some speeches about the economy, visiting factories, visiting local businesses. So President Trump absolutely going to be on watch here with some of the comments. He's currently speaking at this Board of Peace event. Also speaking, we did have some comments from Fed's Kasperi, who basically said that he believes that AI is very likely going to be increasing the neutral rate. I want to talk about oil here. Here is Occidental, OXY. As Neil mentioned, not really a pure oil play, but any of these oil plays are going to be in watch amidst ongoing geopolitical concerns, specifically with Iran and the U.S. I want to talk about earnings here, last but not least. It'd be impossible to mention all of them here in this one segment, but here is Carvana bouncing really nicely here and almost actually at yesterday's closing level, or very least support from yesterday after an earnings report. They did beat here on sales here for CVNA. Other earnings on watch include Etsy, eBay, DoorDash, Wayfair, Walmart. The list really goes on and on. A whole bunch of these earnings names can be found on X and TTV Research. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe, and stay with us here. It's Sean and Neil.
But also make sure that you note that number that you see on your screen, because it says 5. And that means there's only 5 days left for the Trader TV Academy going live. The countdown continues. It's been a long time coming, but we refuse to rush this process. Countless hours have been spent refreshing and perfecting the core learning materials here to ensure they meet the standards of today's markets. It's the way we learn to trade, and it's built from the ground up for this modern market. Do not miss the launch. It's Tuesday, February 24th. Keep your ear to the ground. Make sure you get your notifications up. We'll be talking about it. We'll be showing it off. Again, it's been a long time coming. We're very excited for the Academy. 5 days. Yesterday, I accidentally said Joe DiMaggio, and it was Yogi Berra. We got Joe DiMaggio days left. So we're excited for the Academy. We hope you guys are too as well. Oh, we had a super chat.
Yeah. Okay.
That's, I knew it was. Frederick Von Yummy Pants. If you send a super chat, I'm going to say the name. Just buy some AG, HLSCF, CDE, take a nap, come back at 4 o'clock. You like all of those. I love, well, this is the silver now. I was going to say I love gold, so you can just go with the metals. 9%. These miners have been on fire. I know you were mentioning HYMC yesterday, I believe. AG, looks like it could be breaking out. So if you want to come back at 4 o'clock, is it going to break that 25? Already up 9 points and looking for more. Some overhead resistance at the 25, but look at that one. They're absolutely flying. So does arrows up for the miners for a second day in a row.
I'm trying to, miners. I mean, silver right now is trying to go higher. So far, so good. Another position on right now. We're going to try Robinhood long here. And Palantir is coming up to a level. It's a good thing we had cashed out near those lows. We actually took that. Oh, we just got more shares short. Okay, of Palantir. But I do like Robinhood here, trying to hold some of those bids, right? I mean, you never want to go necessarily short long Robinhood and short Palantir. I mean, both of these names will go with or without the market. But 75.95, let's get a little piece out there just ahead of 76 if we can do that. We'll see if we can take 20 cents real quick, but just trying to see if we can hold that low here around 75.60 or so for Robinhood, that little bottom wick. So let's put that out there. 75, let's just use something like this, 75.50 break, 75.48. We just got to stop out if it does break that, and we'll deal with it then. But so far, so good there to the upside. We'll see what Robinhood wants to do. All right, we did get shorter in Palantir, just a little bit there at 50. So now our average price is 50. So we'll put another bid down there, again, in the teens, or in the O's, actually, and see if we do grab that bid as here it comes falling back in just a little bit. See if we could take 50 cents. Remember, our stop is going to be up there near 136. So let's just keep on rinsing it out down near that bottom side of 135, and then we'll take, well, you know what, I'll take a little bit of a bid right now in the teens if we can get it on PLTR. Okay, Robinhood, we got a little bit more as we approach that 75.50 area. So Robinhood in the blotter now, just going to give it 20 cents, see if the risk to reward pays off here on Robinhood. What you got over there, Adara?
Just be aware here, guys. President Trump still talking. He's saying that the U.S. is having good talks with Iran, but that a meaningful deal is needed. So OXY dropping a little bit lower on these comments. Market initially pushing a little bit higher. But again, Trump saying, or basically speaking here about the importance of a meaningful deal, but that the U.S. is having good talks, quote unquote, with Iran. Just something to note here for the market and specifically for oil. Maybe keep an eye on some of these defense plays as well, because Trump is just saying that the U.S. just ordered 22 more B-2 bombers. Back to you.
Yeah, we were just talking about the stealth bomber this morning.
Some Boeing action.
Look, they can't lose. Like, just look at the chart. We talked about Raytheon yesterday. LMT made fresh highs, 52-week highs, if not all time, and they're all just winning. And then ultimately, conflict or no conflict. I know some people don't like investing in defense names, and I get it. You know, they're making weapons of destruction at the end of the day, but profitability is profitability.
Protection, protection.
Oh yeah, either way you want to look at it, but cash is cash, right? So don't get me wrong. Like, everyone has to do that.
Robinhood did not work.
Right, so IBIT is trying to put another topping tail. There was this topping tail candle, halfway to VWAP, and that's it. So I got half out. If we hold this topping tail, I'd reload and play back for the volume-weighted average price. With the way Oxy's coming back in, I need to see it definitively bounce off this 50. Actually, it is the $50 level, not the 50 pre-moving average, although it also would be that too, but the $50 breakout level. That'll be a frustrating one because I didn't like the 50 break. Don't like breakouts in this market because it's been a weak one most of the time. 49 was the initial dip buy level, but if we can close holding 50, maybe break a trend, that would at least give me an entry. But eyes on this IBIT, another topping tail, and I'm going to not jump back in, but try to reload the short that we took out on the way to the volume-weighted average price. So market looking, like I said, it's green since the open on the 15-minute. But topping tail, no big follow through. We're not really closing with a lot of strength above VWAP or above those highs. It's a very unconvincing rally so far this morning, which would be nasty if it turns into a convincing one, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm going to try. I mean, I still like the short, man. I mean, we unfortunately, we thought Robinhood might have been on its own little thing there and trying to go back up there to the upside. But yeah, the futures do not play nice with Robinhood, and it goes down, so we'll lose 15 cents on that one. Too bad. So sad. Love Dad. All right, so TQQs here. We're going to watch out for that. A new position alert here. We're going to short the futures now at 49 and change. You know, we did like the 49 short to begin with. It does have a nice rally up, and now we can use this sort of top as our area to break. So if it does break that 40-40 or so, you know, we can get out of that. That would be the top wick of the last trade there. So we're waiting to see if there is going to be a downside move here. Trump saying there still is work, obviously, to be done with Iran. I mean, we kind of know about that. So, you know, he's going to be talking all about that right now. Nuclear weapons, everything. Adara has the story, I believe, right now.
Yeah, just more from Trump here, just more details, saying that he believes that Hamas will have to give up their weapons or, quote, they will be harshly met. Also saying that they do have some more work to do with Iran, as we had Sean mentioned just now, but also Trump further saying that the U.S., quote, might have to take a step further on Iran. So he did talk about how they need a significant deal. He said talks are going well, but now saying that there actually still is more work to do. So lots of back and forth here in Iran, as evidenced to an extent by this move in the market and on oil. Back to you.
All right. I mean, all these shorts are now printing through on this kind of news. So we're $1 in the money on Walmart. We're 35 cents, I don't know, in the money on Palantir, and we just took some profit on the TQs. So let's see if we do fade out, man. I mean, I really want to wait to see if there's a bigger move going to happen now. I mean, all this talk, the president's on the mic. Who knows what he winds up saying? And that's a very dangerous thing to trade off of, you know, because something positive happens, the market spikes, you know, but we're just going to try to play off of that high. We initially did want the TQ short, so we'll just sit there and play with that and hopefully get it. You know, if we do get anything down here, I do have another bid at 48.90, which is basically right where this level is. So hopefully we get a downside play there. We just took another fill on PLTR. So yeah, buddy, so far so good here on the downside for this market. And yeah, maybe another print. We're going to wait for 128. My bid at Walmart is still 128.10s. So hopefully that will come in and we'll be able to grab that fill. But here we go. Let's go TQs. Right back to where we took the profit. Let's put it right there. So it's at 93. Let's put a bid at 93. See if we get that. FYI, I'm going to 95. So we'll see if we can get that, and then we'll go on from there. So far, so good here, trying to play a little back end short.
And we got a poll up, apparently.
Oh.
So I'm going to put my answer in here, and we'll do it live. Trump's Iran deal talk, bullish or bearish? I have to. Even though I'm bearish right now and shorting IBIT, I got to say bullish piece is good, right? You have to. Like, who doesn't want? I don't care what you feel, man. You gotta want some kind of a deal to happen.
I think they're talking about the market, though. Bullish on the market.
But if you look at the reaction to the VIX every time we got negative news with Iran, that would suggest that we should be strong on a deal happening. Maybe not for defense stocks, fair enough, but we've had a bunch of spikes in the VIX whenever we've gotten some of these headlines like, hey, they're sending that, I forget the name of that massive carrier, it's like the biggest carrier in the world. When they sent that over, big spike in the VIX. So I kind of feel it should be a little bit bullish. Again, maybe not for defensive stocks, obviously, maybe not for oil, but at least certainly for the overall market. So maybe one more fill, and just IBIT, maybe one more fill at this range if we're not going to get all the way to the volume weighted average price as we try to work our way back into the downside. One name that we didn't go over or haven't gone over since the open, DoorDash. Almost went red. It's been trending down pretty decently. Worth a watch here. If this market does get or continue, I guess, to slightly bounce, it's got two pretty distinct points in here. If this can hold the prior day, it filled in the gap. There's your pullback into prior highs. Kind of buried the lead there. So if we hold this level, maybe a third time, and then retest this trend, which isn't really formed yet, and then can break out, that would be a bit of a play for DoorDash. Sometimes waiting for these stocks to fill in the gap is the only way to go. So I'm going to have that one up on the side. Just got to fill at VWAP, and then we popped off VWAP here on IBIT. My next bid's underneath the volume weighted average price into this afternoon support level. So we're back to the volume weighted average price. That one heading down. Not really seeing any obvious short setups. I did say if Oxy got to challenge 50, I'd look for the long, but it did not get to that $50 level. And one more for you. We're on it yesterday, but not today, and maybe deserves to be back on the radar. Well, when I looked at it, this was holding yesterday's highs, and that's ONDS. No longer the case. It's going to have to get back above 1125. It was a good long, channeled up pretty much the entirety of the day if you caught the VWAP early. But if it doesn't hold VWAP again, this might be a bit of a dead one. I like the fact that ONDS on this is above the 50 period. I like the strength that it had when we were trading yesterday, but this is now a failed break. So 3 minutes ago it looked bullish. Now I got to stay away. Shorts are coming in.
I just had texted my mom. What's up, my mom?
Hi, Debs.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, well, she's not watching.
I don't. Maybe she is. I never know. Okay, so right into here. Here goes the market. So nice move, man. As it's coming back in. You know, I'm not really bidding. Well, we should have just bid there in the 80s. So I didn't even realize that just happened. So let's put another bid down there in the mid 80s. We'll see if we can get it. But again, we shorted the futures. Let's see if it wants to work out for us. Palantir is still trying to make some moves there as well. But Walmart is your dollar club, and it's just kind of bouncing around right now. So I feel like for Walmart, let's just put a bid. We'll see if we get a 62 fill. Hopefully we do. And that's just been bouncing off this area. So no matter what I think, you think, Neil thinks, anybody thinks about the market, individual stocks find these levels, and right there, like I can't predict this, but it's just been bouncing off there now for basically forever. I mean, we had one move, and if you go all the way back here, we've been bouncing off this 128.50 since the start of the day. 935 was the first time it bounced there, and it's bounced there now 3 times, if not more than that. So let's cover a little bit there at 60s. That looks like that was a good move, and then we'll just worry about everything else. Palantir is kind of giving me the same kind of feels right now, so let's put another bid on Palantir. And you know, I've been caught trying to have just monster winners all the time, and sometimes if they're not there, you got to look at the chart and be like, what's going on? Like, why isn't Palantir coming down when this is happening to the market? So, you know, we'll put our thinking cap on, take a little bit out there, just in case there is some sort of a bottom that's being supported there by Palantir. Of course, as soon as we take it out, it flushes a little bit. We still have a very good position on, so let's see where Palantir goes from here. Next bid, let's just try this, man. Let's try the 50-period moving average down near 134 on PLTR. All right, Adara, I think we've been called for you. Futures going down, lowest it's been, Palantir going, Walmart going. We got 3 shorts on. They're all pretty good right now. Back to Adara.
One ticker that I think potentially worth being aware of here is STRL, Sterling Infrastructure. Worth noting, not a ton of volume on this, like roughly 100,000 shares traded on the day. But I do bring it up because sometimes the volume comes a little bit later. Just be aware, guys, this stock is on watch with a short report from Snowcap Research. They called this company, quote, a poster child for the AI bubble. So that is STRL. Back to you.
STRL, another one of those small caps. And I saw this one that we haven't mentioned, Garrett, and that is maybe the longest time we've gone without mentioning any of the memory stocks. SNDK, SanDisk breaking the high of the day, and I just heard in my ear, also breaking the high of the day is going to be, hey, the biggest, the baddest, green for a split second was NVIDIA. Next week they're going to be reporting. You think that's going to be a big report? Spoiler alert, yes, of course it's going to be a big one. But this blasting higher is going to cause, so you had a couple of names breaking out in the chip space. Mm-hmm. I think that's going to cause a reason to take a little bit more out of the shorts. Yeah, we're coming back through VWAP here on IBIT. Instead of, I'm not going to trail out, but I am going to trim some. I'm going to trim at VWAP and then let it make the next move. Like I already moved my stop to the break even. I haven't moved it any further down, but I'm going to look for a re-entry. If the if the Nasdaq retests the highs and I'm playing lower highs here, then I think this IBIT stays a short. But again, it was like the early short has been good, but we've had these late moves in IBIT before you really start to trend down. So if it's similar to yesterday, there could be this kind of a consolidative moment where we try the short just somewhere else. It's the best way to think about it. So just be patient with IBIT, take some out at that VWAP, look for the next opportunity, and then back to DoorDash, which gave up a lot of its gains. Now you've held that prior low. It's trying to break out this little trend line in here. I'd like it better if it failed, retested the low, and then broke out. Beggars can't be choosers. It's doing whatever the heck it wants to do here. It has held that low. It can be a little bit of a break here, but unfortunately, I will not take a trend break directly underneath VWAP. I just don't like it. So I might not be in this one if it just breaks in right here. I need to see it maybe hold and consolidate above the volume weighted average price. DoorDash up 3.5%, but remember, this was double digits to the upside. And much like other earnings names, and I'm looking at you, Figma, it dumped right off of the open. Hey, even Figma caught a bid.
It looks like everything's catching a bit. I mean, with NVIDIA at the high of the day, you have another big name here, Delta name, Palantir. Like, as the market runs, this name is running. And we're short right now at 76. So if I don't like it, I can get out for a 10-cent hit right now. 15 cents. But, I'm going to give it a shot, into 136.20. That was basically where my stop was. We almost got stopped out there. Whenever that almost happens, it pretty much is kind of like par for the course that it may happen. But there it is. We're back to basically flat now on PLTR. Let's just give it a little bit of room, like I said. And you were trying to make 50 cents so we can lose 50 cents. But yeah, nice run up. I don't know if we expected. I mean, I don't know if we expected this. Obviously, going short, at here near the high of the day pre-market, that was decent. But now there's a lot of sky upside right here for PLTR. So, all right, well, now it's starting to come back. We should have maybe taken advantage of that a little bit on that little bit of a pullback, because I said we had come close to getting stopped out there, and then it just runs into the 60s, and we don't do anything about it. So let me put a bid down there, see if we could take a little bit, and then just take out 10% or so. But now it's coming back upside. So someone flushed it, and now it looks like it's trying to hold. So boo on you, PLTR. Sorry, that's PLTR. TQQs as well, trying to make some moves. Just went up to 49.20. We did not reload it. Let's go over to Adair and find out what she's saying.
It's basically 10:20, so I'll do news and I'll do a small cap recap all in one, because we can do that here at Trader TV Live. I want to start here by talking about the news here. U.S. President Trump, who seems like he's wrapping up his Board of Peace speech, saying that Iran must make a deal or, quote, bad things will happen. And now is the time for Iran to join us on a path to peace. So keep an eye here on oil and on the market again, as U.S. President Trump says that bad things will happen, quote unquote, if Iran does not join the U.S. on the path to peace. Now let's get into these small caps. All of these, incidentally, are plays that I've seen are being attributed to going higher on this Iran and U.S. back and forth intentions here. So here's RCAT, that's Red Cat Holdings. This is in that kind of drone and defense space. Red Cat has a 20% short float. 10% short float here. This is BATL, Battalion Oil. Of course, an oil and gas play. We know this sector very much doing well on these types of catalysts, and BATL with a, again, 10% short float. Last but not least, ONDS, Ondas, also in the this kind of defense and drone space, and ONDS with a 26% short float. So decently shorted names in the oil and drone space. Small caps doing quite well today, guys, without any individual catalysts of their own. Back to you.
All right, I mean, now the market is starting to tank as Adair goes back to you right there. Let's put a 55 bid. We do catch that bid now, so now we're starting to cash out, at a much more appropriate level for us on PLTR. Hopefully we do come back in. We were able to cash out more on the TQs as well, as that move came right back into our levels there. So the short temporarily printed now there on the futures and on some of these stocks, but still, battling with, prices right now as the market's very, very flat. I don't know what else to tell everybody. Like, this is what the market's doing. So we're trying to battle with some of these names and
Shopping like Paul Bunyan.
Yeah, good one there.
Anyone get Paul Bunyan references though?
What, wood? Like chopping? Like?
Yeah, but Paul Bunyan's like from our childhood, or like no, not even
maybe even earlier than that, but
way older.
yeah. So, anyways, the market, good one there. The market is choppy. That is for sure. I'm not going to reload the Palantir trade. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. We've already taken some profit on it, and we'll try to let the rest run. I mean, we only got out of 20% down there because it was not a very big trade. Like, it was just, it was pretty good. I mean, we were short at 79s or something. Now our average price is 85s, and our best fill there is, I think we got 52s. 53s, sorry. So, we got out of 53 for about a quarter, about that 20%. So if it does come back in, we like the trade here on PLTR. The market seems like it might be ticking higher. Now it's starting to pull back again. So I don't know. Let's let it breathe a little bit, man. I just can't keep scalping it out every time. So let's let this market breathe. We're $1 in the money on Walmart, and we're trying to get down lower here on the TQs. I actually will take another bid right here at 96. And now let's let this thing fall down. The next bid I have is 85s, and then lower here. There, yeah. Now we're starting to spin it, man. Good trade there. Now, this will put us back into Greensville, obviously, because we're holding stuff. Here comes Palantir. Nice move to the downside. There we go. We get 25s on this name. Good trade there for PLTR. PNL1 will be TQs. then Walmart, then Palantir. We are red on SLV today, but other than that, man, it's been a pretty good day. Oh, Robinhood, we took a cup of coffee on that, but so far so good here. Palantir downside, let's see how far this one wants to print. We just got 25s there. So, man, if this market loses the bid, this could really be in trouble, but seems to want to hold up. Let's just maybe get out of it all next time that happens, because Palantir, very, very strong stock.
Well, the market, like I said, it's been a bit of a chop fest. That's okay. So Intel tried VWAP twice on Intel. It broke through both times. One time was the right decision to get out. The other time it was the wrong decision to get out. But now we're breaking trend. So we're just kind of connecting the bars in the uptrend. We just broke it, confirmed closing. Oh, now auto cancel works? That's hilarious. Didn't get my other fill there at 69s. We're at 67 as well. But looking for the VWAP retracement. It's just these futures. We still don't have a close above the overnight high. Like this overnight's resistance level, or morning resistance, I should call it. Morning resistance. We haven't closed once above. This is a 15-minute. If this closes underneath, I think it's confirmation that it's one of those chop, pop, and fade type of deals. But until that happens, it is what it is. I'm looking low. I have a low of the day bid for IBIT. If we get that, great. If I see us cross 37.3, I'm going to move my trail as it follows it along to the downside. And then DoorDash, one of the earnings names, I said I would prefer it if it retested the trend line and then hit the low. Well, it's not doing the hit the low part. So it might do this trend break at VWAP, which I'm not a gigantic fan of, because that's going long right underneath the volume weighted average price on the bounce. Don't like it. You could still retest the low for that to set up a little bit better, as that's still looking weak. And it's weak relative to the market. Like, the market is gently, slowly trending up. DoorDash is rather dramatically trending down. So a long setup here has to look really, really good over there on DoorDash. And I would say the same thing if you were interested in like Figma. Like, Figma is almost like a Hail Mary. It's holding volume weighted average price, but that's almost too wild. ONDS, which is a small capper that we liked yesterday. I'm looking for this to finally look good above yesterday's highs, but it's just not doing it. It's still putting in some lower highs. Would like to see it put in some higher lows and hold the prior day tops, which is about $11.20. It's still failing that area over and over again. But I do like the daily chart on ONDS. I like it for a potential continuation play. It's just not yet setting up for this long, which is fine. It's a small capper. Sometimes the midday is the best for these types of continuations. That was certainly true yesterday on Ondis over there. Okay, so Dash actually looking a little bit strong. Ondis not really giving me anything. Commodity King says look at iPath. UiPath? I just said iPath.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it's not. Yuck. Well, maybe Kathy's buying some more of this, and that could give it a reason to go higher. Didn't even realize this was down around $11. I'm not seeing any real price action that makes any sense. I don't know of even a catalyst on UiPath. So Commodity King, why the interest in UiPath? Doesn't seem like it's doing much at all today. I can't figure that one out. Lemonade, I just heard in my ear. Oh,
did you hear it was a tasty treat?
You're short?
Lemonade.
If you're short, that's a very tasty one for you. Now down 5%. These gap ups on earnings have been dumpster fires this morning. Figma was a dumpster fire. Dash was bad, but I guess not a dumpster fire. Lemonade, that is nasty. This is exactly what you don't want to see after earnings. There's going to be a swing short in this if it breaks the 200 period moving average. If this loses the 200, there will be a potential nasty fallback. And I say this as someone who used to own this stock and kind of liked the business, but it doesn't matter now.
Okay, so things falling down, everything's going good, but Walmart going up. So, you know, we have 10%, we have 12% left of this stock, and we actually identified, so I think we're doing pretty good, man. I mean, we identified that this was gonna be a hold there, and, you know, was able to get out and just hold that last 10%. So, you know, I feel like that was a good call right there. We're gonna continue to make those. You know, looking for Palantir, again, like, just realizing that it's not really getting through this 135, so just more outs here on Palantir. My next bid is 134.85, hoping for a whoosh down into this 50-period moving average. Maybe we can get that, and then if we're lucky enough, then we basically can empty it all out if we get back to VWAP 134. So that would be great if that were to happen. So those are sort of my targets there for that name. Walmart, we talked about that. The TQs, okay, well, where's my next bid here? So I still have that 70 bid, but this is a nice little fall down. So let's bid out some now at 90s. Let's put a bid there, get filled. And then now we'll wait for a little lower. I was sitting, we should probably sit at VWAP, but let's see if we get a VWAP break into this area 71. So it's a good thing we just took that out, by the way. So yeah, this is the choppy market that we've come to expect right now. It's kind of going back and forth. We could check out what silver and gold is doing to see if there's any sort of like, okay, we went short on silver, small hit on that one, but it is my biggest hit of the day, SLV. You know, the problem is the shorting rate there. All of these shorts are completely fine. You made money there, stopped out there, but getting involved on that break, thinking that it was going lower. Mistake over there, and then gold as well, probably upside there today. I mean, I did not buy any of this most recent dip in gold. But looks like now today up 0.5% and seeing where we're going from there. So just a quick look to see if there's anything else going on in the broader markets. So we'll pull this down. This is our S&P 500 watch list. Look, man, there's less than 5 days away right now before you're going to be able to get involved with Trader TV Live Academy. So pay attention to that, man. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, get notifications. Come back, check us out in 5 days. It's going to be a complete course. Understanding the markets, understanding how our journey landed us to where we are. So you're gonna wanna figure that out for yourself, hopefully, and part of that is gonna be the course. So also continued mentorship and updates and everything coming on that course. You'll be sick of Neil and I, Sharif and Brendan, by the time that course is done as well. So, you know, that's perfect. If you want to hear us and listen to what we've been talking about, I think it's well worth the look for you guys on the Trader TV Live Academy. But now the market's starting to fall back in as we got Eli Lilly. There's that Nvidia, did make new highs. Now it's only down. Now it's down 0.22. We can have a quick look at that. Apple not helping the market out. Interesting to see Microsoft up today when everything else is red, all the other Mag 7s. But is there really a Mag 7 anymore? I mean, all 7 of them have completely different trajectories and different stories to tell, right? Amazon, Meta, Google, Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, and where's Tesla right there. So there's a completely different sort of dichotomy of direction now in the Mag 7. You can't, I don't think you just want to like hold all of them. They all have different reasons potentially why you may like or dislike the Mag 7, but you always got to like dollar clubs, and there it is right there on Palantir. So we just took that out at 85. We said that's where we were bidding. It just came through there, so that's a 134.85 fill. That's a big one, man. Putting our day green. We've talked about that again. But yeah, the S&P 493, a little more dominant this year and last year than the rest of the Mag 7. So SP 493 right now, the big one. And there goes the TQs. So see you later right now. 48.71s. Let me put another bid here just to get it out. We are still waiting for 75s, but without getting too greedy, we'll see if we can get that now. 81, give it to me, and there it is. Yes, sir. So we're so far so good, man. We're really rocking and rolling now. So far, so good here as we hold on to these shorts all morning long.
And rocking and rolling as well are names like SMCI, Tesla, and Walmart, which are at the top of the visualizer. I want to remind everybody, Farm Trader, you just put KNRX in the chat. Next time, if you do $KNRX, which I'm going to do right now. Ooh, there's rhyme. I remember that from yesterday.
You're ripping your rhyme, yeah.
I rip and I rhyme, I rhyme and I rip. There's KNRX. Coke. Come on, that's not the ticker for Coke. You guys know what it is. No, but the visualizer allows us to look at the names and talk about the names that you guys and all viewers are interested in. Hims actually flat now after all those gains, near the top of the list. Just throw them in there. I see silver. There's Micron. We talked a little bit about SNDK. I'm a little surprised, actually, and I'm glad I looked at this, to see Hims give up the entirety of the move. You've got to be kidding me. What is wrong with this stock? In that it gets positive news and flushes to the downside. That is what it does, it seems like, over and over again. If there's a stock that cannot hold on to positive gains, like Hims, every single time this has popped up, my 15 is not going to go back. Here we go. Now you can see there's pop up, die, pop up, die, pop up, die, pop up, die.
Elon.
Short the pops, everybody, on Hims. That is a good way to look smart, I guess. Unfortunate for Hims. But again, that stock has been in a downward trend for a while. It is what it is. It's a short till it's not. All right, so Dash, it's a little bit further away. It's now trending back into the low, but it's a little further away from the volume weighted average price. It is setting up that potential long where I can give it to this local bottom. Not quite yet on DoorDash. Up 3%, but that's a ways away from where it was at the open. We're trading at 190. Now we're underneath the 180 level. So there's plenty of room for this to get back to the upside. It just hasn't really shown me that setup at all. And PMAC just put in SoFi in the chat. You know, I had this on my iPad, but I knew, yeah, it's nowhere close. I knew this wasn't going to happen. I said this yesterday. I'm taking a 20 break if it happens, but it's not looking remotely strong enough for that 20 break in SoFi. I wish it was.
There's a bear cave report on Yelp. Yeah, just again, I mean, just talking about it's probably been a thing of the past, right? I mean,
I agree.
Right now there's Google reviews, and when you're looking up restaurants, there's many different bloggers and all that kind of stuff right now that review restaurants. And if you're fancy like Brendan, then you eat elk and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, I don't know if he's using Yelp or not, but you know, this is the thing. Like right now with Instagram and very many other social medias that do have food-based sources, you know, I don't know what Yelp is all about, but there is a bear cave report. We'll wait for Adara on that one. Not much volume on that, Adara, so I don't really know what to expect on that one. All right, man.
Yeah,
go ahead.
All I'm seeing here, just problems at Yelp, pretty general. It's like paid subscribers, and a lot of these, like I know there's places you can get around the paid subscribers, but on stuff like Substack, you really can't. So either way here, just letting you guys know, YELP, as Sean mentioned, bear cave report. I'm not even seeing anyone I follow mention this, so pretty small potatoes, at least as of right now.
Here we go. This is actually pretty funny because I'm glad that I brought it up. Here it is, Yelp. Someone said Brendan eats at Yelp, you know, instead of Yelp, because he had elk there instead of Yelp right there, and there it is there. So shout out to everybody there. Interesting.
We have just infinitely, probably the only 10 times you've seen elk talked about were all this morning.
Yes, exactly. So shout out to
I don't think I've ever had elk.
that fine
Real?
protein.
You guys tell me, I don't know.
Yeah, it's probably
tastes
very,
like chicken?
probably very. No, it's like gamey, right?
Yeah, well, I would expect so. I've just never had it.
Yeah. What's up, Adara?
But now you're in CORT and TEVA, though I believe CORT, definitely moving more on this. So this company is Corcept. Federal Circuit affirming that there was a no infringement win for Teva over Corcept with regards to their mifepristone dosing with strong CYP3A inhibitors. So basically, the Federal Circuit affirming that Corcept failed to show doctors would actually practice the patented dosing methods based, or even if Teva's generic launched. So CORT, again, losing this Federal Circuit decision, TEVA winning out, but CORT definitely the one that's moving on this news. Back to you.
Court. Okay, never heard of that name, but obviously working to the downside, and great job there, Adara, explaining that story. I'm going to take a bid at Walmart, 129.50. I mean, the market's turned itself on its head a little bit, now trying to go back up to the upside. We just talked about it being relatively flat days now, and there it goes to the upside. So I just wanted to show you that we are taking basically, I actually just tried to get 30s there. I don't know how we got missed. Am I not at 30? Oh, I'm at 33. Oh, that would have been so good. But that's okay. We'll see what happens now. Anyways, futures makes a move higher. I was literally at 33 this high. Remember, I'm going to stop out at 40, so we're getting pretty close to said stop out. But yeah, missed that opportunity. Darn it. Would have liked to get some more shares there. We're just going to see if we get some more out at 49.02 down here near the lows as we continue to sort of support that short. The stock I wanted to sort of talk about was Palantir. This is very strong. Like we didn't even, like it pulls back into the 50 and then just rips on that move. So very, very cautiously trading this name now. If we can get another 135 down there, I think we'll start to exit out of our trade. Let's put a 135.30 fill and then just start to ease out of it. I mean, look, we got to take 50 cents. Our stop is still going to be 50 cents. But good news, man. We only have about 25% left. So this is going to be a good trade. Darn us missing that top. We'll see if we can get that again. Yeah, Microsoft. Oh, hack. Yeah, I saw someone, you know, that reminds me. Let's go over to PanW. Shout out to you guys in the chat. What's up, Manifest Codes now? Yeah, look, boom. We said this was going to be a 2-day rule, you know, 3-day rule, PanW. I think that's true of pretty much all the stocks that we look at, right? I mean, you want to make sure that you do have a rule in place. And one day, so yesterday we had a downside play on PanW. I think they reported, was it Monday night? What day is today?
It's Thursday. So
Tuesday night. So it's a Wednesday, Thursday. So this is really just day 2. But look at this, man. It looks like you're trying to break a little bit lower now. And that's why, so good call out on the hack ETF. The other one was CIBR. So that's cyber is another one. So hack is
That might not be down because CrowdStrike's up today.
That's what I was trying to look to see. And this is why you may just want to honestly stick with the names that stick with ETFs rather than individual names, you know, because like Palo Alto's down 2%, but if you do like the whole space, you still do get some runoff.
I prefer CrowdStrike though.
Yeah,
I wanted CrowdStrike
a
on a
research
dip buy.
you have, yeah.
I wanted PanW's move down to give an entry, a re-entry into some shares of CrowdStrike. It's just not happening. CrowdStrike refuses to get to the downside. But what refuses to die completely is Bitcoin. It's putting in a lower high. It's either, I didn't actually move the stop down. I trailed some at VWAP here, but now on the way back up, if it can put in this lower high at 3770-ish, then we can look for an entry point, but hasn't really gotten to that point yet. DoorDash is still trending to the downside here. Hasn't really definitively broken the trend line, hasn't retested the low for a break. Like still nothing crazy happening on Dash. And I've seen Rhyme in here a couple of times. So this is going again. These guys are that shipping logistics company, and it's failed 3 days in a row about this 325 level. Obviously, this is a pretty big level. If it gets through 340, and 350, that could be a retake for the breakout. Like you like these kind of consolidations, like sideways action after it's looking like it's dumped on the other side. But if you don't really break out this 340, there's nothing gigantic that can happen on Rhyme. So you got to watch out for that one for sure. So here comes IBIT. I didn't move this, like I said, didn't move the stop. It's still at that 37.75 level. If it doesn't topping tail, then I'm just going to jump out of that one and the short's going to be done. Because it hasn't been a good short day, is what it is. Like it hasn't been a good one. It's been red. That said, at least we're not red more than our positive days the rest of this month. So that's a good way to look at it. But there has been no follow through to the lows. Like I can't remember. Well, it's not. I shouldn't say that because, I mean, IBIT got back to the lows. It just happened at 2 o'clock yesterday. So not completely done yet on IBIT. Shouldn't be giving up. Looking for that reload as we get it, but I need to see a little topping tail candle. Then we'll jump back in to the shares that we already covered. I just heard that we're going to Dare. It's 10:40. That probably means sector watch.
Let's talk here about the sector board because it's kind of mixed and a little bit confused. Energy minerals to the upside here. Again, we have these ongoing tensions with the U.S. and Iran, and Occidental also helping out the sector up a cool 7%, and that's actually removed from its highs as we do have its earnings report that came out yesterday. Utilities strong, communications very strong here. T-Mobile up 2%, same with Verizon. Producer manufacturing doing quite well here. LRCX and AMAT pulling back, but Caterpillar, GEV, and especially John Deere up 11% at all-time highs, hanging out around 660 after earnings. Let's move on here to some sectors that are a little bit weak. Finance to the downside as a group. BX Blackstone down about 6%. Health tech red as well. Consumer non-durables pretty weak. Consumer services to the downside with Booking Holdings notably down 8%. After earnings. I want to talk here about electronic tech and tech services because the Meg 7s in these sectors, notably all 5 of the Meg 7s within these 2 sectors, totally flat. However, within the sectors, if you look beyond the Meg 7s, there are some interesting trends. Some of these defense plays within electronic tech are doing quite well, GE and LMT. But if you go down to tech services, you still have that SaaS weakness up. ACN notably down about 5% today. You've got Cadence Systems. This is day 2 earnings down about 3%. So defense seems doing well in electronic tech, but a lot of the other non-defense tech names struggling a bit this session. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Adara, for some of that look. I mean, I really like, as far as, you know, some defense, we saw, what was it, Air France or whatever was down today?
Airbus.
Airbus. So Boeing downside, but I really think that this is a stock that, you know, probably needs, I'm already long this name. We bought some at 200 and we were pretty lucky that it wound up coming back off. We bought it right there on this 200 period dip. Once that had happened, and then it goes all the way to 175, and we just kind of let it breathe, then it makes a move back to the high side again. So I think if this can come back in one more time into the 200 period moving average, that's probably a buy. So I mean, I like Boeing for myself, and if we can get back into that area, we talked about industrial names and manufacturing. So Boeing has, sometimes it has the sort of the ebbs and flows there of what we talk about. defense, plus the push through on travel has been pretty strong. We've seen, some of the airlines like the Jets ETF continues to be relative. I mean, I haven't looked at this in a minute, but we just had earnings and they were pretty strong for the airlines. So yeah, there it goes. So Jets ETF, pretty healthy, right? This is basically this is like the Mag 7 for airlines, right? So you got them all in there. All the top 5 are like almost like 80% or whatever of the weighting. So yeah, nice move there for Jets. So I think there's some possibilities to come through for that. All right, we're just going to wait on the short to see if it does wind up printing. We do have, of course, the locator out here. Oh no, where is it? I don't even have it up anymore to see what. Oh, here it is. What's leading the way right now? Yeah, still NVIDIA, Micron, Tesla. These are all the big names. Is this not refreshed? I don't know. If I refresh.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Because Walmart's been up at the top.
I've never actually refreshed that. It's always worked. But yeah, so Walmart's a good stock, man. We're still 70 cents in the money, so that's a good one. We'll go a face slapper on Walmart. That was tough because it does break 130 early. We got stopped out, then we got right back in again there as well. Him's a good stock. Has been really volatile, right? Especially after that Super Bowl. They had that Super Bowl commercial, and the very next day, Novo Nordisk smacked them with that, stop selling sort of that fake stuff over there. There's a story there. I'm not going to bash it or not. I don't know it as well enough. NVIDIA was pretty green. Occidental's the big one, man, breaking through that $50 mark, up 7%, so something really interesting to look at there. Figma, wow, only now up 2%. So that could be another name off of earnings. One stock, Walmart, goes one way, the other stock, Figma, going the other way here today. So 24.80. Okay, well, it does basically give it all back and goes red, actually, at one point. Figma was real nice, off earnings, and then all of a sudden everyone's like, wait a second, is this really the stock that we want to own? And the answer to that is no, and people actually sold it below yesterday's earnings call price, right? So we were there right at the close. We were at 24.50. We got to 23.50, bouncing and almost flat on the day now for Figma. So that name's not doing a whole heck of a lot. The name that we bought and then now is flat again. Glad we got out of Robinhood because of, it made that move back in. But look at that, man. There's the 200 period hold. So should have been there for that and weren't. So a couple missed opportunities back in. But it's 10:41. Pretty soon we'll talk about what's for lunch. I have an appointment this afternoon. I even think you know that. Obi will be here for the final 2 hours of the day. So that'll be good.
I have to call the place for my daughter's birthday today.
Okay, good.
Confirm the details. Go to there's like a laser tag.
Yes,
mini
laser
putt
tag
place.
is so fun.
So we're going to one of those.
Is that today or when?
No, it's on the weekend. But I'm supposed to whatever. You have to how many people are showing up, all that kind of nonsense.
Beautiful.
But laser tag is a heck of a lot of fun. I love laser tag.
Yes.
The simple pleasures in life.
Yes, there are some nice laser tag places. Yeah.
Well, and she loves mini putt, but this is one of those like glow mini putts.
Yeah, because they're all in the same building, right?
I like my mini putt outdoors, and like the whole glow one when it's all like dark. It's fun novelty, but I prefer the better. The courses aren't nearly as good. I'm just going to quickly remind everybody about ONDS. So it does eventually hold VWAP, but not in a consolidative way, in a rip your face off kind of way. Like this is it bouncing off the volume weighted average price. The next candle goes like a couple of percentage points, but we've now got 2 points. If it comes back into the trend, here's what it did yesterday. And I get that this is not as steep, but it just kept on trending. Pull back high, pull back high. So if it fulfills that pattern, I'm going to join said pattern on ONDS. Probably should have been back at this one after it was as good as it was in yesterday's trade, but that's fine. 4% to the upside for ONDS, and it looks really good on the daily, breaking a trend on the daily. So I think this is a long until proven otherwise on ONDS. DoorDash might actually be setting up finally a little bit better here. So there's the consolidation. Now all of a sudden we can break out at VWAP on DoorDash. So it broke the trend, but without retesting that low. But it's looking a little bit better for a trend break above the volume weighted average price. Starting to look a little bit stronger. Trip just said Rocket Lab is going to the moon. We have a graphic for that. Where's my moon graphic? There it is. I know Ramin will be happy because she has picked. Well, it's both ASTS and Rocket Lab. It's not just one.
Ooh.
Why get one when you can have two?
Yes.
Hey, speaking of the 50-period moving average,
valid question.
I just said that it was a good chart on ONDS because it was breaking out of the downtrend and taking the 50-period. Well, have a look at that. And this on the heels of Elon Musk's literally saying that within 30 months, and I know deadlines and Elon Musk have not been the best thing in the world, within 30 months, we will have data centers in space. 2.5 years. I believe it will happen. Whether it's in 30 months or not, who knows? But it's
30 months?
It's too logical for it not to happen. I mean, obviously, if you can literally have solar-powered data centers in space, not drawing on the grids, given the demand that we have now, obviously that would be a good thing. If we're 2.5 years away, I think that would be amazing if true. I don't believe it's that close, but I'm certainly rooting for Elon to pull it off. Another reason why SpaceX is the jam when it comes out. Dara, what do you have?
So you guys know KHC on the move a little bit here. As you can see, a little bit of action. You have the CEO of the company, Steve Cahillane, speaking on CNBC, saying that he is in favor of preserving the optionality of a split going forward. So Kraft Heinz CEO, KHC CEO, basically saying that he is open to considering at some point in the future a business split with Kraft and Heinz. Back to you.
Wind up doing. We're just saying, like, I think they could probably get these data centers in space now, but I mean, how effective would they be, and what would be the purpose of them?
Can't cost too much.
They can ship anything they want up there, but you got to have the use case for that. I mean, I don't know, how do you power them? And I mean, there's going to be a whole bunch of different things to deal with right there. Maybe small modular reactors, a name like Oklo or SMR could be in place. So, all right, we did reload a little bit there. Okay, we get an 82 fill, so we're reloaded. Where's that stupid button? It's not it right there. Anyways, it's starting to come back in, so this is a good one there. We're reloaded. Okay, there it is. So yeah, nice little move there off of 136. So this is the we've already posted it up here on X, right, where we just commented about how this is the Palantir 136 area. So we're short right now at 136. So we took it multiple times. It's going to be the number one trade idea on the list, and this time we actually follow our rules on the sticky note, which is great, and that's putting us to a well positive day. So there it goes. Let's see how much we can fall down on Palantir. We'll take a little bit more out there in the 60s. We do have another bit in the 50s, but so far so good. Let's fire off the glizzy cannon right there as we celebrate for a nice move down. Let's go Palantir. Let's get going just a little bit lower there. Don't get one of those glizzies in the face, man. That might hurt. But here comes also as well. Look at Walmart. That's also $1 now in the money and going just a tad bit lower. Let's take out another fill there as it finally breaks down. So yeah, so far so good. I'm at the highest spot I've been at all day. And yeah, it's a good one. So let's see what winds up happening here. I'm still bidding 53s on Walmart. Our stop on this trade, man, was 136.20. We've talked about that a couple times. So yeah, to take 50 cents right there on this trade, that's a banger. That's a face slapper. Bye-bye Palantir. Let's see how low we can go. Also a couple outs on the TQs here. I'm not sure what the futures want to do. What's up, Adara?
Let's talk here about this US dollar. I'll switch to a daily chart. As you can see, we actually briefly broke out of this level of resistance that we had going back to last week, that 97.8. We got above 98 here, just above 98 at the high, trading just below 98.1. Now we're pulling back a little bit here for the DXY. Now, the CME FedWatch tool has changed not at all from this time yesterday. In terms of March, there's still just a 94.1% of participants there expecting that we will have rates held in place. So no major changes to the CME FedWatch tool, but I do want to go over, I know Brendan and Sharif mentioned it this morning, but I want to go over once again the FOMC minutes from that January 28th decision, which was a rate hold. So apparently several participants commented that further downward adjustments to the target range for the Fed funds rate could be appropriate if they do have declining inflation in line with their expectations. However, there seemed to be a lot of disagreement in terms of the speed at which to go, with some participants saying that they thought it would be worth it to hold the policy rate steady. And we actually had some Feds saying that they would consider hiking the rate potentially if inflation kind of got worse or continued to be bad, to the point where they actually wanted the potential hike to be reflected in the rate statement. So long story short, as Brendan said this morning, it's really all over the place. And I think that's reflected by the fact that we've had at least one dissent in now 5 Fed meetings straight. Let's see if March 18th, 2026 marks the 6th straight meeting of Fed dissent. We still have about a month from yesterday to go until we find out. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. As always, we just blew through VWAP, but not to the local bottoms here on IBIT. So we got one fill, but not a second one. SMCI, which did have a spike this morning, is starting to pull back. So here is a bit of an upward trend that was on. It looks like it's breaking trend. On a 15-minute, these lines make a heck of a lot more sense, but suffice to say, it's between 31.75 and 32. There's a resistance spot on SMCI. So as it's breaking trend, looking for the short here and play it back into this 31.92. So for the first time today, and again, there was a huge spike all morning long in SMCI. I know the market's not moving as much as SMCI is, but this was not on a definitive news story that we could find. So I was waiting for an opportunity for this to actually look a little bit weaker, double top, hopefully breaking that trend line here on SMCI. And yeah, I know it's dead cat bouncing, but if you had a nickel for every time this thing bounced off $30, you wouldn't be rich, but you'd have a few. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to follow through when it does. So just need this to close underneath, then short to with the out of 31.95, let's just say. And if we bounce again on IBIT, I am offering at this now double top here about 31.70s again. So looking to continue to play that short, and SMCI going to be a new entrant.
All right, wow. Like we were saying, what a difference a day makes, man. Today we are just pumping through the winners. The TQs, the Palantir, like everything is just really, as a percentage of risk to reward and everything like that today's been the day for me. Just really going off and just sitting here being very, very patient. And we talked about discipline, right? You're going to talk about the Trader TV Live Academy. It's about following your rules. There's Palantir at the top, right? We had silver short. We got out of that one. That was 71 short. We can have a quick look back to see what that's doing right now. 71 shorts. Walmart, we shorted that. That's going to be a big one. The 126 was not valid, man. That ripped through that early. So we waited for 130 and then banked on that one. Glizzy cannon again. And then the TQQ short, man, we nailed that trade as well, almost to the exact penny. There goes Palantir right now. Oh boy, do we ever have the winner on this one. This was 20 cents worth of risk right here. Now it's in the money 130 as that continues to go lower, as does the TQQ. So, very, 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 very big on the winning side of this Palantir trade, to the point where we're just going to get another piece out right now. Down goes Palantir, down goes the futures as well. Right into VWAP, we're starting to cover a little bit. Let's see how nasty this day can get, man. It could get a lot more than what it is right here. But we're going to figure out what's for lunch now, because, we've been really aggressive with today's trade. So we're going to find out what is for lunch right now here today, February 19th. Okay, so we're going to call that up. Yesterday, of course, if I remember, we had pork fajitas, which were mistakenly marked as chicken by our staff. I hope nobody had some and thought it was chicken. Okay. Yeah. Today is, and I had this yesterday as well. I don't know, I must be on a no pork meal. I don't know. I got salmon instead, which is today's lunch.
Oh, but okay.
Today's flag is the Canadian flag. It's lemon, and the salmon here is really great, I think.
Well, why is that a Canadian flag then?
I don't make the flags, my guy. BC salmon is excellent.
Oh, don't get me wrong, I love salmon, and we get,
Okay, so that's probably why it's Canadian. Mashed potatoes, I think it's a Canadian dish. Salmon, yeah, why not? Mashed potatoes, that's Canadian. Seasoned veg, mixed green salad. Oh, that's what's for lunch right there. Not bad, I think. I mean, normally it's the protein is the one that, you're questioning, and they do salmon. I think, well, I mean, sometimes it's maybe a bit over, but at least it's not under, and it's not tilapia. So we win today on that one.
I got to answer a question from AC Boards in the chat. Hopefully resistance is not futile, but the Trade TV Live Academy is in 5 days. So if you're already looking to sign up, which you were just asking, it is live in 5 days. That is the 24th. It is Tuesday, not Monday, on Tuesday. So Trade TV Live Academy goes live on Tuesday, February the 24th. We are 5 days away from that. And glad to see there's already some interest. But yep, Borg are even welcome. They may be the bad guys in Star Trek, but you guys are welcome too. Oh my goodness, I finally got my 4,000-piece Starship Enterprise Lego that my brother got it for me for my birthday and for Christmas. He went halvesies on it. I bought the other half because that's what I do. But I have not started it just yet. I'm looking forward to it. So SMCI is actually holding the trend. It's not breaking. It's holding the trend. ONDS with 3 minutes to go. ONDIS is pulling back into the trend line. I feel like this could be a little bit more imminent. If it can manage to bounce the way it has the last 2 times it's tested, then that would be a place to join the long. This is what Ondas did yesterday. It basically it pulled back and gave you 1, 2, 3, 4 times on trend. Eventually was a good short if it broke. We're just looking for it to hold here, and then we'll try the long in ONDS. Looking pretty strong. I saw Drop System say Shopify is at the high today. That's pretty good. Shopify has been what's the word I want to use here? I want to be diplomatic about this. It has been relatively weak for Shopify, but it has not lost the bid since earnings. That's a good sign. It's really held on to that 110 level. It's not doing anything with it, but it's still holding on to that 110 level, up a couple of points today. I'm rooting for you, Shopify, because we don't get many. But that is like the current, you can't really you'd call it tech, I suppose, a little bit, their company in Canada, which is if you had that #1 title, it's not usually the best. Shout out to you, RIM, and shout out to you, Nortel. It's not a title you want to hold.
No, you want to hold it.
You want to hold it.
That is for sure.
You just, it doesn't come with a good history.
No. Celestica. I mean, there's a lot of. I mean, those are
Nortel's better names.
Look, man, Nortel and all those and RIM. Those are just badly managed companies, and hopefully they'll be able to have a little bit of a different situation with Shopify.
Oh, RIM was also pretty
yeah, RIM. That's what I was saying. BlackBerry RIM. Not the greatest looks over there for sure. Okay, guys, with only a minute and a half left, just a review, man. I mean, my stops are still in it. If they trigger, they trigger. We just cashed out. Like when you're getting moves down to VWAP and like that move in Palantir there, you got to take some out. But we still have our stops in place. If they hit, they hit. Other than that, man, it's going to be just a relatively slow day. I feel like we don't have too much. I mean, look at the futures. Like the fact that we're having a pretty decent day today just means that we've been patient, waited for these levels to hit. But doesn't it look like it may be strong? I mean, we keep bouncing off VWAP. Market's trading above VWAP, and whenever that happens, generally speaking, we can hold, especially at this time. So let's wait to see if that is the problem. Every time we've come back into the downside here is since basically 10 o'clock, we've bounced nicely off of the volume-weighted average price. So, yeah, nothing to really see here for now. Hopefully the market will have a little bit more of a dramatic move. We've got Joe back. We've got Sharif here. They're going to be talking all about the midday madness, and that should be a lot of fun for everybody involved. So, excited to hear what they have to say. Thanks to Dara for all the news drops today. Although there wasn't too many of them. We did have President Trump talking, so there's always some excitement when he's there. And yes, Sharif, we do say get it to Donald because it was. It was
one last thing before we go over.
Yeah, of course.
Also to TLPYO. TLPYO. I don't know what to do with that name. How do we sign up for Trader Academy?
You don't.
Look, everything will be revealed on Tuesday, February the 24th. That is the release. You can't sign up now because we haven't released it yet. 5 days, February 24th. That is next Tuesday. Thank you for asking, and we'll continue to throw it up there. Usually when I'm talking about it, you can see it on the slide. That's absolutely fine. But it's only 5 days till Trader TV Academy goes live, and that's when you'll be able to check it out. We're going to enjoy some salmon today. If it was good yesterday, I'm sure it's going to be good again today.
It'll probably be the same one.
Well, that's exactly what I'm getting at. It'll be exactly how you had it yesterday, so we'll probably enjoy it. And we'll send you guys to the Professor Sharif. Joey Options is back and locked and loaded and ready to go. I'll be back at 2, and then we'll have Obi on.
Yeah, it'll be with Obi, so you guys can. No, I have an appointment to attend to. Yeah.
Go get him, boys.
See you guys.
Sino just shafted us right there. You saw that? Okay. Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That guy right there, you know him. He's your boy, Joey freaking Options, and I'm Sharif. And I hope everybody is having a blessed morning. That's okay. I'm sorry, SSE, bro. You don't upset SSE, my boy. I was talking to him about Carnival.
Yeah.
My friend's at Carnival.
Yeah, in Brazil.
And she's putting all these videos out there. It's crazy, but he's seen the same videos on television.
Day and night, man. It doesn't stop.
Joey, before I die, before I croak, I will be there.
Yeah,
100%.
you have to. I think that's something that you want to. Okay, bucket list.
Let's say hello to everybody. Shout out to Hangry Wife. She says, Joey, Agent 47. We got Wyatt, All Things Trump. Shout out to Jody. Hey, Joe. I hope Milo's feeling better.
Oh, whoa.
Papacito.
Whoa, yeah.
We got 420 Bud Monster. We got Damien Tarza. Shout out to Dan Gale. We got Mike PD Rider, Front Porch Trader, Angry Rob Entertainment. Mike, we got him. Sit and Spin. Shout out to Phil Ossifer, Halal Affirmation Coach KG2. Shout out to Custom ATH Raw BHL Short Film Tony, that's it. Oslim. Who else, man? We got Mike Dams, Oshiri, Mike or Smelly Warts. All right, Front Porch Trader. Yeah, it doesn't sound appetizing there, Katina, man. I gotta tell you the truth. Philip Buford. These are new names. That's what I want to see. The Trader Sam, Rusty Shackle. Shout out to Manifest Codes Now. Farm Trader. He's an OG. Nikki V. We got Big 40 Nephew. One more. Joey. Robert, Lewis, and Winnie the Pooh Guru. I lied. Good morning, brother.
All right, man. Good morning, by the way. Yeah, guys, thanks for the wishes. He's doing good, much better. Some probiotics, some scary stuff. He was up early in the morning. Yeah, it wasn't good, man. It's scary because he doesn't speak, obviously. If he did, we make things a lot easier, right? So surprisingly so. Yeah, hey, man, watch it, Katina, man. That's my boy.
Come on, man, he doesn't speak.
That's my boy. We don't. Anyways, I'm playing with
Joey's getting sensitive. I love it.
Yeah, hey, that's my kid,
That's my
man.
boy, bro.
I don't know if it's your first dog or not, but like most dogs
Definitely
won't
not.
speak. So
No, he doesn't speak. But what I was getting,
I don't want poor Milo to feel bad because he doesn't speak or anything. But yeah, that's awesome.
I understand.
For Sharif, myself. We're dog owners.
Absolutely.
So I would definitely that's actually a scary thought when you have injury because it's like a family member, and so great to hear that he's doing fine and hopefully those drugs didn't cost too much money over there.
Oh,
that's the problem, Katina, man. That is the problem.
See, you guys, I'm on one leg right now. Yesterday, lost another leg because I had to pay for everything, essentially arm and a leg, right? So maybe we'll go off this arm. No, obviously it is what it is, man. Those guys, they'll run your wallet. All right.
They will.
They will.
Been there, bro.
They'll run it up.
100% accurate.
Yeah, anyways.
Go on, Joey.
Aside from that, guys, Walmart, a couple attempts. We got a nice move here on the initial, and I'm like, all right, give me something north of 30, and then I'm going to take it off. And then sure enough, it came. I'm like, let me get back out. Turns around, and I only take 20% off right there. So not much really going on with the WMT right now. Forming that bull flag, maybe we'll get a little bit of a continuation to the top side and breach that 130 mark, but there's a lot of resistance at that specific zone. And then I've been sitting in the TQ since 10:13. It hasn't really done much here either. I mean, we run into that 49.30 level, and then we come back in. So a lot of ebb and flow. Let's see which direction this market decides to choose here today. So yeah, I find Sharif and I were just saying, I think we're stuck in limbo right now. No specific 100%. Direction, up and down. So it is what it is. What was I looking at? I was actually wanting to short this. Where is this name?
Where's it at?
Where was it? KLAR. I wanted to, but then I had to go into the shorting pool and grab shorts. By the time I did all of that, the trade would have been gone and without me. So I was looking to go south on this specific name, which would have worked, right? The break of this support level, 1551. Hit the key, says I needed to order them. I'm like, that's no fun. So we didn't get that opportunity. I'm in the TQs. Hopefully we can go topside, $50 to my target. If it breaks view up, we'll get out of that one. And then there goes Walmart to the downside on failed multiple attempts. And then here's Figma as well. We were taking a look at this name, maybe a continuation to the short side. You have that gap down. There's been no bounce in this name whatsoever. I mean, other than what we're experiencing right now, you open up on top of some key resistance zones. But since the IPO, it's just like steady to the downside, a high of $144, now 25%. Dare we even get a percentage metric on this one? Yeah, 82%. Wow, that's lots of fun, isn't it? But no, aside from that, guys, Walmart, glad we got out of that one. Break even, 20% off right here. Still sitting in some TQQs to the long side, guys.
BATL is breaking out. Best print I have is 45s, high day 47. We got 21s. It's showing me 24s. If it loses 18, I'm out. It's that simple. Here's 18. watching. There's a buyer at 18, ironically enough, and that's the end of the trade there. So we will go break, well, we'll lose 3 pennies a share on the last remaining amount, but it was a great breakout. I caught it using the hotkeys. I am setting up my hotkeys, guys, on most of these gateways. Hopefully we'll get a little bit more nuanced with it, and we'll have different hotkeys for different sizes, different gateways. We're going to be doing it live. We're going to do the RC style coming up. So yes, BATL number 1. Yeah, Mike P.D. Ryder, he knows, bro. He knows. If you want to trade these small cap gappers, you want to get in the game, so to speak, you got to have the hotkeys. Otherwise, you just move too quick, man. And I'm old, right? So it's hard. But anyway, BATL, shut up. BATL, topping tail candle into the $0.50, indecisive right now, kind of equidistant price action between the top and the bottom. It is losing it in a hurry, down into 516 it goes. So here's the deal, man. I see a bunch of support, formerly resistance at the whole dollar level. We know that 5 will likely be a psychological area of resistance. Support, previously resistance. So I want to see if it weasels down there. Now, current bar low, give you some levels. Current bar low is 514, so we haven't printed anything single digits on this current candle, but I'll be looking for 5. Now, if 5 fails, where am I looking? Well, there's a bit of a buy area here, the way I see it. VWAP is screwing up here between 450 and around 470. 10 EMA on the 5, showing more around 470. VWAP showing more around 4.5. That creates a buy zone for me, but that is all predicated upon, of course, it losing that $5 level. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. By the way, new candle low 512, prior 514. So keep your eye out on that. I'm very interested in continuing the trade here on BATL. Looking real good. What's this monster up on the day? It's up 70.5. All right, so it's not triple digits quite yet, but we haven't been really getting a lot of triple digits lately. I don't know if you guys know that. I've realized that, I mean. The other one that I'm looking at, CISS. Look, this one, you know, when you get kind of these outsized moves and then reversions, outsized moves and reversions, it kind of puts me off a little bit from trading it. But upon further inspection, it does look like a stair step up. Let me make my case. So look at this pre-market, very clear pre-market high at around 750, right? Well, where does it reject at? It rejects around that $2 area. Okay, fine. Easy. Now what happens? When we clear that, and trust me, bro, we cleared it at 930 with some distance into 243, Katina, man. Look where it ends up finding support. Lo and freaking behold, it's finding support at 2. Pre-market high resistance, initially, not the pre-market high, sorry. Pre-market resistance 2, now post regular trading hours support at 2. Now, that's the first step of the equation. Now, what's the other? What I'm seeing is here, we got higher lows on the closing prints. To me, that means buyers, at least for now, are in control. So we have a bit of a range, let's say between 210 and 215 as support, and then about 225 to 230. No, I want to say 230 to 235 as resistance. So my initial observation on CISS, build your frickin' position towards the lower end of the range. Now, it may leave without you, right? Because there's no guarantee that it's going to continue to range. It's going to break out. It could break out at any point. To me, though, I want to put the odds in my favor, and so I'm looking for a buy zone here. I want to say between 2 mid-20s and 2 mid-teens, okay? So 225 to 215, give or take that range. Now, it looks like it's already weaseling up into 40. So CISS, certainly one for me to watch. Now, as you'll see, ATOM, this was a holdover from yesterday. It's losing it in a hurry. It's lost VWAP. It might lose its spot on the side chart. RCAT as well, another holdover from yesterday. You can see the ticker there. It had a nice move, and then it lost it around 230, and it lost its place on the side chart. But it's making another move today, by the way, with substantially higher highs. Yesterday, we had a high of 275. Today, we've got a high of 1350. So we continue to increase those highs, but, you know, it's pulling back a little bit now. We're going to keep an eye on RCAT. And then another holdover from yesterday, FJET. We had a great look at FJET, a great trade on FJET, and it's doing it live again today. Clearing the highs by some distance. It looks like we had trouble. In fact, we didn't get above 10 at all yesterday on FJET. Today, we're knocking the door of 11.5, 1144. But take a look at Cicino at these topping tail candles over here. To me, this means the shorts they're getting quite aggressive at around that $0.50. When it manifests for 20 minutes in this way, you got to take note. Take heed. All right, let me have a look quick over here. Zen Zombie, my man. He's dropping 2 in the chat. He says DNN and Y YIBO. I see you, Fluffsters. Stay away from cis. It messed with my emotions. All right, Fluffy. I ain't gonna touch it because you mess with Fluffy, you're messing with me. So let's take a quick look here at what Zen Zombie said there. Let's start with DNN. What do we got here, Joey? Let's take a quick look. Oh, this is not a bad looking daily chart at all. Up 3.5 today, so not big, but it's a fantastic looking daily. Okay, good bull flag breakout there with an upper tilt. This is not bad. It's not up big. What's the volume on this? First of all, it's $3 2/3 billion market cap, having done about 12 million shares on the day. So it's not bad. It doesn't fit really my strict criteria, but you know, we can be a little loosey-goosey with that market cap. But anyway, not a bad look here for DNN. I'd say play it as a bull flag breakout continuation. You're picking it up towards the low end of the range. You're looking for a continuation of the bull flag. If it loses $4, get the hell out, okay? Let's see the other one, YIBO. Sorry, Joey, just give me a sec here. Cover these supers. I don't like YIBO intraday. It had a great aftermarket yesterday. I don't know if this was earnings or not. 415 breakout. Why the hell did this halt? So it probably news pending. So probably not earnings. I can check my blotter, but just from the price action, the fact that it halted in the aftermarket typically means news pending. And then you resumed, I believe, at 435. You made highs there of almost $1.50 in the aftermarket. But then look at that, bleeding its own blood today, as your boy Joey Opsh, whom we missed yesterday, it would say. And then this one's breaking down below $1. Let's take a quick look at the daily. Yeah, the daily stinks of small cap gapper. Outsized days only to reverse. So I like DNN. I don't like YIBOs and Zombie. Let me know how it goes.
All right, guys. Yeah, so we're going to re-engage. You can see that we're long the TQs. We mentioned that we were long it from 10-12 here this morning, and we're heading back towards that resistance zone. So let's see how we react. I'm kind of going against the grain here. So this is a failed bull flag breakout. Not too good. As you can see, we're a little bit more than 20 cents OTM now, almost 30 cents. So that's not fun whatsoever. The VWAP on P Pro and what I see on this chart here, you can see it's a slight difference. You have the 120.72, and this is around 128.19. So we don't love that kind of spread. But anyways, let's see if we can get somewhat of a hold there. If it breaks both of them, then we'll have to get out of Dodge. We'll take a little bit bigger of a loss than what we want to just waiting for it to come into play. But I think we can get a bounce here in Walmart considering a strong recovery. This pullback, I tried on multiple occasions. So I was sitting on this. With this specific trade, I would have took a little bit more out at the break of 130. But we got into 130 and I'm like, all right, give me like 05s or 10s or something along those lines. So getting a little bit greedy on that one. We should have took some off. But now I was waiting and the volume was starting to cool off on these pullbacks. I'm like, okay, let's see if we can sit through it. But then as soon as we headed towards the lower end of the range, I'm like, I have to get out of this. Yeah, Walmart is absolutely tanking right now to the downside. I know Katina Man short this one. So nice look there as that bull flag did fail. And on a daily, we can take a look at it as well, guys, and see what we got going on. We are heading towards some key support levels. So this was a green candle initially, now starting to turn red. So we have to be cautious on what we're going. I can't wait for too long, otherwise we'll take too big of a loss. And we don't want to keep this little red streak that I have going on today. We were trying to flip things around today, but that doesn't seem to be the case just yet. But plenty of time. We'll sit in this TQQs trade, and if we get somewhat of a bounce, then we're going to be sitting pretty right now. But first things first, we're going to take one step at a time and not get too ahead of ourselves. If Walmart decides to sell, then we don't want to get too what is the word that I'm looking for? Stubborn on the fact that, hey, it may not be working for us. What's FSLI up to? Yeah, guys, if there's anything specific that you want to go over, let's actually, hold on, before we do any of that, I want to take a look at the options chain here on Walmart to see why we keep rejecting that 130 mark. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see some open interest in that neck of the woods, right? OPEX here, 130. Okay, yeah, so that's why, right? So now that I look at it, I don't know why I didn't do this a little bit earlier. So 130, this is going to be the largest amount of size, 49.5 4%. I mean, for an earnings report, that's not bad whatsoever, but we are continuously running into this supply zone. And you can see that it also has the most substantial volume out of all of these strike prices. And you can go through multiple, right? Like you go through 5 strikes and you still won't amount to this. There goes the TQs on the breakout though. We like that. Let's see if we can run into 49.50s. I would love 50 mark on this considering I've been sitting in it for so long. I may as well try and hold to target. But yeah, you got a positive gamma exposure right here with your delta. Still relatively cool, sitting on that 30 mark, okay? So we'll keep an eye out on this one. Maybe we'll get somewhat of a rebound. We are now at, even though it's moved off of my chart, we are now at this charting platform's volume weighted average price. So a bounce there would be nice. If it continues to move to the south side, then we'll just have to take the hit, which is approximately 50 cents right now. We don't like that one, that's for sure, Sharif. But we are still slightly in the money here on the TQQQ. So that will kind of just mitigate some of the loss here on Walmart. Still keeping us slightly red, but that's totally fine. Moving forward, let's see what we got on the Qs and see why we keep rejecting this 49.30 level. Does it want to pull it up? It does. So nothing substantial at that in the 607, 606 mark. You can see a lot of volume starting to kick in. Lots of volume at 605. So we run right back into that prior resistance zone. And then now we're coming back in. We talk about breakouts all the time, guys. We want to see that volume really start to step in as you're punching through resistance. I do like the format that we have on the 5-minute time frame. So I'm not going to panic just yet. Waiting for that rebound in Walmart. Let's see if we can break through this 49.30 level here on the TQQQ. Guys.
All right, in CISS and in BATL, we're scalping BATL over here. I was just talking to the Fluffsters in the chat. She's like, you know, it looks like you're a little hesitant with this one. I'm not hesitant as much as I am cautious about the range that it's establishing. So it really does look like a bull flag breakout, with the breakout really having manifested at 1040, 1045. Then we get the consolidation after that 11 o'clock bar, or you can even make the 11:05 bar because that's the high of the day. And now we're just trying to hold 5. We're holding prior bar low on BATL, but we're not exactly making any higher highs. In fact, it looks like the selling is incrementally dropping level by level. It was a 27 seller, then they dropped to 25, then they dropped to 21s, 19s, 18s. So let's see if we can take out some of these sellers. I'm trying to pack the patience over here. So my out is prior bar low. And if it holds prior bar low, I stay in the trade. If it doesn't, I'm out. CISS, a bit of a different look. I'm trying to build a position, as I've mentioned. With this one, I perceive a range. So I got in at 25s. It's showing me 25, so I'm break even for the moment. But I am looking, as you can see there, the cyan line. I'm looking, pardon me, to get in some more. Towards that, you know, high teens, low 20s. All right, watching BATL move back into the 20s. Can it clear prior bar high? To do that, guys, it's got to take out 38s. We are still substantially below that, showing 21. So it's not exactly like we're rocketing up, and it feels like the selling is coming in again. And the spread on battle here is... I mean, I don't get it. There's a lot of volume taking place here, despite the fact that this is on the MX, so we know it's the bamboozler. But I don't understand why the spread is what it is. It's tightened up now to a penny, but I've seen it as wide as 5, 6. Let's see what this one has to offer. Pack in the patience. So nothing to do here other than to wait for more in terms of getting in more for CISS or waiting for the breakout on battle. But I want to talk about RELY as well, because that one is making a move. NASDAQ, show yourself. There we go. This one is close to the highs, right? So there we go. 1773. The high 1788 is up 30 and change. It's looking real good here. Prior bar low on RELY. Let me give you guys that so you can base your trade on that. 1759. We're showing 68s. That's my invitation to go in. So we'll give this one a little bit of room below prior bar low so that we don't, you know, get stop hunted. We have 69s on. Okay, very good, very good. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher over here. High of days 88s. Okay, so I have to pack the patience on that. I do see you guys are tagging me. I'm sorry. Just give me a sec for these trades to resolve. I'm getting out here of BATL as it did break prior bar low, so we'll give back a little bit there, but we'll still stay positive on it. Now I'm either waiting for that 475 area to come in. No, it's actually not 475 anymore. It's 488 where the 10 EMA is, or VWAP, which is around a little bit less than 4 2/3. So we're going to look for that area to come in, still holding CISS and still holding RELY. So we can pack the patience on those. What is your red line called? The red line on my black charts is a 50 exponential moving average. 50 exponential, and as well on the white chart, so but you can hardly see it. That's the 50 EMA. Lemon family. Joe, Sharif was right. I have a dog, Lemon, and daughter. My dog seems to cost more than my daughter. LOL, glad your dog is good. Yes, yes, absolutely. When your boy Joey Opsh told me that Milo wasn't doing too well, I mean, obviously I've been there with my dogs multiple times, bro. I can't even tell you. Veronica has been sickly since I got her. Yeah. So she's had eye problems.
Oh, yeah?
She's blind in one eye, right? Oh, basically, I had to save the other eye. That cost me a fortune for the surgery. She has allergies and skin conditions. She has, what's it called? She's the thing you take thyroid for. She has a thyroid problem as well. Betty now has Crohn's disease.
How old are they now?
They're born in February 2015.
Oh, okay.
So they're getting up there,
They're 11, yeah.
It's tough, brother. It's tough, but that's the name of the game, man. You know, I hate to put it like that, but I think this is my last dog combo because it's too much pain, and it's like you're setting yourself up for disaster every decade and a half. You're gonna go through an emotional, you know exactly what I'm talking about there.
Yeah, it sucks. I remember I had a dog. His name was Zeke, a King Shepherd. Man, what a beauty that guy was, Zeke. Yeah, and that was that was
it hurts, bro. Yeah,
that was a horrible day, man. We won't get too deep. I had to carry him into the back of the car, and that was a bad time.
I don't like living those moments.
Yeah, it was a bad time, man. Walmart playing tricks. These nicey boys, not giving me some fun. So we take a hefty hit there. We ran into this resistance zone on the TQQs. What I took off 30% here at those highs. So that's helping. ADL, I was looking for 50s, but we're so chop fest right now. I had to take a little bit off. Maybe we can wait for 49.50s. I wanted 50s flat, but you can see that we break through these resistance zones, and then we come right back in. We took a hefty hit here on Walmart, something that I didn't necessarily want to do, but I had faith in it. So Walmart, Manny. But now it's like, hey, we might turn around here, Joe. So maybe Diamond Hands, one more attempt on it. And if it doesn't work for us, then I think that's going to be it for WMT attempts on the long side. I should probably take a little bit more off on the TQs here and just leave 30% as a runner, I'm thinking, just to play it safe, lock in some more profit, because you know what they say, right? This is going to be a good move, I think, on my behalf. We'll take it up there. And we'll take one more attempt. So we're just slowly shaving off these Walmart losses right now, considering these are this one and this one. I had about 33% more size on both of these entries, thinking that we'd get a little bit more of a sustained bounce, but that hasn't been the case. We break through the volume weighted average price, and then we just continued. So it's been about 40 minutes of consistent selling here in Walmart, but we got about 15 minutes of going to the top side here in the TQQs. So we'll look at the bright side of things, right? I'm Mr. Bright. Boom, we'll hit that one. And who sings that one? Maroon 5 there, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, aside from that, guys, let's head over to the TQ. So Walmart not doing us any favors on today, and definitely not with our picks. But what is slowly starting to work and sitting in this chop fest, the TQ is stuck in limbo here, guys. 49.40 was around that high. We take it. The killers. All right, the killers. All right, so there it is. Shows you how much I know. Not too bad of a look. 48.97. We get up into almost 49.40s. Not too bad whatsoever. Let's see if we can take one more attempt on good old Wally right here.
All right, I'm still keeping an eye on Battle, but it's still putting in lower highs. So what I'm going to insist upon is the break of trend. Now, that could lure me into a bull trap. I get that. But, we're going to try to put the odds on our side. BATL will be in focus for me. But we're doing well here on CISS. As I mentioned, I'm trying to pick it up towards the low end of the range. It was the candle at 11.10 that I missed, the low of which was 217. That's where I should have had my dip trade in and around that area. I didn't, so I ended up getting $0.25. I've wet the beak once into that third of $1, and we haven't wet the beak again. So let's go ahead and take some out here just in case, and we're going to keep an eye out on that. Yeah, that one's still dripping down. With respect to RELY, I have my out through the low of the 11:15 candle on the 5, the low of which is 11:59. So let's see if it holds up in and around that area. But Battle is losing it and losing it quickly here, man. Holy, it's coming into VWAP. VWAP's at 4 2/3. Here's 4 3/4, 4 4/5. Just flashed here. I don't know why I have one price on this program and one price on that program. That's no good.
Dude, I was looking at my charting today. It's like on here, it's showing me different candle prints. On here, it's showing me other ones, man. And I'm like, oh yeah, it's not even Sharif. It's not It's like what the. Yeah, like you know what I mean. Have you ever seen Mr. and Mrs. Smith?
Yes.
You know when they're they're going through therapy and like Brad Pitt
movie, right?
Yeah, Brad Pitt's like you're trying to, and that's just like essentially what I want.
That's how you feeling, like,
right?
I respect that, Joey.
You know, if you guys know, you
that,
know.
my boy. All right, CISS continuing to make moves into the high side here. We're holding some. We got 34s on now. We have 25s on. I'm going to want to get some more here. The upward channel is pretty apparent. Now, I don't feel this is a flat top breakout, despite the fact that we keep getting resistance in and around the same area. I want to say 230 to 235 to 240. Showing 235s now. I've got no new orders out at the moment. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to put it above the high of the day. Otherwise, I'm going to look to get in a bit more. Okay? So that would necessitate a dip trade here. So where's the dip trade going to be? Well, I don't want to base it out on prior bar low, because prior bar low's been zigging and zagging, and that ain't the move. So here's what I'm keeping an eye on. I'm going to put 2 1/4 again, Joey. So we're going to go ahead and just front run that a little bit, put it at 26s and see what comes of that. But that is the move. But I am now 10 pennies out of the money on RELY. And that displeases me. So decisions to be made here. It's losing the trend. It's at the 10 EMA, but it feels like it's losing trend. I'm going to kind of insist that this lose a 10 EMA. I'm going to pack the patience here in case this one does catch a bid, because it's still putting in a decent day. A decent day, and I don't want to take it out too quickly. So we're going to pack the patience on CISS and RELY, and I'm certainly now looking at possibly getting in a scalp trade off the volume-weighted average price on Battle, despite the fact that one is still suffering from downtrend. So my move here on Battle will be a scalp trade off VWAP, not a breakout trade like I'm looking for if that trend line was to break. So 477s, let's go ahead. I'm going to wait at 69 for a possible dip here with the out being below VWAP. That is going to be my move on BATL. I haven't quite got the fill yet, showing 72s now, waiting at 69. Let's see if it holds up there. Do I get the fill? Number one, does it bounce off this level? It looks like it might be already bouncing here. I'm not chasing it. Either I get the 69 print or I wait for the trend break. It's already bouncing into the 80s. Okay, so I've missed it. That's fine. Into the 90s it goes. Yeah, I didn't want to chase it because you don't really know what it's going to do. So you need that good price so that you can stop out a lot closer to your price. So that's okay. 2 New York cents. I'm back in FJET, my man. FJET's having a good day again. But we know it's showing a little bit of weakness. Trend is still good, but can you confirm a possible reload? I'm seeing a flat top break candidate. I really haven't changed my opinion on that, brother, because I just got stop hunted, by the way, on RELY, but it's okay. I might get back into that. Yeah, this is what I see here, that 1140, 1135 area resistance. Look at the topping tail candles, though. That's what concerned me. That was my initial observation about FJET, why there were so many topping tail candles in a row. Usually means the sellers are quite aggressive at that level. I'd pick it up at the lower end of the range, to be honest with you, to New York, just so that, you know, if it loses 11, your stop could just be right below 11. And 11 is not just psychological support here. It's also the 10 EMA on the 5, which I like. So keep your eye out on that. Let me know how it goes. But, yeah, that's going to be my move there. Continuing to watch here with CISS, another new area high into 36s. That dip trade that I had at 26 goes unfilled. It's 10 pennies away from that level. So, yeah. Just before we go to Adira, KNRX. I think Casey was talking about that as well. Yeah, so I do see that. And I know that this is right down Casey's alley because she loves the halters. But, you know, when I'm on the show, it's really hard to trade these halters, especially on a prop floor as well, where you have to manage risk in a certain way. Here's what we're looking at. let me flip to the 1 minute chart here on KNRX. So halt 1 at 9:30, right at 9:30. Halt 2, 9:46. Down halt, 9:57. Up halt, 10:06. And we haven't halted since. Now it's below VWAP and it's putting in a downtrend. What's this high over here? That's 1014 high, so that broke pre-market high. So it's not bad, but it has to work above VWAP and it has to start showing me higher highs and higher lows. I don't want to catch it on a downtrend. You have anything before we go to Dara?
No, go. We can head over to
All right.
Dara.
Crypto segment, baby.
Crypto, here is BTC. This is its third straight day to the downside, and it's unfortunate because we actually had a really nice start to the day, both pre-market here for Bitcoin and then also in terms of what names like Coinbase, MSTR, et cetera, did off the open, bouncing around 9:45 to 10, like a lot of the major indices and some of these larger names. Bitcoin, though, still range-bound in that pattern I mentioned yesterday with these lower highs and higher lows after recovering from that drop and pop on Thursday, February 5th and Friday, February 6th, respectively. Let's take a look here at Ethereum. ETH continuing to kind of make the same pattern as Bitcoin, though unlike Bitcoin, ETH actually looks like it wants to make a lower low. In addition to these lower highs, that lower low would have to be a crack below 1900, currently trading around 1921. We'll take a look at Solana, SOL, and again, really all of these names looking very similar in terms of that drop and then almost bear flag formation from the descent here on February 5th and then recovery in February 6th. We'll take a look at Cardano as well before we send you back to the midday boys. Cardano looking a little bit different, actually. Cardano has that drop and then pop with larger volume on February 6th, but since then we've actually had higher highs and higher lows. So ADA a little bit more in recovery position than some of these other crypto names, though Cardano is still on its third straight red day for what it's worth. Back to you.
Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Perfect. Just perfect.
That's what we need, eh?
Perfect.
You know how we have that He-Man
What do you
thing
want, the
right there,
perfect
right?
one?
But we need a Street Fighter now, Joe.
Is that what that's from?
We're gonna need it. Oh yeah, of course. Every time you win you win without getting hit. Perfect.
Fire it up. We'll hit this one. We'll hit this one there. Never was a big Street Fighter. I wasn't into Street. I was Mortal Kombat.
okay.
I think Mortal Kombat was more or less my my thing there.
I don't mind Mortal Kombat, but you
Mortal
don't have
Kombat.
to talk crap about Street Fighter.
I'm not. I like. Hey, I'll shout out to Street Fighter. All right, guys. How do I give up on EMAT fully?
Get it, Joey.
Completely. I think that's what he was getting at there. I'm not. Actually, I'm going to do it just because I'm already going down that path. I'm going to do it. It is the Tragically Hip. Fully. I could be totally wrong, but aside from that, guys, how do you give up on it? It's simple. Just kick it to the curb. All right. So, I mean, today is just the only down day. If you look at it from a daily perspective, you can see participants looking to get engaged really at that $8 mark, and then you almost get a 100% return from this breakout zone, 95 to be exact. So that's not bad whatsoever, right? So if you have some profits, I mean, you know what they say? You never go broke taking profit. Is it though? Was I right on that one? Fully. We have a massive American audience. They may not be big fans of the Tragically Hip. What a shame. We'll hit that one there on that one. And also, what a snooze fest the USA Sweden game is. We'll slap a fail on that one there. What a banger the Canada-Czechia game was, that's for sure. So we'll hit a bang.
Should we have had that much trouble, Joey? Like, I mean, I'm just
really
watching Czechia is that good, though?
It's the matchup, right? Like, it's the matchup. You know how matchups make fights and stuff like that? Sometimes they just blow through, and it's just like the matchup they're willing to play. So, I mean, there goes the TQQs as well, guys. So we took out 60% right here, and then a little bit less, actually. And then, sure enough, we got stopped out about 40% or so, 45%. Right here on the break even, and then you get that sustained bounce. Walmart doesn't look like it wants to recover just yet. So we're gonna have to be patient and sit on our hands if we're gonna find somewhat of a bounce. It may not. I'm gonna be counter trending this one, so I really have to be precise on the entry. And we already took a couple big hits on it, but again, we're gonna play the strikeout rule. 3 strikes, I'm out. We had 1 on base, and then we cleared it on that one. So we'll be patient once again, and then we'll see if we can get involved in the TQQs, if it's gonna find a direction. We talk about this time and time again. When we're over these names, when we're trading the TQs, we wanna keep an eye on what these boys are up to, what's App are up to, what's Microsoft, and all the other lads
In the Mag 7, you can see Microsoft heading to the downside, Amazon starting to pull back. Google was trading pretty good, and then you've seen it start to come in a little bit as well, too. So Google and Tesla definitely the stronger out of the Mag, I think, today. A nice steady channel to the top side on Tesla. And then Meta, what have you been up to? Same thing on Meta. So maybe I thought we would be a little bit stronger here in the overall market. Doesn't seem to be the case. Broadcom, I know, is starting to pull back as well. You can see it heading towards some key support levels. Starting to Shreve's playing Street Fighter. Pull it up there, man.
Hold on, man. He's not letting me do the spin kick, man.
Who are you, Ryu?
Yeah. Oh, I'm going to get
murdered.
messed up. It's not letting me. I think I got to change the keys here, Joey.
Yeah,
there we go.
There you go. How do you remember the keys?
Get out of here, woman.
You're going to lose, man.
I'm going to lose, I know.
No, I got faith you're gonna win.
Oh no! I might get dizzy here. Hadouken.
Get it. One more time. Hit him with that the punch, man.
Yeah, it's super slow, bro. I'm not this slow. It's not responding that well at all. I'm gonna get murked here, Joey. Oh no!
Oh no! Hail on
I'm
that one,
in
man.
positions
That's crazy.
too.
And he's in a
This is
position
good
too.
times.
Savagery.
This is good.
So great time and get the game going there.
I got tattooed, Joey.
You got tattooed. So there it is. iBit not doing much either, guys. I think we're gonna see a little bit lower for some time here. I don't know. I'm not gonna. I told you guys the game plan on that one. 419 on CrowdStrike. We'll take that. How do we look on a daily? And are the banks responding today? Considering we're not really doing too much in the tech space aside from a select few, let's see what the boys are up to. And that's going to be JP Morgan. All right, not too bad of a day here in JPM, Sharif. Yesterday seemed solid, but there's some selling pressure stepping right back in. So we'll keep an eye on CrowdStrike, JPM, and Walmart. Those are my 3 picks this year. So I got my eyes on it. I got eyes on it, and I got 5 on it as well, too.
I got 5 on it. Michael, man, you're riling me up, Michael. I know you're doing this on purpose, brother.
Who, DeRider?
No, Mike P. DeRider's the OG. No, his name is Michael Baldwin 24. Michael, why, brother? Why? Arsenal dropped points again against one of the last place teams, Wolverhampton, a Birmingham team.
Wolverhampton.
Yeah, bro, we dropped points against Brentford. You can make the argument Brentford's good. They're a good team this year. They're a London rival, so it's a derby or whatever they say. But dude, Wolverhampton is bottom. Well, not exactly bottom, but they're low down there. They're in the relegation battle. And Arsenal just, I haven't seen Arsenal play this bad.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair to the players, I'm really annoyed by this, but dude, the conditions in Birmingham yesterday were ridiculous.
Raining?
It was snow. It was 2 degrees.
Snowing.
The snow wasn't staying on the ground because it was 2. But I saw a style of play I don't think I've seen from this group of players. It was just pathetic. Pathetic is probably the right word to use. And now
it wasn't brilliant.
If City wins on the weekend, I forget when they play. I think on the weekend.
Yeah.
Now I think the point gap will be 1 point between them. Let me double check that.
We got a gold medal game today too.
We got a gold medal game. Okay, hold on, Joey. I want to finish this thought. 58 points for Arsenal, 53 for City. Hold on. And with City in a game in hand. So if they win, it'll be 56-52. We'll be 2 points ahead of them. And that is not comforting at all because we should be like 11 or 12
Adam
points.
James says the pitch was fine, bro. Stop with the excuses.
It wasn't fine. Anybody who watches the review can kind of know that that's not the case. But hey, they played on bad surface too.
Yeah, they
so
did.
it's just we played bad. We played really bad. And the thing is too, I didn't even go to the gym yesterday. I at the gym at home because I went home to watch this.
Okay, so you got a little workout.
Yeah, but it's never the same, right? It's never the same. Or the same intensity. And I was angry.
We got Canada USA women's hockey gold medal game coming up at 1:10 sharp.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
That's it. We're not going to cheer on Team Canada?
Oh, I don't care about that kind of stuff. No.
You're not a big Olympic hopeful?
No.
Really?
No. Like I don't even really watch the Olympics at all, brother. I mean, like it's not for me.
Ooh, who hit that? Ooh.
I don't know. Neil, I guess. He's excited about Olympics. Me, I have only finite amount of time to watch Arsenal lose. So.
We wouldn't want us too much losing around these neck of the woods. Considering we are still slightly red here today. We'll hit the O Canada on that one. Never mind the USA stuff. You guys are probably going to win, but anything can happen. We'll give them a puncher shirt. Oh, you know who we got this weekend?
Who do we got?
Barrios Garcia.
Oh, that's going to be really good. Yeah. Garcia looks in shape.
You think he looks good? He
looks like in shape. I don't know if he's ready to go or not.
Jamie Benn has Mario Barrios.
Seriously, eh?
I think more in the bag. I think Barrios has it, but it's the hook of Garcia
the left hand.
changed
Exactly.
things, right?
But the thing is, like, I don't want to judge him based on his fight with Rolly because he had just been drinking and partying for a year, right?
Yeah.
And so your body is going to pay the price of that.
That was his first fight off coming back from Spenny, right? From
the suspension, yes. And he was off doing diddly.
Doing things.
You know
So
what I mean?
let's see. That's going to be an interesting one. Looking forward to that one, guys. Ryan O'Day, I know you're the one who mentioned it and reminded me of that. But you can see, guys, the market failing to make any new highs here today, and we're starting to head towards some key support levels. It's buy the lows, sell the highs, essentially. So I'm glad that we got a little bit out right there. Give us some more breathing room to see if we can get some more opportunities in a rebound here in Walmart.
All right, I got into battle here at 69 as it's now in VWAP, but I don't like this trade. I'm out because it's just not. First of all, it's not finding that incremental or that instantaneous support you typically get when you drop into VWAP, and moreover, it's really unbroken in its downtrend. So I don't want to have to nurse this thing and worry all about it. And here's what I mean by that. Like, just look at this unbroken downtrend here on BATL. I'd feel a lot better if we break this trend and show that we're definitely looking to bounce off that VWAP by showing me some higher highs and higher lows. I think that's what I'll wait for here on BATL, but I don't like the look of it at the moment. I was looking for a VWAP dip trade where, in those cases where it touches VWAP, there's a whole lot of buy orders that are resting there, and it ends up shooting up, and I was going to scalp something. That was my thinking there, but I don't think that's the move anymore. I'm going to focus on CISS as it comes into 28s. I've got 24s on. We've built a position on this one. I'm looking for the range to reestablish itself. It's been trading towards the lower end of the range now for the better part of 5 or 10 minutes. And it's not really clearing that 30 penny area with any vigor or lately at all. So let's keep an eye out on that. And I'll just wet the beak here for and giggles and see if we can take out some of these resting orders that I have a little bit higher than that. I don't see anything that I like at the moment, though, but I realize that KNRX started making a move back into the volume weighted average price. I think it's still, suffering from that same affliction that BATL is suffering from, which is lower highs and that unbroken downtrend that we can kind of visually see there with the trend line. So KNRX, I'm going to leave this up on the side chart in case it changes its tune. I'd ideally like a move above 3, I mean, I'm not trying to say 3 is the end-all and be-all, but it is a psychological area of resistance. And if we can kind of move above that, I'll feel a lot better about who's in control of the price action. Separately, the OG Bovin was telling me about drama, DRMA. I'm going to take off MPT. The reason I didn't really say too much about this Bovin is, as you can see there on the chart, it's lightly traded, right? It's up nicely on the day, I believe 33.5%. So let's not crap on this one, but let me just put this on the side chart so it updates. It's sporadic in the volume that it comes in. Like, look at these bars here. They're doing 30,000 shares, 22, 16, 17, 13. You'll get the odd bar that does 100, 135, 88, but kind of low volume for drama. But we'll keep an eye out on this one. I think it is warranted here, given that it's up big and a lot closer to the highs than it is to the lows. Continuing to watch battle here, so not really jumping off that volume weighted average price, but it is finding some support. So I could have made a little bit of money there, but I think that I'm going to wait for that trend line to break if it breaks at all. Did we get any prints here on CISS? Yeah, we got a couple of more. Not bad, but no continuation through 30. Zen Zombie says Gren, Hangry Wife, Zen Zombie says Gern, G-E-R-N, not G-R-E-N. Let's take a look at G-E-R-N. All right, what do we got? G-E-R-N, Joey. Garon Corporation, light volume, brother. And it's down 0.5% on the day. Do you want me to look at the daily on this? Okay, the daily looks a lot better, right, than the intraday. Nice breakout there, holds $1 and holds it organically, mind you. Triple bottom at the $1, no reverse splits here. And then, moreover, it crosses the 50, it crosses the 200, and then look at this. Look how close the red line is getting to that blue line. That's a golden cross. Have we gotten the death cross? Yeah, we got the death cross. That was on January 1st of 25, so over a year ago. So that's not exactly zigging and zagging. So if we get that golden cross, this could be a nice one on the daily here. Let's look at the weekly. Let's see what we look like on the weekly. Yeah, very, very rangy here with obviously $1 as support. And for the most part, I want to say the resistance level is around $5, give or take. So it's not bad. What does this company do? Garon Corp, $1.25 billion, commercial stage biopharmaceutical company, develops first-in-class telomerase inhibitor, for the treatment of adult patients with low to intermediate 1 risk myelodysplastic syndrome, lower risk MDS with transfusion dependent. Okay, so they're a biopharmaceutical company. That's all we need to know about them. Not bad. I mean, the daily looks better than the weekly, especially if you kind of focus on what I was saying there with the $1 hold and then a move into 2 and clearing the 200 and the 50. I hope that helps, and I hope you print up several storms on that, brother, if you're involved in it.
Absolutely. We got our boy Adam James checked out your San Salvador video last night as well too. Intriguing stuff. Check that one out.
Great time.
Yeah, this guy's living the life of Riley, man. Traveling South America and everything along those lines. I don't know what that means, living the life of Riley, but my grandparents always used to say it to me. So I'm gonna.
Been a Riley guy.
He lived a good life apparently, right? So there it is. Lemonade. So this is, let's take a look at LMND here. So typically what I do and what I've found. Oh, it's something out of my pocket. No, just my fob fell out of my pocket. So typically what it is, I'm not gonna get too much into the report or anything along those lines, but what I found myself doing is when I read the report, you look into guidance and everything along those lines on how each individual segment is doing, you tend to typically hold a bias, right, Adam? It's like, hey, yeah, the report is great, but then you can see the street reflecting the total opposite. So it could be a guidance thing, something along those lines. But what I want to do, or what I have been doing is, I'll trade something, I'll just look at the price action, and then after I'm done trading it, regardless of win or lose, I will read the report after so I don't hold that heavy of a bias on the stock. It's like, oh, great numbers, we should be climbing higher, but yet the stock is tanking. So that's just a little trick that I personally do, and it works out. Obviously, it's trading, nothing works all the time. You can read the thing, but as long as you just go with what the price action is telling you, the street is always right. It doesn't matter what we think at the end of the day. So that's how I've been looking at certain things. LMND has been tanking strong 5-minute opening range breakout to the downside in a continuation. You open up at $74, Shreve, and you're now trading at $61, right? And if the report's good, and it's like, well, that doesn't make any sense now, does it? Well, I 100% agree with you. Just try not to hold that bias. You can see that we're heading in towards some key support levels as well, right around this neck of the woods. This gap has been filled over the past couple of sessions. This is going to be a possible support system. You can see that it was acting as resistance. But with the strength and the momentum of this specific candle, I wouldn't be surprised if we do head into the middle of this range. All right, guys, so just keep that in mind. Here it is. Right into the middle of the supply zone, and if it doesn't turn around by then, I would look for that next stage and that next step lower, and that's going to be around that $45 mark. All right, so that's what we got going on. The TQs officially did break down, guys. It took some time. I mean, we really didn't even break the volume weighted average price until approximately 11:44. So a couple hours after the open, a lot of chop and churn. The market's stuck in limbo, but now starting to find somewhat of a direction, heading right towards the opening price. But what I seen earlier this morning, I was like, ooh, maybe we could get a nice move up into 50. I know yesterday wasn't half bad from a trading perspective. Strong price action. But now we're right back to yesterday's OP essentially, right? Opening price, if you're not aware of what I'm getting at. Okay. And then sure enough, now we're really starting to pick up and the volume's slightly increasing as well too. So keep that in mind. And I feel that Walmart is starting to form somewhat of a base. So I have to be prepared for this just being a low breath. You can see the volume really starting to cool off as well too. So no buyers really engaging just yet. So I'm going to be keeping an eye out for any form of a liquidity grab south of this support level. Some indecision prints, buying pressure starting to step into the price action. And then we're going to take a little bit of a move to the top side. Same thing here with the TQQs. Because we've been ebbing and flowing throughout the whole intraday session, I wouldn't be surprised if we come back into some prior resistance and support levels.
All right, Joey, I'm back into battle here. It did break trend, but it's at 5. That's the problem. So it breaks trend, but it's at a key level of psychological resistance and or support. I've got 5 on the dot. It's not clearing 5. I've given it to prior bar low. Let's see if it holds trend. I was telling people in the chat, you know, initially, just based on the price action and where it is at $5, it feels like it could be a bull trap here. It breaks the downtrend, and then it lures you in only to kind of make those area lows again. But hey, we've got 2 current candles now with higher lows. Let's see if it weasels on up. I've got a couple of orders there, as you can see on the screen, resting, waiting to print. 505 is one of them. It's not crossing 505. There's a seller of note. There it is. They killed him. Let's see if now we can move up. 507 showing up. Packing the patience, 8s, 9s. Let's see if the breakout continues here. 10s showing up, wetting the beak here, canceling that order above it, and now we're going to move that order a little bit higher. Let's see if we get the continuation. Doesn't look, like we're going to get it as aggressively as one would hope, but BATL in focus. Now, CISS coming right back into the range. I'm feeling like there is selling here at the third of a dollar, a little bit below. Looks like there's a 30 seller of note, which is a bit of a problem. There's 2 topping tail candles that all reject, I think, high 20s, 28, 29, can't quite tell. In any event, they don't clear 30 on CISS. That could be trouble. I will pack the patience on that, but I already have my stop relative to the low of the bar at 11:30. So that's my move there, and we're gonna see what we get. Won't get upset. Shout out to my man, Neil. All right. Moved up the order into 15s, no clearing there on BATL, current bar high 11, so there was selling at 11, but I don't think we've decisively cleared 5. The good news is we're above 5 and we're above the 10 EMA. We held VWAP and we broken trend. So I mean, if I get bull trapped here, I've done everything right in my opinion, okay? I waited until the trend broke. I waited for VWAP to come in and get defended. I waited for the reclaiming of the 10 EMA. So, I've checked all the boxes. So if I end up losing on this trade, I end up losing, but there's really nothing I can do about that. I think that I was quite disciplined with this battle. All right, seller at 12 now. There was a seller at 11, and now there's a seller at 12. So, they're selling at every level, it looks like here. 547 high on BATL. Look at that, 12 seller, staunchy bugger, 13 now. Can we see some 14s? I'm waiting at 15s. We're not getting the continuation quite yet. Watching, let's see exactly how many shares are coming in at 13. There's really no size posted on the gateway, so we drop back down a little bit on that. Packing the patience. Let's see. What else? RELY, I weaseled into this one. I'm 5 pennies out of the money, in at 57, showing me 52s. This one looks like yeah, the downtrend is unbroken on this one as well. I think I may flatten this one out. Take the 6 penny loss here. Yeah, I'm flattening this one out. So we'll go 0 for 2, by the way, on RELY. This one, if I make one more mistake on this one, it loses its position on the side chart. We will not go 0 for 3 on that. And that's it. So now we're waiting on CISS and BATL. CISS a lot slower of a mover than BATL, so pack your patience on that. Fluffy, thank you. I appreciate you, Fluffy. Let's see, there goes BATL. Joseph taking out my order at 15. Current bar high, 16s. Looking for 17s. We got 18s now, Joey. Let's see.
You know what? I'll tell you.
Was that Assassino?
That was me, man.
That was you. All right.
Brother, I'm all over the stream deck, man. That's one thing. I'm at home and I'm like, dang. Oh, I wish I had the bang button everywhere I go, and it would just boom, boom, boom. That's where virtual reality would come into play. Imagine virtual reality or some augmented reality. I guess. You're just like bang, bang, bang.
Yeah,
bang.
but only you can see it, my boy.
But it'd be cool if other people could see it too, like a holographic or something like that, right?
Oh,
right.
Share
what you got. So I have like a little projection screen, holographic and stuff out there.
Now you're talking sense.
Bang, bang. Hey, don't steal my idea, guys.
Yo, man, it's out there. It's out there to be used, Joey. I'm sorry, my boy. You put it out there. We're having a good time. Yeah, there we go. Okay, guys, continuing to watch BATL over here. This is curling. Okay, let me show you guys this on the black charts because it's looking very bullish. Look at this curl, right? Breaks the downtrend, bottoming tail candles into the volume weighted average price, and you get that trend change. You also clear 5. So I think this is the right move here, but you never know with these small cap gappers, they'll break your heart. So, make sure you're kind of ready for that with stop placement and or right position sizing. That piece of crap RELY is back up into my entry. That's frustrating there. I should have let that one resolve, but hey. That's it, Joe. What do you got on your side, brother?
Same thing, guys. I literally, as soon as I post up there, it puts in this nice strong candle to the top side. So we would have got involved. I mentioned what's forming a little bit of a base here on Walmart, and maybe we can find a potential rebound. Gaurav, I was looking for you, brother. I couldn't find you. You're long the TQQ's at 48.75. Okay, I can get behind that. Just be cautious of this resistance zone. I told us about banging our head on this level right here. And that's going to be what was acting as support can now act as prior support can now act as resistance. By all means, I hope obviously that the trade works out for you. Base being formed there on Walmart. It's unfortunate. I'm still going to post up right there. I'm not going to remove that just in case we get any form of a pullback. Maybe we can catch a fill. HIMS, I think, is going to reject. Well, it has rejected the volume weighted average price and starting to come back in. Watch for this level to hold. If it breaches it, then maybe in the middle of it, and then you want to catch the lower end of things as well too. So keep an eye out on that. I want to get involved in Walmart here one more time. The TQQs was good to us, so we can get back to that later. Once the selling cools off, we're now pulling back to 48.80s. Let's see if we can break through the volume weighted average price, and this was just some form of liquidity grab with the momentum slowly upticking, and then sure enough, maybe boom, we can go off to the races, considering yesterday was a pretty solid session, and I'm looking for some continuation on that end, but here it is. Come back, come to Poppy here, Walmart, and see if we can get that one there. But yeah, pardon me.
Poppy,
yeah,
ain't no snitches,
you know what they say in Colombia, though, right?
What's that?
It's not Poppy in Colombia, it's Papacito.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You're
setting me up.
It's a song. Yeah, it's a song really, at the end of the day. But yeah, let's see if we can get this move here. We'll hit the stone cold on that one. Walmart only down about 0.1%, closer to a fifth. Rider. Hey, our guy Adam James speaks pretty good Spanish, by the way.
Does he?
So, yeah,
well, given the amount of travel,
he's pretty much always there. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, other than that, guys, HIM's starting to breach that resistance zone, which is acting as support, and then we have the TQQs coming back in. What is Figma up to? Yeah, not doing too much there, guys. You can see out of the gate, it was relatively weak, and then it found somewhat of a rebound, heading right back towards the opening price, but now starting to come back in a little bit here. So we're posted up at a specific zone here on Walmart. Let's see if we can catch that one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to show where I got tickets, Joey. Look at this.
Say the band. Say the band.
Tame Impala?
Tame and Tame and
T-A-M-E Impala.
Tame Impala.
Look where I got tickets. So look, you know how they do the stage, right? Like it's kind of like in the middle.
Yeah.
So all this area here, that's stand up only, no seats.
Okay.
And your boy got it right there.
You got
right there, row 2.
Bang.
Row 2. We did it live on the show yesterday, man. I'm pumped for this. July 25th, we're going to do it live.
Right in the summertime, too, right? In the summertime.
Right in the heart of summer, baby.
Summertime.
It's July 25th.
Yeah, that's a good time, man. Good times in the summer around these neck of the woods.
All right, I'm cruising for a bruise in here, but I'm getting back into RELY. It's breaking trend, man. I mean, what the hell am I supposed to do? It is breaking trend, so I have to go long. And I'm back long here on CISS. Stopped out VWAP retracement. We're wetting the beak, multiple scalps already. Let's go ahead and set up some scalps possibly for this level. We'll see. We added nicely here. Let's see if we can get those. Sorry, guys. Just let me throw those orders out there. Now, the deal is this loses VWAP, I'm out. It's really simple, that simple. Let's throw in stops as well as profit takers here for RELY, since I have a bias that this one is broken trend. If I lose on RELY again, I will not trade it, because then I'll be 0 for 3 on it. So hopefully that does not happen. But RELY looks to me, anyway, like it is breaking trend. So you never really know. Bovin, your drama is really making a move here. So shout out to you, my man. Back into the high of the day goes DRMA. It is that same area, though, that it's had resistance, $1.80, $1.81. So essentially 4/5 of a dollar. Good look here for drama Bovin, but I still think this one is not doing enough volume. $1.81, 4.48 million shares traded on the day at around 12 o'clock. So keep an eye out on this one. Not a bad look here, Bovin. Shout out to you, brother. I hope you're printing on that. And I'm involved in 3 trades. Hopefully we won't get stopped out of any of them before we get back. But it is now time. Drama's breaking out, guys. I have to cover this before we go to Neil. DRMA is going. So 187 high. It was just at 181. It looks like it's on the way to 2 here. DRMA is up 43.75%. But it is light on volume, and it does have a tendency to have outsized volume bars and then drops to do nothing for a little bit. So be on the lookout for that, and keep that in mind when you're trading it. We're going to take a break, Joey and I. We're going to send it to Adara at the big desk with Happening Now, and then Neil has his lesson of the day.
There may be some drama here in these small caps like DRMA, but not too much in the market. There's actually just a lot of chop. NASDAQ here pushing nicely here off the open, trying to make another breath higher here around 11:15. Then pulling all the way back, though this most recent 15-minute candle, the one we just closed, did have a nice bounce off of 602 with a slightly higher low. So again, a lot of chop and range-bound action here for the market today. We'll take a look at IBIT. Crypto also kind of range-bound, but I would say a little bit more directional than what we're seeing here, a little bit more consolidative and directional than what we're seeing with the NASDAQ. I want to talk here about U.S. President Trump, and I only say this because we know when he makes speeches, a lot of times the market does move, and I think given the emphasis on oil lately, it's absolutely worth noting. President Trump, 9 a.m. was at that Board of Peace event. It actually just finished. He just gavelled it out. So 3-hour event, that's now done. However, we're expecting him around 2 p.m. when he'll be visiting a local business in Rome, Georgia. Then at 3:30 p.m., he'll be visiting a factory also in Rome, Georgia. And at 4 p.m., he'll be delivering remarks on the economy in, you guessed it, Rome, Georgia. So lots more Trump talk on what he has been discussing Iran and the importance of making a deal with Iran. We know oil's, and to a much lesser extent the market, has been moving on that, so definitely something to be aware of. You guys know we'll cover all of that for you. Also worth being aware of, these earnings names, and there are so many. I do apologize, it'll be hard to get through all of them possibly in this segment, but I do want to mention John Deere, honorable mention. This is still near intraday highs, and it's doing quite well. A lot of these other earnings names had reactions that were kind of all over the place. Figma, initially gapping up, dropping off the open, though bouncing nicely off its lows. Etsy, relatively choppy here and range-bound, moving within $1. Walmart, initially weak, then pushing higher, and now pulling back. So I think definitely in terms of directionality, John Deere did quite well. But CVNA, another interesting one to watch here as well, guys. Pushing up pre-market, then dropping a little bit here throughout the day. But speaking of earnings, I would be remiss if I did not mention Opendoor, which is reporting after the bell. Here's CEO Kaz Najarian of Opendoor, and formerly the COO of Shopify. This company actually beat revenue and revenue estimates. They slightly missed EPS last quarter, and their home purchases and home sales dropped sharply on a year-over-year basis. Their guidance does imply a decline for this current quarter. They're going to be reporting tonight, but it was above estimates. We'll have to wait and see how all of this shakes out here for OPEN. But in the meantime, we're not going to have to wait very long to find out how things shake out with Neil's lesson of the day. Neil, what's today's lesson, may I ask?
Thank you, Dara. I actually already had the theme of knew what I was going to talk about for the lesson, but then when Streif was talking about DRMA, I was like, oh, I can work this one into it. Why? Because anybody that knows the name Johnny Drama knows that some people just are who they are. They're going to say victory, and they're just going to cause problems. Like some people, it is what it is. But when somebody's telling you who they are constantly, you got to listen, right? It's not an excuse. You can't be surprised when someone is themselves and get angry when they display their normal behavior. And that's the same thing with the stock. And oftentimes, and not to look, first of all, I don't want to be that person because there's probably somebody long this stock and it's up 50%. But, reverse split, trend down. How many times has this had more than one green day in a row or a big one? Only a few times, but usually big green day back down, big green day back down, big green day back down. Like pretty much every single time this has popped and had a significant green day, it is reversed the next day. It's telling you who it is. In the markets, when something is that, I don't want to say obvious, but it is, what should you be looking for? If I was a trader of drama, I would be looking for the opportunity tomorrow's trade for a fade based on the price action. And it was actually HIMS that put me on this thought, because it's a bit of a choppy market. Like ultimately, shorts ended up working out. If you're able to find them out there, the market short eventually worked out, and Bitcoin was going to okay for a little bit. And there's things that eventually pulled back. But I'm going to point to something on HIMS. I'm going to zoom it in. This is a 15-minute chart. I'm going to zoom it right in. So HIMS, news in the morning, pre-market or gap up, right? So you want strong move in the pre-market going into the open. This is at 6:45. By the time we get to 9:30, it's already making a lower high. So early spike, it's already making tops before at the open, it's putting in lower highs and then dipping. Let's go to the last time this stock actually was, it tried to break out here. So technically this even, I wouldn't even count this day. It tries to break out the high at 9:30. It makes this high in the 9:30 candle on the 15-minute. If you go back, and I'm just going back to every single time that I see it, and this one doesn't even really count. It's here we go. Here's one where it's trying to make a big breakout. There's a fundamental move up, running in the pre-market. It makes its high. That's a 9:30 candle. Go back here again. This is the best move that it had to the upside, which is the day after it died. I wouldn't even necessarily think that's that successful, but here are the two that really stand out. Pre-market move like today. Pre-market move makes that high 9 o'clock. Again, pre-market move makes the high 9:30. Pre-market move up makes the high 9:45. So suffice to say, if this stock moves in the pre-market and has already made a high by the end of the opening range, you just look short, you stay short. Why? Because that's what it's telling you that it wants to do. So it did the pre-market move up, and then you can be short in the pre-market. It is what it is. But it makes that push, and even does one of my favorite setups. It's like, where is the resistance in the pre? There it is. It does a topping tail candle. It's a short there. It's a short at VWAP. Heck, it was a short again at the volume weighted average price if you happen to like it. Now, the thing about patterns is they're only as good, like they're only good for a certain number of times, right? Like how often is HIMS going to show that exact pattern where it makes a pre-market high on some kind of a news story or whatever the catalyst might be, and if it's not breaking out that high at 9:30, you short the first move, and then you just win for the rest of the day. I doubt that happens forever. That's not how markets work, and each time it happens, more people notice it, and it probably moves less, and all that kind of good stuff. But if you do happen across a pattern like that, there's something I like to say. That setup on HIMS is a short till it's not. We've seen things stair-step down before. We've seen them stair-step to the upside, or have a certain way in which they would trade to set upside. And you've got to take advantage of it. So it was a huge fail not to have been on HIMS. I saw it running, and the worst part about this was I literally said this exact same thing in the morning before when it was running up, and I think someone talked about HIMS, and I said more or less the same thing every single time. Look at this 15-minute chart. If it makes a high in the pre-market, you just find the first short and keep shorting it. But I don't have any executions on this. 0. So now that it's happened a few times, will it happen again? You just got to be willing to go ahead and take it, because that's what trading is about. If you find something that's a positive expectancy, you win, lose, or draw. I heard Sharif say maybe 20 minutes ago, or at some point in the last half an hour, he made the comment of, I'm going to try this because this is the setup, and if it doesn't work, it just doesn't work. That's effectively what trading is. It's a boring way to put things, but it's along the lines of, that's the pattern. There's your pre-market high. Well, when it tries to go at the open, if I see it fail this first resistance level, significant resistance level, I'm just taking the back end of that trade because that's the pattern that worked. And that's what you do. You get in, you throw your stop, you know where your out's going to be, you know what it means to be wrong, and win, lose, or draw, that is where the chips have to lie. So, obviously this was a missed opportunity to follow that pattern. If a stock wants to tell you what they are or how they act, then you got to listen, whether it's a small cap, large cap. If there's a pattern that it follows, typically, and you see it as a positive expectancy, if you execute alongside of that pattern, then you just got to go ahead and do it. Trying to fight it or turn it into something that it's not is usually not going to work out. You don't want to hope that it's going to be different this time. You just want to do what usually ends up working. I usually end this with telling you guys how the lunch is, but as you can see, I haven't even opened it up. For whatever reason, they've got that pesto whatever sauce or seasoning on the salmon, which is a bit weird. But we'll see how it works out. It's not what I would put on salmon, but I'll let you guys know how it is. Hopefully it's tasty, and hopefully your trades have been a little bit tasty so far. So back over to the midday, guys. Good luck on your trades. If someone is telling you who they are, you've got to listen.
Someone shows you who they are, you best believe them.
Yeah, otherwise you're kind of doing yourself a disservice there. Shout out to Neil, man.
Run into George Bush issues.
I like to wisdom embodied. You know what I mean? Like some people, can I say something to you?
Yeah.
I always went back and forth. Would you rate intelligence as more important than wisdom, or wisdom as more important than intelligence? Which one would you rate as greater in importance?
Well, I think wisdom is extremely important just due to the fact that there's a lot of, what's the word that I'm looking for? Scenarios. The experience, essentially, is what you've gone through. Intelligence can be hindered because you can be extremely biased to one direction and think that you know everything, which isn't the case. You just haven't been through enough life experiences.
And can I say one thing as well? I think with wisdom, discipline comes along with wisdom. If you truly have wisdom, you will have discipline.
Absolutely.
And I think that discipline outweighs intelligence. I've seen it in my own life. I've seen friends who, God bless them, are not that bright. They didn't do well in school. They're not bright in terms of like when you talk to them and engage with them. But guess what, bro? They got discipline up the yin yang, and they've elevated their careers as a result.
It's like we say in sports as well, too, right? Like for me, I would rather pick the guy that works hard than the guy who's more skilled. The guy who's just continuously working hard opposed to the skilled individual, right? So just keep working. Exactly.
Yeah, that's just kind of my
it's like
life
like what Mike Tyson said. He said he doesn't believe in talent. He just believes in hard work and discipline.
But there's talent.
There's talent. There's absolutely talent. Yeah. But some people take advantage of it and they feel they don't need to work as hard because they don't.
That's
right.
the thing.
It comes natural to them.
Exactly.
And if they, so it's like Kobe. Kobe was a mixture of talent and hard work, and then that's why he was
the deadliest combination.
Right. Exactly. And he's like,
and intelligence. He's clearly smart.
Yeah. Exactly. Highly intelligent. And he's like, if Shaq had the work ethic that I had, they would have won like every season. They would have won.
I did hear that. I remember that. I remember that specifically. Intelligence does not necessarily turn into wisdom. Absolutely accurate. TWX 4184. I agree completely. Just some weird life lessons one learns along the way. But you know what I'm going to say? There goes RELY into the high. We weren't going to get this one wrong again, man. We set up nicely 53 of what the beat there into the candle high, into 71, but I didn't take out 71. I got 70. Looking for a little bit more, man. Why are you laughing?
Look what Kyle F said.
Hold on. Kyle F?
Yeah.
Wait. Where's it at, Joey?
So it's the one that's kind of like blurred out. I don't feel
blurred
like.
Out. Oh, that one. I think Tom Lisa. Yeah. Well, I don't know, bro. Yeah. You know, some people on the spectrum are highly intelligent.
Highly intelligent. I look at it. Look, Sharif. Look where we are over now.
There you go. I know that's your favorite camera. I get that. I get that, Joseph.
You know what I mean?
Guys, I'm flattening out CISS. It's breaking trend, and it's looking like it's heading back down to VWAP. That ain't the move. I'm going to take the money that I have with it and run. So we're out of CISS now, and we really want to focus on RELY. It has broken trend, but the downtrend that is, but it's not exactly rocketing up back into highs. The OG Bovin letting me know that drama is at a very good entry point. DRMA, shout out to my man Bovin. AKA my other pair of eyes, and I do love that. So we're going long drama here, Bovin, and if I get stopped out, I'm going to send you a bill. No, I'm playing. Shout out to my man Bovin. We're in at 80s. Let's post some up here. What's the move, though? So VWAP and the 10 EMA at the 5 are basically at the same price. I'm going to give this to a little bit below the $0.75. I'm going to go ahead and set that up now. We have to give a little bit of room here because, the price action can develop in a way where pardon me, you get stop hunted. Got 80s on, showing 82s, looking for the move above the, I'm looking for the move to stay above, 180, because that's actually a good resistance level, formerly resistance above in that 180 level. There were basically a double top there from at 10:45 and then again at 11:30. So I like what you're seeing there above, and shout out to you. Let's see if we can get the print showing 83s, looking for a move into 85s. Not readily apparent whether that's going to come or not. 84 is now showing up, Bovin. I'm going to need you to punch into a few 100,000 shares, my man, and boost this one to the high side. Shout out to the OG Bovin. Let's go back to RELY. Back into 66 it goes. It has not broken trend, but it's not at the current bar high. Current bar high, as I mentioned earlier, 71s, showing 66s, looking for a move into 88s. This one did get an aggressive price spike up, and that's why you see all the red rectangles or triangles right there, Fabian, because I was taking all the prints pretty quickly. I had all the resting orders there. If we can, I see what you were doing there. I see. See, Fabian does things a little bit differently. So I couldn't see the fact that you had that in the corner of my eye. Shout out to you, my man. That's a good look. Good look, good look. Gurn, I mentioned this already, Zen Zombie. Gurn is just, it's not for me. It's too light in volume, but it is breaking back. I see that above. I don't want to trade this personally, but if anybody else wants to look at Gurn, you guys are more than welcome. It's a good-looking daily chart, as I've mentioned, but it just went green on the day. $1.94 is the break-even point. It's at 196, but as you can see there, kind of a rounded shape. Look out for that area high into $2, obviously a psychological area of resistance and support, so we're working our way into that, it looks like here. So the only trade that I've got, the only two trades, we got DRMA at 80, and that's not giving me the print, and we have RELY into 70 now. Let's see if we can get a price spike up and clear prior bar high. 71 is prior bar high, not clearing that quite yet. How we doing here? On Drama, we got one print at 85s on Drama, back into 84 it goes. And these are two bottoming tail candles above, and at least the current candle is for the moment, the one previously already is. So buyers are picking this up at the 180, and that is good news because that 180 level was a resistance level. It's also generally the 10 EMA on the 5 and as well a little bit above VWAP, which is at 175. So we're keeping an eye on that. But there goes RELY into 77s. We get the print there. We're positive on this freaking name. It was my negative one. We're taking it out there, and now we're going to post above the high of the day, 1788. I'm going 95s. Come hell or high water, we're not stopping this one until we either get stopped out or we take up the 95s. We'll see which one comes first. Joseph.
See which one comes. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to catch this fill here on Walmart, guys, as it's continuing to climb higher. There's a nice support level being formed right here, so you can see this was resistance. We break higher, come back and retest that zone, and then now we're starting to climb a little bit back up into 127. We have multiple touches, go to a high of around 127.15 in this specific zone. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. I'm not going to chase it, but you might get this move back towards the volume-weighted average price. Excuse me, especially at this pace. Let's head back. Oh, okay, Gaurav, there you go, my brother. Take a look at the 15. Let's see what we got going on here. Ooh, lots of buying pressure. I see what you're looking at here now, brother. Good call out. I like that. I like our chances there for sure. A lot more telling of what we got going on, eliminating some of the noise and seeing what's really going on in the higher time frames. And sure enough, the higher the time frame, the more conviction you can have within that setup, in my opinion, the more likely it is to work. So yeah, some nice, a nice look there. There goes 127.09. There you go, Fabian. He's rocking around with this thing there. And then sure enough, we're getting a nice bounce up to 48.85 there in the TQQQs. HIMS didn't break down, came right into the middle of the zone, which we were talking about not too long ago, right? So you're holding the lower end of that, starting to get somewhat of a bounce right now. So keep an eye out on that. If we break and hold the volume-weighted average price on the TQQQs, maybe it's time to rock and roll and head back towards the top end of this range, especially if the 15-minute time frame is telling us we might head into that neck of the woods. So we'll keep an eye out on that with 10-minute time frame. Not doing too much, but eliminating some of the noise. We like it. Oh, Walmart. See, I posted up right here as soon as I'm like, oh, I love this base that was forming, and then off to the races there. So, yeah, that was a missed opportunity on my half. We would have been hitting some targets and taking some out, which would have been nice for our day, but that hasn't been the case. So we'll stay on the hunt. We'll stay on the prowl to see if we can find anything that we really, really enjoy right now. Let's go through our scan and see what we got going on. How are the big boys doing? Are they slowly starting to recover? Are they continuing on their trend? This is our scanner that we had on earlier in the day. KLAR, ooh, big gap down there. Klarna Group.
Yeah, so I was looking at that. Somebody said it in the chat.
Yeah,
like, what is this?
I wanted to short it today, but you have to order the shorts. By the time I got all that done, then the trade probably would have been gone without us. But let's head over to our watch list here, guys, and see what we got going on from that point. We'll take a look at Apple. Okay, still moving sideways. Not too much going on here. Microsoft. Not doing too much either, but a nice rebound, breaks through some of the support levels. Now starting to form a base on what we've seen is just a little bit 5 minutes after the opening price, so that's still that 10-minute opening auction level, holding up relatively well. Amazon, what have you been up to? That's Tesla heading back towards the high of the day, Sharif, so not too bad of a look on TSLA. NVDA, what is this this dog up to? Not too much, moving sideways. Again, just moving forward. What's paying Dob?
pinned up, putting in a pretty good session here. Now heading towards this pre-market zone. Remember, that might be right at the open. So I wouldn't be surprised at this pace if we go and retest that neck of the woods. If we go through the quantum names and we look at the daily, it's disastrous. So maybe we won't do that. We'll skip it and take a look at what Coinbase is up to. Haven't looked at Bitcoin much today either. I know someone was mentioning it not too long ago. Netflix back up to $77. Caterpillar remaining. How much? Did you ask about Klarna there, Sharif?
No, I asked about BATL. Would you like me to ask?
No, it's okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I think the trade's kind of already gone past us there. Walmart, see, tough. So I don't know how much of a rebound we're gonna get. We're definitely not gonna catch that fill at 126.13s at this point. It's now off to the races there. DoorDash is another one that I had on my list. Not too much of a rebound, but you have that massive gap up and you give the majority of that back, head back into the 5-minute time frame, and a slow recovery. You get about 40 to 45% of that regain, but now slowly starting to curl over there. JP Morgan, what are you doing? Let's see if you can break through that 308 level and climb a little bit higher for us today. Nice move there. 20 cents you got up Gorev on the TQQs as it's now breached the volume weighted average price.
All right, DRMA is coming back into my entry. It is 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 4 bars in a row, Bovin, that it's negative. Sorry, not negative. Well, yeah, putting in lower highs is kind of what I meant there on DRMA. I'm break even on it now. It's above VWAP, which is why I'm still entertaining the trade, but I'm not really motivated by, okay, so the day high of 198 got printed at 12 o'clock, okay? 12:05 candle, lower high. 12:10 candle, lower high. 12:15, lower high. 12:20, lower high. So that is, we'll see. I'm gonna give it some time. I think that my stop is just close enough to my entry that it really wouldn't be all that damaging. But we'll pack the patience. Now, I looked over to Neil and I said, Neil, how much are shorts or locates, we'll call them that, of BATL going to cost me? Because here's what I'm starting to see here on BATL. Area high, lower high, and if this ends up, say, rejecting 5, maybe 4 mid-90s, high 90s, whatever, it'll be another lower high. All the while, yes, we are maintaining that same base. So this one could be a flat bottom break. And if it is, I want to be ready for it. Now, you don't have to get it on the initial flat bottom break. You can wait, not all the time, but you can sometimes wait for the flat bottom break to manifest, and then an upward move back into VWAP or whatever the flat bottom break area is, and that's where you go short. So you're looking for a retest of the support level, this time acting as resistance. That's my thinking on BATL. I don't have to execute in that way, but I am thinking of it as a possibility. Drama, I'm out, okay? We're going to get out of this one. If it wants to retrend with some higher highs and higher lows, we'll entertain that. But for the moment, I'm going to focus on RELY because that one is a lot closer to the highs, and this looks awfully good. That rounding pattern off the $0.50, and now we're into $0.75 looking for 4/5. So I put my next profit taker on RELY above day high. So by necessity, it will have to clear day high for me to get the print again, or I'll get stopped out. There isn't a whole lot going on right now, though, guys. I do apologize. KNRX breaking down. BATL, it's not breaking down. It's above VWAP, but it does not look like an appetizing long. It's really only RELY, and that's the one I'm involved in. And here it comes into 80, so 88 high. CISS, I had to get out of that one because it did break trend. My bias on this one was an upward channel, and that ended up breaking. And so I'm no longer interested, quite frankly. And I'm not looking at picking this up off VWAP. I need to see something entirely different than what I'm seeing here to get back involved with CISS. That's it. ATOM is making a freaking move, though. It's making a move with very light volume. So this means to me that the shorts are not really targeting Atom today, maybe because it hasn't done all that much volume. On the day, it is at 3.17 million on a $6 name. I mean, this was doing much more yesterday. Look at the volume bars on the left side of the screen versus the volume bars on the right side of the screen. So we also have lower highs on Atom, by the way. So if you were to make this connection on a daily, it would certainly be lower highs. But it made a move. Look, and if it can get above 630, then there is a possibility we squeeze into 7 into the day high, especially if we take out that day high. I think it'll be on a lot of people's radars, including myself. So here's the deal. We're going to throw in an alert a couple of pennies below the day high so we can kind of have advanced notice of this. And if Adam wants to make a move, I'll get back involved. And shout out to freaking Luis Barbado yesterday, man. You weren't even here yesterday, but look what when he came on at 1 o'clock. Okay? And Adam, let me zoom in so you can kind of see the whole thing. It was hanging out here. So he's like, I'm taking this short. He's like, basically, we're waiting for Adam to lose the bid. Yeah. I didn't say it at the time, but in my mind, I'm like, this is a VWAP bounce, right? I'm like, I'm thinking about going long. Boy, was I wrong. Look at the move below VWAP.
That's a nice one.
He took that entire thing down. He gave that to us in real time, by the way.
That's nice.
Yeah. So shout out to Luis Barbado, man. Thanks for obviously coming on. Guys, Luis is going to be on every Wednesday at 1 o'clock. He is a small cap gapper trader extraordinaire. The only difference is between him and I, he's a lot better, number one. Number two, he takes it short, whereas I go long. So if you're looking at, learning the ropes for the short side, you gotta be with us on Wednesday at 1 o'clock. And throw in those comments and questions for me anytime in the week, and I'll save them in a document, and we'll put them to Luis when he is on. So keep that in mind, guys. The offer remains open. BATL is dropping back down into VWAP here, and this is kind of what I'm looking for. The loss of VWAP for that short. We'll wait and see here on BATL. I'm going to take a shot at the short, and you guys know I haven't been shorting, and here it comes. It's losing VWAP. It's losing it in a hurry here into the 2/3 of a dollar. Let's see if this one drops into the $0.50 and then comes back into VWAP for a retest of former support, now resistance. So I'm keeping an eye on this one, guys. I'm very interested in trying to take some of these short. We're going to go smaller share size, of course, as we learn the ropes, but I will be looking to diversify the game.
You ordered shorts just now, didn't you?
Yeah, Neil hooked me up.
On which name?
On BATL.
Let's see that bad boy.
That's right there.
Fire it up right now. You may as well throw a couple in.
You put in the orders?
Yeah, to the short side. I think. What do you think?
Well, I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Okay, so go. Can you do like a comparison to yesterday, the one that he was talking about on ATOM?
Yeah, on ATOM. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So you go to yesterday. Yeah. Okay. So
let me zoom in. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay, so you get that move higher, and then you have that consolidation, and then eventually you get that cross. Head back over to BATL.
Yep. It's a little different of a look, though. It's lower, high, flat bottom, though.
Flat bottom, right? If that breaks, I like your chances of a continuation to that next zone there, maybe to the short side.
I was thinking 4 1/3, Joey. There seems to be some support at 4 1/3. Right? Yeah, exactly.
So let's keep an eye on ATOM there. Yeah, I like that one 100%.
Shout out to Wyatt, who's shorting. Shout out to Hang Your Wife, Love Your Wife Back, Hang Your Wife. All the love sending from me and Joey, by the way. David the Red, Sharif. SO reported today. Coal is at 1 Eastern. I'm targeting 92 on this. Say less, my man.
Walmart.
Tell him, Joey. SO, let's have a look. Southern to Southern. Okay, what do we got over here? Energy provider. I didn't actually know about this company, guys. I probably should know. It's a $103 billion market cap. I didn't know about this. Okay, so it's an energy company. Provider owns three traditional electricity operating companies: Southern Power Company, Southern Company Gas. The traditional operating companies: Alabama Power, Georgia Power, Mississippi Power. So Elon must be dealing with these guys with his little data center there in Memphis. No, that's Tennessee. What am I saying? That's Mississippi. All right, let's go to the daily. Kind of consolidated, I want to say, for the better part of a year and a half, though, wouldn't you say? You get up into that 90, mid-90s range back in middle of 24. Yeah, you had a nice move, I want to say, in October into above 100, and then all hell broke loose to the downside into about mid-80s. This is not that bad, though. This is not that bad at all, and that it's been riding a decent trend. Man, these utility companies, energy companies, this is like the alternative AI play, man. If you guys want to stay away from chips and all that good stuff, the energy companies are definitely something to look at, and it's breaking above this upward channel that it's been in. So shout out to David the Red. Not a bad look there. I have to start, a utilities, energy company watch list. I don't have too many of those on my proprietary watch list on the side, so something I should definitely be doing. Joey, I'm going to send it to you, brother, because we might start to short here.
On BATL?
Yeah, I'm going to be looking to
man.
short into 5. So I'm going to start a position here.
All right, let's go
and I'm going to be
man.
looking to defend into 5. It loses 5, I'm out.
Expanding the good old playbook right there. That's what we like to see. I'm thinking about the same thing here potentially on Walmart, but we have an uptrend, and if we break it and head on to the backside of this, maybe we'll get a little bit of a small curl over. One thing that I'm noticing is that on the volume by time, really cool to the top side, and I feel that can give an opportunity for sellers to step right in, but we want to wait for this trend to be broken, and then a potential retest of it, and then we can engage for that potential try. Yeah, 48.82. There's a little bit of an inverted hammer on the 1 minute and on the 5 minute here, Grub. What I was looking at for a potential short side play on the TQQQ. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. We got a super chat here from our boy. The market is bad for my health. I can't get anything right at the moment. I don't short. I'm gonna take a break and re-collaborate for now. God bless. Oh, that's
God bless you, brother.
Hey, man. I know you're somewhere warm, so you're in the right place. Don't let it chew you up too much. We know it can do that for sure. But that's just the nature of the beast. So yeah, have fun, enjoy what you have outside the nature. Guess what? The market will be here tomorrow, be here the next day, and will be here long after we are all gone. So don't feel like you're missing out on anything there, guys. Yeah, good idea. If things aren't going your way, just step away, take a breath, take a step. It's a lot easier said than done. And there goes the trend break on Walmart here. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that one. Thank you very much, Adam, for that super chat.
Adam.
Once again, enjoy it. I enjoy watching your videos. Keep posting those bad boys.
Bro.
Did you? Oh yeah, you never.
He's on the gram. I got him on the gram.
You got him on the gram. So San Salvador. He was in El Salvador, which was cleaned up.
Him and the wifey, man, they're cleaning up there, bro.
On the gram.
On their trip.
Oh yeah.
They're everywhere.
I mean, dude, he was gone like the whole winter. He's just always there. He's not really. I'm not gonna call you a nomad or a digital nomad, but it feels like you're getting really close to that realm there, my friend. All right, Walmart guys, keep an eye out on this one. If it breaks this pivot at 1247.50, then we might have to get out of Dodge, or this trade might not really come into play. So we're waiting for the retest of the backside of this trend, and then we're gonna look for some other opportunities. The TQQQs, could this be a breath before we take an additional leg lower? So we'll wait for a retest. Essentially, what I'm getting at, if we fail to establish a new high right here and price slowly starts to curl over, might engage to the downside. What I'm seeing on the 5 minute time frame, I'm not absolutely in love with the long. Want to participate. FIG is breaking out. We like that one. CVNA, someone mentioned that not too long ago as well, saying, yeah, the shorts are really printing. We talked about that short report not too long ago, and I think it's really, really in play. You got to take into consideration, we're 33% off of those highs, right? So this is a really nice play. I forget who it was. But someone did there was an interview, we're not gonna mention the name or anything like this, but this guy, he literally shot, so the SEC did an investigation into him because he's like, hey, I have 100% accuracy, but he would do short reports on his own, and he like traveled to some of the countries and stuff like that to see what's going on with the actual companies.
Did his own investigations.
It did his own investigations and released these short reports.
Dang.
And the SEC did an investigation because he's like, there's no way that you have 100% accuracy. And apparently he was telling the truth on everything. Did everything. Wouldn't even trade, just release his own short reports. Very interesting stuff. Yeah, so
there goes battle. We actually took yes, Joey. Yes, Joey. All right. The shorts are paying off. Now it's gonna rocket up and I'm gonna get killed.
Now you're suckered in.
I know, right? All right. Let's throw some below the $1/2 there. Sorry to get excited, but it's not every day. You know, we take these small cap gappers short. My hands were sweating. No, I'm playing. I didn't really care all that much.
There goes the...
Looking for that. There's a buyer at 55, guys. Now buy into 54 we go. Current bar low on BATL is, pardon me, how is it telling me 68, bro? Oh, God, this thing's... All right, showing the $1/2. There's buying coming in at the $1/2 here. Looking for a move south of the $1/2. 51 showing up. 50s. We got 67s. We're going to wet the beak here. Let's cancel that order below it. It's going to go farther below now into the $1/3 of a dollar. Looking for the move south of the $1/2. Now, if this loses the $1/2, I got a bias here, and my bias was that this loses the bid here by a bit and then comes back up to test the volume weighted average price as that former area of support now as resistance, as the Jacobin would say. 470, 475 is where I see VWAP at, just a little bit below 470. So that's the area that I'd be looking for a retest. So going to pack the patience there. I don't know why it says I don't have any positions on RELY, but that's fine, or on BATL. That's fine. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. Hangry Wife, how do you buy short allocates? I look over to Neil. Neil gets it for me, guys.
Knock him out.
No, so the way it works is the floor managers are the ones that have access to get you locates, right? So our floor managers on the show are Brendo, Neil, and Sean, obviously. So one of those individuals has to get the shorts for us, right? And that's kind of the way it works on a prop floor. There has to be some, obviously, controls. And so that's
How much did those cost you?
$1 something.
Oh, okay, that's not bad.
It's not bad. Yeah, so we've got them, and we're going to be looking to test it again. Should it come back into that 470 area, we'll keep an eye out on that. I said very little, by the way, guys, about RELY. We're in at 54s, showing 67s. I'm trying to pack the patience here and seeing, can RELY get above 1770? If it can, I'm going to add, okay? So it's showing me 67s now. I'm going to, prior bar high was 70s. So let's go ahead and throw in an order there above that level, and I'll be looking to add a little bit on this one. Yeah, that's what we'll do, and we'll look to possibly test that 1788 high a day. That's what I'm looking there. Yeah, look, IB, hangry, it's just not good for that. Number one, I don't know what it is in the States, but in Canada, if you want locates, you got to order $10,000 worth. Otherwise, they don't do locates, right? That's number one. Number two, oh, here we go. It broke away without me. Jeez Louise, man. For real? I gave it a spread. All right, we're going to have to chase it now. So I added into RELY. I didn't get the price that I wanted, which is fine, because there was illiquidity there. So let's cancel that, and let's put it a little bit above. I want to say at 79, and then we're going to look to take out some a little bit below the high of the day, which is 88s, right? So we're going to look for 85. So yeah, what I was saying about IB, you got to order $10,000 worth of shorts in order to kind of do that whole locate thing, and then otherwise you can't do anything about it. And here's how you can tell if it's shortable or not. What I do is I just look on my scanner and I added a column on the scanner. If it's dark green, it's not shortable. If it's lime green like that, it is shortable. And most of the time it is dark green, meaning that it's not shortable. So that's my look there. Joey, what do you got?
Good stuff there. Oh, Mike Peter Ryder. All right, so yeah, there's that backside trade right here on WMT, starting to head a little bit lower there, guys. So that trend line broke, and then now you're on the opposite side of it. Gonna keep an eye out on that. Fig had some nice indecision prints. We have TQQs was looking to get involved on this to the short side. So we'll wait for one more retest, maybe of the volume weighted average price, or if it wants to go off to the races, and it's going to be without me. So a little bit of hesitation here on my front after taking a couple of those losses. So let's just get back in and start pulling triggers on some good potential trades. We don't want to chase anything right now. So one more pullback, which I'm sure we're going to get on the TQQs, we're going to engage the short side, and maybe even in Walmart as well. So if we get a retest of this zone and then slowly start to curl back around, let's get involved in some shorts here, because I think that's the direction that the market is heading. So yeah, no diet soda. We don't even drink that get that garbage out of here.
Oh, what?
Diet soda?
Diet soda?
Yeah, we don't
That's
drink
crazy.
that. Yeah.
You don't drink Coke Zero?
No.
No, I have Coke Zero from time to time, but not often.
Dude, if I'm gonna have a pop, I'm just gonna have a straight up. I'm just gonna go with lots of sugar, man. But that's not. I don't drink it every day. Like I think I have probably
that's fair.
pop or soda, as the Americans would like to call it, soda. Probably maybe once a month or every other month, really. To be honest.
Barely.
And you see me when I drink my cranberry juice, I dilute that sucker and pour it all up into there, right?
Yeah,
so it gets a little bit more H2O in there.
But...
So we're waiting for this, guys, and then we're gonna engage to the short side here on the TQQs. I don't want to get in too early because I think we're going to see a pullback. Getting that pullback in Walmart right now. Coke Zero is Jets #1. All right, good. Cranberry juice for the, yeah, I mean, Hangry Wife. We're not going to repeat what you just said there, but sure. I like the flavor of it, to be honest.
I like Hangry Wife.
Yeah,
bro.
I like Hangry Wife too. Very, it's always loving, very loving individual. So let's get
Man.
involved here, guys, on the short side here in the TQQs. I'm going to have to use this previous pivot, so we'll have to give it about 35 cents or so to prove that we're wrong. Just going to have to take it for what it is. We'll start not as this initial size that we had had to the long side, considering waiting for this nice little bounce to see if we can catch the top end of the range on this. Let me pull it up for you guys so you can see what I'm getting at here, instead of me just having it on my side chart and then you guys be like, what is this guy doing? So here it is. All right, testing that 80 level. We got 48 and a quarter, 48. Okay, there it is. You're starting to run into some zones that I like. Any form of a rejection, we're getting involved, and I think we just experienced that right now. An aggressive move to the downside. The market delay on these IBKR charts are absolutely horrendous. You want to always keep an eye out on the tape, right? The tape will never tell, and market latency is huge. Milliseconds is extremely important on your platform. If it's too much, then you're getting a delay. None of us want that, okay? Rejected. All right, cool. Rejection. Let's try this one more time here, Sharif, to see if we can get involved. There it is. So let's see if we're gonna hold on this and head a little bit lower on the TQQs. Let's rock and roll.
Let's rock and roll, baby. Trying to get back into battle here. So as I mentioned, I have a bit of a bias that this one does come back up and test the volume weighted average price. So entry level position here at 46 is we're 3 pennies out of the money. But as you can see, the purple lines, and you probably haven't seen those often on my charts because I rarely short, those are basically DCAs. I'm looking at getting more into my level that I've spoken about. That's my bias. That volume weighted average price will be a resistance level, formally support, of course. So that's what I'm thinking about that one, to be quite honest there. RELY, I've moved up my stop with this one. It topping tailed into 75. I don't know what the hell this one's doing. Look, it's putting an uptrend. It is putting in an uptrend, but it's not very clean. So I don't really want to, paper hand this trade. So I've given it to 1230 candle prior bar low, the low of which is 61. So that'll be my new look there. The Omega Star wants to know if there is news with Netflix. I couldn't tag Adara. Netflix has ample room to increase. I don't see anything other than, just some comments here from Warner Brothers. Exclusive Netflix has ample room to increase offer in bidding war for Warner Brothers. Sources say that came in at 1239. That is it, so she's saying. So Benzinga, Netflix has ample room to increase offer in bidding war for Warner Brothers. Sources say. This is a Reuters exclusive. It's being reported by Reuters. She's looking more into it. What's wrong, Neil? Now, WBD is moving. Neil's looking at WBD. It is on the move, guys. You need to be alive to Netflix and Warner Brothers as that price action is developing. Here is the Netflix move. That's a flat bottom break. It is recovering a little bit, but you know how I feel about Netflix, obviously. We are going to look at WBD, and then we're going to send it to Adara. Big move up on WBD, but retracing back down. What more can you tell us, Adara?
Wow.
Still looking for the full article here, but yeah, I think this is an interesting look because the only stock that in any way moved higher off of this was Warner Brothers, right? At least briefly. Both Paramount, Skydance, and Netflix moving lower. PSKY continuing to push here into low of day. Netflix bouncing a little bit off this low of day. Again, this headline, at least to me, and again, with not being able to see this full article and not even a link to said article as of yet, basically just sounds like Netflix willing to potentially increase its offer, PSKY, and bad look for PSKY, but also for those who are hoping Netflix doesn't win this deal, they now are saddled with having to finance and pay for this other property, could be a bad look for NFLX as well. So again, the only stock as of right now that seems to look good for is Warner Brothers because it implies whoever's going to acquire them is likely to pay a little bit more than these prior prices we've seen being brought up for Netflix. It's about $27.75 a share, at least as of the most recent deal we actually have in front of us. And then for PSKY, it's $30 a share. So if I get more details, I'll keep you posted. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll keep you guys posted. Anything that comes in on the wire, we've got Adara at the big desk. I'll be able to look at the blotter, so hopefully we'll keep you guys apprised. And yeah, I'm not going to trade it, obviously, but we'll give you guys the news. And if it's tradable for you, have at it, baby. All right, we got a little bit more there on BATL, looking at building the position into $0.75, Joey. So I'm trying to pack the patience. What are you looking over there? Brother?
I'm in Walmart, just getting absolutely. This thing's beating me to a pulp on today's intraday session here. It's up, it's down, it's around. We tried going long, tried going short, and this thing just. We're not in sync with it. It's really, really chopping me up here on today's session. So after this, guys, we're talking about 3 strikes at the plate. We're going to have to get out of this name if it continues to break through some of these resistance zones and climb a little bit higher. We'll get out earlier than when we're supposed to and just find something else to trade here if Walmart doesn't want to continue its slide. I mean, we're talking about being on the backside of the trend, but this rebound seems relatively strong, and I'm not liking the way it looks. As soon as we get involved, you get that nice, strong move and these breaths within Anyways, aside from that, let's keep an eye on what we got going on from Walmart and see what we got going on. Past couple of sessions haven't been going in my favor. We had a strong start. There it is. All right, let's get out of Walmart here, guys. Not giving it too much room. If it does continue to come back in, then maybe we'll like it a little bit more. But it's not. I'm not going to say it's not cooperating. I'm just not in sync with this. So whoever's been able to capitalize on Walmart trades here, congratulations to you, because I have not. But one thing that is slowly starting to work for us here is the TSLA. Not too bad of a look whatsoever. I do like what we have going on here on Netflix, right? Strong volume on the lower time frame. So if this pullback volume stays relatively subdued, then I like our chances of maybe a continuation to the top side. And this is what I'm talking about, not engaging until we're on the opposite side of this trend here. It's the exact same thing, whether it be intraday standpoint or whatever it may be. So keep an eye out on that. We'll head over to the 5 minute to see what we're printing over there. Massive volume. This is going to be the largest print. This is even bigger than what we experienced out of the opening drive there, guys. So keep an eye out on NFLX in case it gets a rebound and break through some of the volume, or breaks through the volume weighted average price. So come on, Walmart, man, cooperate. It's not. I can't even say the Nicey boys because it's not on it anymore. It's on the NQ, Sharif. So we can't.
Yeah, that's right.
No one else. No one else to blame here than yourself. Sucks,
me, bro.
but also it sucks to suck, and that's what I typically like to say as Walmart is doing its own thing. But a nice little move to the downside. Let's see if we can test the low of the day on the TSLA. That would be a nice target for us. Where are we in at on T76? That'll bring us into 50s. Small potatoes, man. We want to wait for the 40s. So yeah, let's be patient and see if we can get these trades to start working out for us. Keeping my eyes on Netflix. If it wants, I like that signal. Okay, yeah, that's it. I'm going long flakes here. Let's see what we can get out of that one. I know my boy Gorev is in Netflix as well too. So we'll keep an eye out on that one. Sell Walmart, even though I love you. I do want you to head a little bit lower, and that's okay. You can have a mixed relationship. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever on how you feel about certain things at certain times, okay? So let's get involved here. Join you on the journey. I'm trying to, if I could get the bloody ticker in here, Sharif. All right, let's get involved here on some flakes and see if we can get this move to be continued. I'm going to go small, right, considering I'm already in a couple of positions, but what is really starting to cook for us is the TSLA. All right, let's go flakes.
Bovin, Drama is making a move here, Bovin. Pardon me?
No, I'm just commentating my position right now, essentially.
Okay. Drama is making a move, Bovin. Yeah, and he's pumped about that because he was telling me about it. Great move on that one, Bovin. I'm keeping an eye out on it. I'm almost out of RELY. If it dips below 60, I'm gonzino. But I'm looking at DRMA. I'm looking for a move bluff too, guys, because 198 high. Just before we go to Adara, guys, I want to bring your attention to a sub $1 name. Thanks for the chat for pointing this out. I see an upward channel of sorts here, traded as such until it breaks out. AGAE up 80%, but just barely above $1, 58.88 high. We're going to keep an eye out on this one. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to mention here with this NFLX, I looked into this. I still can't find the Reuters article, which is kind of odd. And even when I look on social media, I don't have any context for it beyond that one headline, which is only being shared by a few sources I follow. Now, again, for NFLX, as I kind of mentioned here, it really seems like the sentiment on this, which is causing the stock to drop, is the idea that shareholders really don't want this deal to go through. So any idea that Netflix could be willing to raise the price to try to swoop WBD out from PSKY, not going to necessarily be viewed in a positive light. If I do ever find that story, which I am still actively looking for, I'll keep you posted. But very odd that I haven't seen it yet on Google. I do want to mention as well here, before I send you back over to Sharif and Joe for more trading action, JP Morgan's trading desk weighing in on the potential reactions here and outcomes of the Supreme Court tariff ruling, which we could potentially be getting tomorrow. We know the Supreme Court is set to have a decision date tomorrow. So according to this JP Morgan trading desk that's just coming out now, they're seeing a 64% chance that tariffs are struck down and immediately replaced. You'll likely get a slight rise in the S&P 500, though it'll probably spike higher. 26% chance they see of tariffs being upheld, with a slight drop in that case in the S&P 500. They see 9% chance of tariffs being struck down much later after the midterms, and then you've got an increase in the SPY with an outperformance in the IWM. They also see a 1% chance of the tariffs being struck down with no replacement, and then you're going to get basically the same outcome as if they're struck down in general, with the SPY and Russell trading higher. I just want to let you guys know this is what the JP Morgan trading desk is doing, though again, largest outcome in their chance here, 64% chance we do get a strike down, an immediate replacement of these tariffs. Back to you.
You got that up there.
Here it is.
Before
Go
we
ahead,
go to
Joey.
that,
Go
yeah,
ahead,
let's take a look at. We got the TQQs. Finally, something really working in our favor here,
Bang.
guys. We'll take that all day, every day. I took off 30%. I better learn my lesson and take a little bit more off of this trade here, as Netflix is starting to find somewhat of a bounce, guys. So I'm gonna leave 30% on. That's it. That's all I really care. Boom. We caught that fill. Not worried about that now whatsoever. Let's see if we can get Walmart and Netflix to slowly start working for us. Netflix starting to climb. If it really starts to cook up, I'm going to add substantially to this trade, because if it's starting to work, we want to make these winners as big as we possibly can right now. I'm glad on that little move to the downside. Patience is key. We waited for those retests there at specific zones. Now, Walmart and NFLX, we're all in the NQ right now, so we don't got to do too much typing around, which can obviously send massive delays. If we break 40s, I'm at a dodge here on Netflix.
And here's what Polymarket is saying. They're saying there's a 26% chance that the Supreme Court rules in favor of Trump's tariffs, so that's quite low. And there's some good betting odds here, man. I might throw some money at this.
Have you been on this thing since I mentioned it?
No,
I mean, were you on it before I mentioned it the other day?
Yeah. We did it yesterday for WBD and Netflix. That's what I was trying to tell you.
No, but I'm saying before. Remember when I brought it up like last week or a couple weeks ago?
No, I did it because of you, because you keep mentioning it, so it was in my mind, right? How many Supreme Court justices? No. So will the Supreme Court rule in favor of the tariffs? Again, Kalshi, decidedly no. 25.9% chance that they rule in favor. So look at the opposite of that, obviously. That's really interesting, because my understanding was that the longer they delayed the ruling, the more likelihood that they would be upheld, because of the urgency, the economic urgency of letting countries know where they stand, as well as the money being collected, which puts the U.S. Treasury in a further deficit. But that's clearly not what's being looked at by the market. This is pretty one-sided. 26 on Polymarket and 25.9. So essentially identical. Very interesting there. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, that is going to be one of the bigger decisions, I think, that the court will rule on in quite some time. So I'm still in BATL over here, still building my short. It's still below VWAP. It looks like, it's right above the $0.50. I'm waiting for a test of VWAP. If it really clears VWAP, I'm out, right? But I really want to start looking at AGAE. Again, bit of a disinclination to trade these small cap gappers that are under $1, but this one looks fantastic. My honest opinion, though, is I want to build it towards the lower end of the range. It has this propensity, look at this, like a wave. Up into a high, right back down. Up into a high, back down. Almost looks like it's oscillating, like a sound oscillation. So if that's going to be the case, why would I look for a breakout above the trend line? So I want to set up something at around 51, 50, 48, 47. Look to build towards that volume weighted average price, which is currently at 46, with a view to obviously taking this possibly into the high day at around 58.88. So that's AGAE, up about 80.5%, give or take, but it is trading at 58 pennies. Let me put that, we got it up here. So let's go ahead and throw some orders here.
Get out of there.
You're going to get out of Netflix?
Yeah, I'm out of Netflix, because if this pullback's a little bit deeper than what I'm expecting, I think I can get somewhat of a better price, okay? So if this breaks, then and we form any more indecisions off of these lows, I'm glad that we only took like a 12-cent hit on that one. If it climbs, then whatever, that's fine. But also I'm going to put my money where essentially we can get a better price at 77.30s in the hold of this wick low. So I don't think we're going to break. Why? Because we have that substantial volume stepping in. We consistently talk about effort and result, and we had that strong volume coming in, so a lot of effort and not much of a result. So I want to go with the flow and where the volume is, and the support level is holding. So if we get a little bit of a break here, a liquidity grab, I like our chances a little bit more here on NFLX. I could get out a little bit. I could be out prematurely. That's not too good of a look, but that's fine. We were small in size, and if we hold once again, I'm going to add substantially to that position. We got an additional low here established on the TQQs. We like that one. Walmart's slowly starting to work for us as well. So we're in the right place right now, and we're slowly just a chip and a freaking chair, Sharif, is all we need essentially. Sometimes. So a nice little move, guys. Walmart breakdown. You son of a gun, and let's see if we can get these targets that we want to hit. 126.50 going to be ideal for me, even though that's not too much. We'll trim some off in case there's any form of a rebound, but I like what we got going on so far.
All right, man. Bovin's saying that OSS is moving up. I do see that, Bovin. Let's have a quick look there at OSS. Hold on. Let me look at my battle position here because we just added into that. So let's go ahead and take some profit here. Let's throw that on there. Good call out there, Bovin. It's not rocketing up, but it's not a bad look either. This is OSS. It's up a healthy 20 2/3. One-stop systems. It does meet the small cap market cap requirement of 246. What is going on, Joey? OSS. This is the look here. Very light in terms of volume in the pre, but the volume did come in right at 930. It's still a little bit light, you know. It's doing about, 12,000, 6,000, 7,000, 4,000, 21,000 shares per 5-minute candle, but it's not a bad trade. I'm going to keep my eye out on this, Bovin. If it sets up a little bit towards the volume-weighted average price around 975, I'm game, but I'm also alive to the fact that it's putting in lower highs as well. So from that area top, a bit of a lower high, but it's above $10. So trying to fight here with that resistance level. Is that you, Fabian?
Yeah, Fabian typically does the test.
Yeah.
All right, Walmart, there we go. Finally getting this sucker to work for us. Nice little move there to the downside on Walmart. And this is what I'm talking about, support levels being broken here on Netflix. I think there's going to be another opportunity to engage. I have to watch out on the 1-minute time frame to see what kind of print we're going to get here on Walmart. And the same thing with flakes. So let's head over to Walmart. We finally took some off. If it comes back to my break even, what did I take off? 33% there. Boom, I like that look. Hold 66 for a bit of a bigger move. If we do come back a little bit much, maybe we do a little bit of a trailing stop and get out when we're supposed to. So keeping our eyes on these names, keeping our eye on Netflix. We're still forming these indecision prints, but one thing that I'm gonna note here, guys, is look at this downtrend. I gotta keep my eye on flakes, or on Walmart, just in case it wants to rebound aggressively, which it seems to be doing right now. A lot of ebbs and flow in this thing, right? So I'm not in love with that. But the more prints like this on the 5-minute, one thing that we have to keep an eye out on here, Gorev, is this, right? We're trying to counter trend right now. We're on the backside of it, then it's rockets engage on this bad boy here on Netflix. If it doesn't, then these signals might fail, and we have to be able to live with that, which I'm sure we will, and we'll just look for that next opportunity. So Walmart slowly working for us. A new new pivot low. We're going to take another 33% off. If not, we get stopped out break even, so be it. But it looks like the TQQs are going to put in a new low of the day as well. So what are you doing? What are you doing, Walmart? Let's keep an eye on this thing because it's getting really close to our break even stop, and we're going to have to get out, but we took a nice little piece out at 45s. Not too bad of a look whatsoever. So if we can establish a new low, we're piecing some more out, another 30%. Let's head back over to the TQQs and see what these bad boys are up to, as it looks like we're going to breach into a new low of the day. So a nice little move to the downside here on the T-trips. Let's take a look over here and take some more off, because why not, right? We're just going to lock in these profits.
All right, I got the news here. I got the news on flakes.
Okay.
So here we go. I'm going to read this out to you guys. Let's zoom in. So Netflix has ample cash and could raise its offer for Warner Brothers Discovery WBD if competing bidder Paramount Skydance increases its own bid. Reuters' Amy Jo Crowley and Milana Vin report, citing two people with knowledge of the matter. The two media firms continue to compete. Warner Brothers and its legacy catalog continue to compete. I think they mean for, because they didn't include the word for. Warner Brothers and its legacy catalog, which includes DC and Harry Potter, the authors note. Though the HBO owner is proceeding with its March 20 shareholder vote on the proposed Netflix deal, it has given Paramount a week to come up with more compelling offer. Authorities say, here's the source. I'm sending it to you now, Adara, if you want to be able to deal. Okay, so there you go. So there you go, guys. It's already on the Reuters website. So if you know about Archive, I'm not going to say anything else, but if you know about Archive, you guys can, you guys can see that. So just wanted to mention that, Joey, because I know you were involved in it.
Brief second. As soon as it broke that support level that I was talking about, we got at a dodge on that. The TQ is working for us, and I think we can catch an additional leg lower here on Walmart. So we're going to be patient, and maybe we can re-engage. This could be a good opportunity right now, but I talked about the downtrend that you have to take into consideration. Is it best for you to wait, or are you going to try to catch it a little bit early? So keep an eye out on that. Again, we're going to just go over the same things because it took us a while for us to really engage in something. 2 for 2 on the T triple Qs. Yeah, we're just waiting for the good opportunities here, essentially, to see if we can get involved at the right place and at the right time. Unfortunately, things don't always go that way, but we're in a key, we're at a key inflection point right now, essentially. If this breaks, if this opening drive low 5-10 minute print breaks, then there could be some more downside here. We've got to keep an eye on the Meg 7. I'm going to do that. I'm just going to go with that because I don't want analysis paralysis right now. Oh, Apple's going up, NVIDIA is going down. What's going on? Microsoft's doing this, doing that. So, that's what we got going on. Gore could be a good chance to get involved with that Netflix trade one more time. Let's see if we can get a breakdown in Walmart here.
All right, sorry, I'm just messaging.
No problem.
1 second.
So I don't think it's working how we want it to. This might take some more time to turn around, but there goes Walmart. Yes. I'm glad that we only took 33% off. Looking for a little bit more of a room. Where am I in at 70s? We're printing 40s right now, so we still have a little bit of size on this one, which I'm happy. So again, one or two more trade. I would like to have put some more on, but unfortunately, I used up too much risk. I mean, we were down half a shutdown on the Walmart initial trades, and now we're just kind of chipping away to the point where if I see a high-quality opportunity later on in the session, I mean, we're running into 1 o'clock right now, so there's only 3 hours left. Then we could just hammer it. It's either it's going to work or I just end up exactly where I was before, and I'm okay with that scenario. So, yeah, that's it, man.
All right, brother. All right, we're good to go here. We're building a position into BATL. Still waiting for that ultimate print. I was waiting for that VWAP retracement. Hasn't quite made it up there, but it is bouncing back after, and I did expect that. That was exactly what I was looking for. I didn't want to build the position too aggressively, so let's see if it does reject that 75 penny area, give or take. I also want to mention RELY is bleeding now. It has lost the 20, the 10, and it's on the way down, possibly into 17. Volume weighted average price on RELY is 1704. So this one showing 1734 right now. Let's see if it heads back down and touches that, 17-ish volume weighted average price. I also am, there goes drama, Bovin. Good call, Bovin. There it goes right into 198. Shout out to the OG Bovin. I wouldn't have traded this only because it lost VWAP, the 10, everything came into a non-predictable area of support. I wouldn't have picked it up off, so I don't feel too bad about this. But I got to go back to BATL here. It looks like it's putting in an aggressive red candle. I just want to see it lose the $0.50. Because it pretty much was pretty staunchy defending that 450 area. There was one candle that actually did breach it, and that was the candle at 1235 on the 5-minute chart that went into 443. Other than that, the $0.50 has been a good area of defend. We've got 55s on. It's showing me 54s, so it's not too bad at the moment, but it's not exactly a glowing endorsement for the short. I'm looking for a loss of that 1235 bar that I mentioned with a 443 low. So do you want to start the news?
Yeah,
good
man,
to go?
Fired up.
All right, let's start the news.
I'm in a couple positions here.
Likewise.
So, okay.
Yep. Yeah, likewise. I'm just going to manage them with stops, but you never really know with these small cap gappers. We may have to kind of interrupt and intervene. All right, let me just put this on a screen that I do not need. Let's put this one. That's RELY. That's good right there. Perfect. And then we'll keep that like this. Good stuff. All right, let's talk about the first topic here, Zuck. Meta up 0.06 on the day. They did have a different headline with respect to a watch. The one I want to focus on was Mark Zuckerberg at trial yesterday testifying. So here's what he said. Oh, this is the wrong one. I do apologize. I didn't mark this one up. So let's go to the other one over here, which is the copy. Yeah, good. Sorry about that, Assassino. Here we go. So CEO Mark Zuckerberg testified in a federal trial examining whether Instagram fueled teen addiction and mental health harm. The plaintiffs in this case argue Meta knowingly designed features to maximize engagement, which contributed to compulsive usage among minors. Internal documents presented at the trial referenced discussions about teen usage metrics and growth targets. The case, though, centers on whether Meta's product design, so the way they design Instagram, Facebook, prioritized engagement over mental health safety. That is kind of this what we call the mischief that's being addressed here in the trial. Zuckerberg defended Meta's mission. He stated the company aims to build a positive social experience. He acknowledged, though, that engagement metrics are important, but he denied that they were pursued at the expense of a user's well-being. The plaintiffs, for their part, they're alleging that algorithmic features amplified harmful content and prolonged screen time among teens. The legal focus is on the design rather than the intent of the actual algorithm. So, look, it's not just a money thing here, right? It's not just a quantum of damages that Meta may pay out to different, plaintiffs in this case and the thousands of others. That would be a legal overhang. But it's also the specific performance that can be issued by the judge, right? There could be operational changes into how Meta's algorithm actually functions, how it operates. That could be very disruptive. And that was my concern, and that's why I got the hell out of Meta, because I don't know what this judge is going to do. I have no idea. And it's going to be a contingent liability for like months. They're probably going to appeal this if they lose. And again, as I mentioned to you, there are tons of other pending litigations around this exact issue. So ongoing litigation obviously adds reputational risk in addition to the damages that have to be paid and possible changes to the algorithm itself. Joey, controls more than 20% of Meta's voting power, which reinforces leadership stability amid litigation, but it could also lead to stubbornness and how to defend this particular case.
Absolutely, I agree with you. We already know that other countries are taking measures in order to kind of cool off engagements, especially in the younger population. We know the addictive features within scrolling. Everybody talks about doom scrolling, and Instagram Reels is definitely going to lead you into that realm. I'm going to get all out of Walmart here, guys, as it's starting to come back. That's totally fine. We take some off there. But aside from that, I like that you brought up the point is like, hey, he might be a little bit stubborn on the fact of just kind of adjusting the algorithm. How much more can you do? Because essentially, if you think about it, what are you going to do? Put a time limit on it? I don't know how you're going to change it because essentially he's running his business model. He wants user engagement, and people don't like that. So it's just consistent shots of dopamine. What you're going to do to reduce that, I don't know, aside from maybe limiting time, limiting, you know how on certain apps, it's like, hey, you got a certain amount of things, and then that's it. You only have that much for the day.
They got that in there, but the parents have to activate it.
Okay, so it's like, okay, you can only go through so many reels, you gotta activate that. So maybe you implement a measure in the fact that it's like, hey, you're under this age, it's already, it's automatically enforced.
Nice move,
right?
Nice move.
So just automatically enforce that so you're not doom scrolling. I think that should go for all ages because we all know that you can spend endless amounts of time on it.
Can I say something? This used to be on TikTok, but they removed it. Ram, are you there? Do you remember when TikTok used to have that thing that came up when you were on it for a while and be like, hey, you've been on it too long, get off, go do something. They stopped that, ironically enough. Isn't that interesting, huh? Because it's not good for the business.
How long ago did they stop that?
I want to say a year and a half, 2 years,
roughly around
something like
when,
that,
the talks about banning TikTok in the States.
I want to say it could have been around that time. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, it is interesting. Anyway, let's get Adara's take on the Meta story.
Yeah, I think the really funny part of this is Mark Zuckerberg saying that he consulted with Tim Cook, CEO of Apple. Like, what is Apple CEO Tim Cook going to help you with this? He doesn't run a social media platform. He has an iPhone company that doesn't often do iPhones. So I thought that was kind of an odd little thing that he peppered into there. I don't really know what the point of that was. I think either way, like, it's going to be... It's kind of catch-22, and it'll be interesting to see how this is kind of resolved because I do think, as Sharif said, it'll set a precedence for other cases going forward. Now, I don't know if the smart thing is to kind of admit liability, bow out, and pay up like some of these other companies did settling. And again, you're not necessarily admitting liability, but you're certainly like at least willing to pay. Or if it's better to sit and stand trial. I think we'll find out depending on what the outcome of this case is. But either way, massive legal milestone to watch. I want to mention as well here, MSFT getting some competition from Anthropic with Claude launching its own PowerPoint product. It's actually called Claude and PowerPoint. So keep an eye here in MSFT, a little bit of a spike lower, but this thing's already at low of day. So kind of hard to interpret which, if this is necessarily related. I'm also seeing comments from Trump coming out that they'll get a deal in Iran one way or the other, and that, quote, really bad things will happen if there's no Iran deal. He's already said things to this effect earlier today. Back to you.
Yep, we're all bracing for that. Yeah, but to build on Adara's comment about Timmy C being thrown in there during trial, it is well documented. Mark Zuckerberg does not like Tim Cook. And he was asked point blank, I think it was The Verge who did the interview with him. And they're like, well, you know, how do you feel about him? And he's like, I think he asked him about big tech CEOs, and he's like, yeah, Sunder's cool. Rudy Sundar Pichai, obviously, of Google, of Alphabet. He doesn't like Tim Cook. And the reason is pretty simple. Timmy C has put the kibosh on so many of the features that Mark wanted to include in the Instagrams and the Facebooks and all his other products. He didn't let him do it, right? And he controls the environment vis-a-vis, obviously, the App Store. So there's no love lost between those two. So it doesn't surprise me that he threw his name in there and with a negative twist. I just want to know what the hell the connection is, right? So obviously, I don't know if this is a judge-only trial or if there's a jury. We'll have to find out, because obviously it could be. I'm not trying to say the jury is not capable of making, you know, good factual decisions, but judges tend to, you know, be less emotional about some of these things. So we'll have to wait and see how that all goes, Joey. But yeah, interesting take. Let's go on to the next story. Alphabet deepens its partnership with Sea, which is a Southeast Asia company. So Alphabet and Google. Alphabet's Google, and Singapore-based Sea are expanding their partnership to embed AI tools across Sea's digital entertainment e-commerce shop. It's called Shopee, as well as their fintech ecosystems. The companies are going to jointly build this AI agentic shopping prototype, and it's going to integrate into Google's AI. They're going to integrate, Google's AI into Shopee to enhance product discovery and automated shopping workflows. Both firms also plan to trial an AI-driven payment system, potentially tightening, you know, the loop between shopping and payment. This builds on prior collaborations that the two companies have had. My look is, here's what I learned yesterday. So this is how it's kind of being looked at. There's 5 levels of AI, and chat, fact check me on this if you disagree. I'd love to hear your comment. This is what I was telling Brendo in the morning. LLM, the lowest level, large language models. And then above LLM is agentic AI. And then above agentic AI is multi-agent. So there would be an agent for every task and the multitask process, and they would all coordinate with one another. So that's multi-agent AI. And then above that, you have AGI, artificial general intelligence, that can rationalize like a human and understand its own thoughts. And then you have artificial super intelligence as like the main one, the top of the spectrum. And so I feel like we're working into now from phase 2 into phase 3, where you're going from agentic AI, which we're already in, and to this multi-agent kind of thing where they coordinate
like the
together.
OpenClaw and
Exactly. Right.
Yeah. No, I think it's interesting, and as you mentioned, Sharif, you're just continuously growing. The technology is growing at a rapid pace, and you're starting to see a lot of partnerships form, Google doing the exact same thing. So I think that's what we have to look forward to in the near future. Gemini is going to get better. They're obviously teaming up with Apple as well to integrate into Siri. So there's a lot going on, and we can see the valuations of these companies continuing to climb. And that's where I run into an issue, Sharif, and I like how you mentioned the 5 stages, is what is, like, outside of an LLM, what is ChatGPT essentially? And I think that's where it's really lagging at this point. And that's where I have a big time issue with the valuation, because if that's the case, I mentioned before, what does that mean for Google and these other companies who are kind of taking those next steps and taking those stages higher and higher before ChatGPT does?
That's fair. That's fair. Tony, Hypercube says, you're kind of mixing terms that don't necessarily stack in the hierarchy, apples to oranges. I'd love to hear your take, brother, but tag me so that I can see your comment. I'd love to read it out loud. In the meantime, let's go on to the next story. Tesla wins FCC approval for wireless EV charging. Apparently, this wireless EV charging technology can actually do more than, you guessed it, charge cars wirelessly. They can actually communicate through what they're calling ultra-wideband, UWB. So the FCC granted Tesla a waiver allowing the use of UWB, ultra-wideband spectrum, for wireless EV charging. The approval enables Tesla to operate UWB devices for vehicle charging, provided they don't interfere with other systems. Apparently, according to the test, they didn't. The waiver confirms Tesla demonstrated the tech would not undermine the existing communications network, and the charging would occur via a floor-mounted charging pad using electromagnetic coils to transfer energy without cables. UWB radios, though, would allow precise vehicle positioning over the charging pad to ensure optimal alignment, whatever. And this is the part that kind of caught my attention. UWB may also enhance vehicle-to-device communication and improve Tesla's smart infrastructure integration. So I'd like to see how they want to use this technology. UWB. I don't think this is necessarily new at all. Anybody who follows Porsche and the release of the new, what's it called? Not the Cayman, not the Taycan. What's the other one? The SUV. Guys, help me out. So there's not the Cayman, no.
Not the Huracan.
I forget the main SUV, like not the small one. Not the Bronco, Macan, not the Macan. No, the bigger one, guys. The one that's bigger. The Cayenne. Thank you.
There you go.
The Cayenne.
Your boy got it.
Yeah, man. Shout out Jim. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people got it. So the point is that new one, the EV version of the Cayenne, has wireless charging. And I was watching the video with Doug DeMauro, everybody that was reviewing it. You just drive over it. It charges wirelessly. Like so not new technology, Jeff.
No, not new, but it's good that you're starting to see some steps in the... I think what's really important with EVs is the infrastructure, and I think this could be a big step forward here for Tesla. Not everybody wants to plug in. You may forget to plug in when you get home or anything along those lines. But if you have this pad installed at home, sure enough, when you go and park it in the garage or in your driveway or along those lines, you're automatically getting that charge as long as you align it at the right places. So I think it's a good step.
It's not a game changer.
It's not a game changer, but I think it's small wins here and there, right? Consistent wins, right? So then we know with the charging infrastructure, the charging stations, people stealing the copper out of that. So it's like, okay, you go to these pads, you may have to shovel a little bit of snow, but if you just go and park your vehicle over, you have it already established in the pavement or in the concrete, whatever it may be harder to disrupt the charging.
Did you hear what happened with Marquez Brownlee and Elon?
No, what happened?
So Marquez dropped a video, I think, a year and a half ago when Elon announced the Cybercab, and he's like, bro, if Tesla produces the Cybercab before 27, I'll shave my head. So then Elon posted the first Cybercab coming off production. So everybody's going and using AI of Elon shaving Marquez Brownlee's head. He's like, yo, Elon doesn't start a fight, but he won't forget.
Yeah, he will not forget. Do you think Marquez is going to do that?
100%. Marquez Brownlee is, to me anyway, as legitimate of a reviewer as they come.
I don't think he's overly biased whatsoever.
I don't think so at all.
Especially when he goes over, when he was going over the Xiaomi phones and Apple, and
he's honest about
the
when they're better, they're better, man.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it should be interesting to see how that whole thing. Except he sped 110 in a school zone. Yeah, that's no good.
Who, Marquez did?
I guess that's what Hangry Wife was saying.
Oh, really? Yeah.
I'm not sure if she means Marquez or Elon. I'm assuming it's Marquez. Let's go on to the next story. So this is Microsoft related, but it is about OpenAI, of course. OpenAI is close to finalizing the first phase of a new funding round expected to exceed $100 billion. This is one of the largest private capital raises in the history of mankind, okay? I don't mean that hyperbole. That's what the article said. Companies' post-money valuation could surpass $850 billion, up from the prior $830. Pre-money valuation, though, about $730 billion, according to sources. Funding here is aimed at supporting, of course, what we know what it's going to support, the massive AI infrastructure expansion, and it's preparing for, trillions in long-term compute investment, according to, obviously, statements made by Altman. The first phase commitments are expected from major stakeholders like Amazon, SoftBank, NVIDIA, Microsoft. Prior reports indicated contributions of about $50 billion from Amazon, $30 billion from SoftBank, about $20 billion from NVIDIA. The investments may be structured in tranches, though. That's my understanding about their deal with NVIDIA. I don't know anything about their deal with SoftBank or Amazon, but Jensen's made it very clear these are tranches, and it's up to that amount. It's not a guaranteed sum of money. As a part of the funding alignment, though, OpenAI is expected to deepen its use of Amazon's cloud services and AI chips, Trainium specifically, and this would be a marked departure from the exclusive use of Azure, which had been part of the deal between Microsoft and OpenAI, but they have since obviously diversified their cloud supplier. And we've been seeing more neo-cloud push from AWS, from Google, Azure as well, and the signals intensifying competition between the cloud providers. Nothing that we didn't know, Joey.
So my question, and this is a genuine question.
Go.
My question to you is, With Sam Altman's continuous rounds of funding, do you think that this falls into an issue with his ability to monetize ChatGPT right now?
Yes, dude, yes. What do you even mean? Like this guy, he's charging $200 a month for the most expensive thing.
Yeah.
You're telling me that's gonna cover this?
Exactly.
It's not gonna cover it. It's gonna be ads. And then when ads come in, people are gonna question the veracity of the responses. They're gonna wanna know if they're biased.
So the next question being, do you think he's too slow on the movement of adding digital ads into ChatGPT, considering he's just doing these continuous funding rounds, which I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this, because it's like every week it seems like he's getting new funding, but yet we're not really seeing any drastic changes in the monetization of ChatGPT. No. It's small things here and there, sure, small wins add up, but when are you really going to start to get the digital ads in there?
And when you do, does usage drop? And then here's the thing though, chat puts it first. Can we realistically say that other LLMs are not going to include ads? Because they got to monetize as well. But to be fair, like let's look at Google, for example, Gemini. Google has a more direct runway to monetize their AI CapEx than chat does. Why? Because they do B2B, right? They have the Neo Cloud, they have Google Cloud, which offers cloud service, and B2B is way higher margin than B2C. So to me, Google and some others who are already in the cloud game, they have a more direct path to revenue than OpenAI's and the advertising. I personally look. Altman says that the ads are not going to be in the body of the response. It's going to be separate, but we don't know what the hell the algorithm is.
Yeah, we'll have to figure that out, because you got to like the way that I look at it is, remember YouTube back in the day when there was essentially no ads, and how much they've now interpreted ads into day-to-day use in YouTube, just to the basic, the free usage. Altman has to do that. Altman has to find a way where again, it's extremely disruptive. And to the point where people are still going to use, like, it's the largest streaming platform out there. People still use it. Yeah. I think Altman has to go. We talk about putting your neck out there. It's just throw it out there. Start collecting that digital ad revenue, because these funding rounds, I don't think they're too good of a thing, in my opinion. And if that IPL comes, it can be extremely dangerous, considering he's indebted to a lot of individuals.
Oh, he's huge. He's huge right now. Yeah, absolutely. All right, great comments from you guys, by the way. I'm loving all the comments that you guys know I'm not spitting on Joey at Wendy's Tendies. Oh, man, that made me laugh. Who still uses ChatGPT, says JD Izzle. I kind of use it for some stuff, but like I've moved away. So on my phone, I'm exclusively using Grok. I'm using Grok and Gemini when I want up-to-date kind of information, not historical things that it was trained on. I want kind of current. The reason is, for why I explained to Obi yesterday, is because Grok uses X as a real-time kind of data for up-to-the-minute or up-to-date information, and Gemini, obviously the same thing. They use Google's index, search index. So that's my my little take there. Let's go on to the next story, though, Joseph Options.
Absolutely.
Because we want to talk about here Carvana. Oh boy. Where's it at? Where's the Vana CVNA? Show me. It is, it's okay. It's still SSR, so it's off the lows, but it's down 8 2/3. Let's talk about this. It was down as low as 22%, dropping to 28.40. I get in the pre. Let's see if it was even worse. Man, it lost. What are you talking about, bro? It went to 270 yesterday in the aftermarket. It was better this morning, though. Disappointing top-line growth. Revenue surged to 58%, up to $5.6 billion. That beats a $5.27 expected by the street. In adjusted EBITDA, $511 million. That does miss consensus estimate of $540 million. EPS, though, this is not really a directly comparable EPS. They printed $4.22. The street was looking for $1.10, but it was heavily influenced by a one-time accounting item, which we'll get to in a second. Net income, again, heavily influenced by that one-time accounting item, $951 million compared to a year ago, $159 million. So yeah, profit was boosted by, yes, that $685 million valuation allowance gain on the deferred tax assets, which was partially lowered by $67 million in the decline for their fair value root warrants. The core takeaway from this whole thing is headline earnings strength, not entirely operational, not entirely as a result of operations. Let's talk about their metrics, because this is what they do. Retail unit sales hit a record for the company. They sold 163,500 cars in the quarter. That's good consumer demand. However, reconditioning costs, which they do, they buy used cars, they fix them up, they recondition them, that costs something, those went up as a result of inflation, which ate into margins. Retail depreciation as well rose. So when they buy cars, they don't just stay stagnant at the price they bought them at, they fluctuate. So apparently there was more depreciation for their current inventory, which had a bit of an effect there as well. They do expect significant growth, according to the company, in both retail unit sales and their adjusted EBITDA in the current year. And they lowered their long-term annual growth rate, Joey, from 20 to 40%. And now they're saying about 18 to 38. That's not too bad.
Mm-hmm. I like what Katina Man was saying this morning as well, too. Is just I think a lot of people are kind of switching over to that used car aspect. I think it's relatively smart, right? Because, you know, as soon as you step off the lot, you lose value in the brand new vehicle, essentially, right out of the gate. But Sharif, just to add to a couple of your points, you talked about retail units on the quarter, but on the year, that's up 43% year over year. They sold approximately just a little bit under 600,000 units, which isn't bad whatsoever. I mean, there's not very many of these legacy automakers selling that on the year. So I think that's a pretty good look there, guys. Retail gross profit, $489 million on the year, 32% year over year. So if we go on to a year over year basis, there's substantial growth. Retail units, 43% I just mentioned. Revenues up 58% as well too. And you're seeing a slight uptick in the margin at 9.1%. So CVNA not looking too bad whatsoever. And in my opinion, that short report, I mean, we got to get into those funky accounting practices. But what we have to take into consideration is that this name was almost on the D-list program. It was almost gone to never be seen again. It rebounded and went, honestly, on a run like no other. I personally haven't seen that before. From trading at $3 or so 4 years ago to trading up to $480. But after that short report, Sharif, you're down 34%, and it looks like it wants to continue to slide here.
It's a new day, Zion. It's a new day. He's shocked. He's like, shorting small caps now? Wow. Yeah, we're trying. We're trying. Okay, so we're a penny out of the money, mind you. 456. I'm short at 455. But hey, I'm gonna let this one go, and we'll see what comes of it. Let's talk about Joey's favorite here, WMT. Soft guidance overshadowing a solid holiday comparable year over year. So U.S. comparable sales grew a very healthy 4.6% year over year, ahead of the 4.2% expected by the street, which showed resilience despite concerns about tariffs and slower consumer spending. More on that in a minute. Overall revenue rose even more, 5.6% year over year bump on the top line number. That is slightly above Wall Street estimates, and it was driven primarily by the strength in groceries as well as e-commerce. Again, more on that in a second. Adjusted EPS for the year, that missed. They're forecasting 275 to 285. The street wanted 296, so even the high end of the range doesn't even meet there. With full year consolidated net sales now projected to grow 3.5% to 4.5%. Again, the street wanted 5, so a bit of a miss there. Now we know we're going through a CEO transition with Dougie McMillan. He's out. He did really well. And as you see, you know, the price of Walmart stock during his tenure, not too bad, but they're transitioning to a newer, younger John Furner who wants to take the company into an AI-driven era and retail optimization for supply chain agility. Now, U.S. retail sales, excluding key categories, I'm not sure which key categories are referring to, the article doesn't mention, only rose 0.1% in December. That is softer than expected, but they are seeing higher income households, and I think we've been reporting about this for a couple of years now, really look to drive their market share. So they're saying, especially in groceries and essential goods, they're seeing a lot of 100,000 plus income households buying those specific categories, which shows you that even, you know, the higher earners are under pressure as a result of tariffs and not tariffs, but inflation. Commerce and store fulfilled delivery channels grew 50%, double-digit growth in higher margin categories. I mean, like clothing, home, toys, etc. That did quite well. And then online sales. The reason that I held this thing in 21 and 22, that was my thesis. It didn't manifest there. It's manifesting now. Too late for me, no longer involved in the name. Rose 27%. And it is now 15 straight quarters where they've had double-digit growth in their online sales. needless to say, they're looking at Amazon here.
Yeah, that's what I was getting at, Sharif. And you and I have been talking about this for quite some time. It's just the e-commerce growth within Walmart. And I'm not going to say they're just absolutely going to be overly disruptive to the Amazons. I think they're just completely different things. But you can get your groceries online, something that Amazon is yet to really offer. But one thing that I really, really like is you mentioned that double-digit growth. I mean, this is global advertising revenue. This is huge, up 46% year over year. I think that's massive for the company. Double-digit incremental margins as well, too. So there's a lot going on from the e-commerce segment. Global e-commerce growth for the full year, 24%, now 23% of total net sales, which I think is a substantial move as we start to shift everything to online. People don't want to go out and buy everything from the store. And what we also seen in Walmart as well, too, guys, is that when the tech trade was selling off, where did we see a rotation into? The staple. It wasn't it was the staples that really, really held up some portfolios. And when you have that balanced portfolio, Walmart went on a substantial move from that tech selling. So that's why I really like this name, e-commerce growth. Sam's Club up as well, too. So across the board, you're not going to get the crazy growth numbers, Sharif.
Yes, sir.
But if you look at 25% from an e-commerce standpoint in North America and globally, that's pretty big for Walmart. But you're going to get the modest revenue growth like that 5%.
But that's healthy, Joey. This thing's 100 years old. It's a zillion years old.
It's steady, right? So that means the company is consistently improving. They're becoming more efficient, and that's what you want to see. And I think that's why a lot of people fly. The flight to safety thing, sure. I'm looking at Walmart, in my opinion.
I agree with you. I think this is a hell of a company, especially with a new CEO coming in with a very AI, basically e-commerce focus. Not like the other CEO wasn't, but we're going to get a new take, possibly even better. Guys, go ahead.
And it's like, okay, when there's economic uncertainty, you got people swaying from the more expensive grocery stores, and then you're getting into those bargains where you get a little bit more for your buck. And I think that's the Walmarts, right? Like the Walmart people not going to the Whole Foods or whatever it means, the Loblaws, the Sobeys, the things that are a little bit more expensive. We typically tend to go where we can make our dollar go a little bit further.
My man. All right, we're doing well here on BATL. So the first short of these small cap gappers we're going to be profitable on. We've got 62s on, Joey. We just went the beak there at 46. Looking for a little bit more. Now I'm looking for 34. Let's see if that comes in. How's the chart look on NAMM? We can pause for a second. Shout out to the OG Farm Trader. Let's see. Oh, sorry, that's Florida Man Transplant. Shout out to my man there. NAMM wants to take a quick look at that. That looks really good. It's light on volume, but it's a fantastic looking chart. Intraday up 30%. Volume on today, 4.41 million on a $3.50 name at 130. So it is a little bit light, but it's got 2 bull flags under its belt. It's in the consolidation phase of the second bull flag right now, with the range being 350 to the upside, and generally, I want to say 340 or 3 high 30s to the low side. It's up 30%, as I mentioned. Trade it carefully. If it loses the bid, I would say at around 335. You're looking likely at a retracement back down into that breakout level. I want to say 310 where VWAP is, which is also overlapping with the top end of the first bull flag, which would be this right here. That's the first bull flag, and then that's the second bull flag. Shout out. Hope you print up multiple storms on that side of the screen. Let's go up to the next story over here. Dash. Let's talk about DoorDash. Not a company that I know too much about, but here's how they did. 48 pennies EPS. That missed. Street wanted 59. Despite improved profitability year over year. Revenue, $3.96 billion. Again, a top and bottom line miss. $3.99 billion expected by analysts, but still a strong 38% year over year increase on that top line number, coming from $2.87 million. They take home $3.96. Net income. Now this is kind of what was important here. $231 million in profit, up from $141 million. Margin expansion here is being credited for that, despite the heavy investment spending by the company. It dropped, I think, 10% in the aftermarket hours, but it is now up 3.25, so not bad. Total orders climbed for the company. Oh, wow. There goes BATL into the low. Joseph Options, we're taking this one short. Shout out to my boy Neil for getting me these. All right, now we're going down, Joe. We're going down, baby.
This guy's going to be, now you're hooked, brother, on the shorts, brother. That's it. It's over.
We've been wanting to do this for a minute, man. Let's continue. What total orders for DoorDash climbed 32% year over year, up to 903 million. Gross order value jumped to 39%, up to almost 30 billion, 29.7, showing higher basket size and platform scale. Estimates had already been reduced after a bad Q3. Disappointment, so the reaction here underscores investor sensitivity to execution risk. And shout out to the OG, Tony Xu. He emphasized long-term investment in global tech infrastructure, integrating DoorDash, Deliveroo, and Wolt into one unified platform. The company had previously announced plans to spend several $100 million on tech upgrades, and they're guiding Q1 adjusted EBITDA at about 675 to 775 million. That is below the consensus estimate of 802 million. Despite the rebound, the stock remains, I want to give you the exact percentage here that they're down on the year. They're down 21.15% year to date, Joey.
Good stuff. Yeah, let's take a look at the technical. Yeah, you brought down how much they're down. I mean, they're getting hit. Uber's getting hit as well, too. I think it's a little bit more popular in the States, Shreve. I heard you and Breno talking about that this morning. I mean, as Uber being a verb now, essentially, it's just again the fact that, you're going to Uber. And that's what I think the real power lays within Uber itself. DoorDash is that secondary one. It's kind of like the lift to the Uber driving and the rideshare program there. But other than that, States starting to grow. That's what you want to see. There's a lot going on, Shreve. You mentioned not too long ago, total orders up to 903 million. That's 32% year over year growth. That's substantial. Marketplace GOV up 39% as well too. So you're getting those mid double digits in growth, and that's exactly what you want to see. Free cash flow down a little bit year over year, but what you're really starting to see is just the growth of this company and slowly chipping away at what Uber is. If you have a quality service, then people are going to sway to that. But one thing I'm also like, Sharif, they're making $11 to $12 net revenue per order, which I think is pretty good as well.
That's not bad at all,
That's not
man.
bad whatsoever.
That's a good look there. Dara, give us your take on Dash.
So I actually know this business pretty well, and I've mentioned this before on the show, not insider trading because she quit before I started, actually a couple weeks before I started here, but my friend did work at DashMart for like about a year, and she also accidentally somehow ended up on their corporate email chain. So I've seen things of this company and how they run, just full disclosure here, on DASH. Now, in terms of this quarter, I really think that maybe in terms of how they report, and I think it makes a lot of sense the stock gapped up, like the growth for GOV and for total orders, as Joe and Sharif mentioned, they're really, really impressive, and I think really something that needs to be addressed, especially given how stagnant the growth was for both of these metrics throughout Q1, Q2, and Q3 of this year. Like, we've got roughly 20% growth, 10% growth. Then you skyrocket all the way to this like 30% growth. So yeah, I think maybe this is like a seasonal thing. Maybe this is what DoorDash does every Q4. I'd have to look back at the quarters a little bit more, and maybe I will do that when I have time going forward next week. But regardless, I think it's a good look here for DASH. And I would argue people do use DoorDash. Like, I personally, I don't have a preference. I price compare. I'm like, what's having the best deal? What's having the best discounts? Whatever. That's the way, in my opinion, you have to do it. And I'm biased towards Skip the Dishes because we had Skip before we had Uber or Dash in Winnipeg, because Skip is from Winnipeg. So like, all of that being said, I think I would like to think a lot of consumers are going with whatever the best deal is. That's just from my experience. Regardless, DASH, company I happen to know a lot about, and I do like this quarter. Back to you.
I like the point that you brought up there, Dara, just the fact that a colder climate, so maybe Q4 being a little bit more active for them. Skip the Dishes being Canadian, that is something that I personally don't use, and maybe we should start to, as Canadians, take a look into that. But price comparison is extremely important. I'm glad that you do that.
Not just Canadian, from Winnipeg.
From Winnipeg, so exactly, there you go, from Winterpeg itself. So a lot of orders probably going because people don't want to go outside. They'd rather sit inside. And I mentioned, during those snowstorms, there was very few people out on the road, but people still want to eat. They want to order in those food. And you have those people on DoorDash, Skip the Dishes, on Uber Eats, really delivering that stuff in times of need. So very interesting take. I like that, Adara. As for any entries right now, guys, I'm not in anything. We got out of the TQQs. It did establish to put in a new LOD, then bounced right off of those levels, and then now we're starting to see a little bit of sideways price action. Walmart did establish a new pivot low rebounding off of that. It was an intraday low as well, too, guys. So keep that in mind. Netflix just wasn't doing what I wanted it to. I was in it. Now it's starting to recover, but it's way past me. I was already in. It took a long time for this thing to turn around. The momentum was most definitely to the downside. So we did have a little bit of a rough start here on Netflix as it's slowly starting to recover. Aside from that, guys, nice recovery day for me. Let's see if we can keep that up right now.
Attaboy, Joey. Sounds out, man. Let's talk a little Figma here. Let's see where it's at first and foremost. Fig. We're up 7 2/3. Not a bad look. EPS. 8 pennies, barely beating the 7 expected by analysts, a modest beat there. Revenue, $303.8 million, that beats the 293.15 expected, and it's also a 40% increase on that top line number. The company posted, though, however, a net loss of $226 million, about 44 cents per share. Compare that to last year when they brought home $33.1 million. They're trying to blame a lot of that on the post-IPO dynamics as well as certain accounting items. It was up 15% extended trading, maybe even more. It's attempting to reverse what is, at the time of the writing of this article, a 35% year-to-date decline. And they're now down 30.5% year-to-date. Let's talk about the guidance here. They're guiding Q1 revenue of between $315 to $317 million. That implies a 38% growth, well above the consensus estimates of $292 million. What's going on, Obe? Full year 2026 revenue outlook, they're saying $1.3 billion to $1.366 billion to $1.374 billion. They score?
Oh my.
Okay. Suggesting also a 30% growth for that. And as compared to the $1.29 billion expected, so it beats there. The market focused on the accelerating growth narrative despite, the broader software weakness that we've been seeing in the market in 26, software Mageddon, SaaS Mageddon, whatever you want to call it. But they do have tools here, and these tools are on the rise. Usage is going crazy here. So Figma Make, which is their generative AI design tool, it's powered by Anthropic and Google. Weekly active users for Make jumped 70%, not year over year, but quarter over quarter. So that's really good. Gross margins held steady at an eye-watering 86%. That's fantastic, obviously, and you see that typically in software as opposed to physical goods. Beginning in March, though, Figma will start enforcing these monthly AI credit limits. Now, I've been kind of on the receiving end of that myself. I used to use this program called napkin.ai. It was free initially, right? Obviously, to kind of get you using it. And then they start using a credit system, right? Where you can use this many credits, and then if you run out, you got to re-up. So it's not an all-inclusive type thing. That's obviously good for business, not great for the user. Net dollar retention for customers contributing $10,000 annually rose 136% year over year. So that means higher paying clients, which the deeper pockets, are accelerating in terms of users. So that's obviously very good. And it increases sequentially quarter over quarter because it was 131% last quarter. Last but not least, Joey, they're trying to do a collaboration with ServiceNow. They're aiming to convert designs made on their platform into enterprise applications. Yeah. The view is, of course, to expand that TAM, the total addressable market.
I mean, international revenue growth up 45% year over year. Sharif, you talked about Q4 revenue and full year 2025. You're seeing mid-double-digit growth there as well. So it's not too bad of a look. It's unfortunately that this stock has not reflected any form of positive price action. I mean, since its IPO, this thing has been in a steady downtrend, and it hasn't looked back. We were looking at it earlier this morning as well, too. Sharif, you're down 81%, roughly 82% from that IPO. I mean, you go back in the history of other names, Robinhood didn't perform too well after the IPO, and we can go down the list. So what I'm thinking here is that this name might take a considerable amount of time in order to recover, but the numbers are starting to slightly improve. I like that mid-double-digit growth across the board.
There goes battle into low. Oh, I'm shorting one of these small cap gappers, brother. First time. Hey, there's my boy Obi, because he was talking to Luis yesterday about it. So BATL into the area low, 325 daily low. Tell you about that. Adara is going to give you her opinion on Figma.
Yeah, I'll be pretty brief. I think one thing that's kind of interesting is I have this infographic. It's not even out yet. I'm teasing it for you guys because it will be released tomorrow while I am off. But Exit GTV Research never takes a day off, so please check it out there. Regardless, we're going to tease it out for you guys because I want to talk about some of the metrics I was kind of looking at here. Operating margin was really interesting because I think I mentioned this yesterday when I showed my earnings preview for Figma. But last quarter, Q3 2025, whopping more than 400% negative GAAP operating margin for this company. Now, their non-GAAP operating margin relatively steady around 5 to 10% throughout their life as a public company so far. But the GAAP operating margin really all over the place. I think it maybe was positive or flat Q2, but Q3 and Q4 are both negative. So interesting thing to keep an eye on here for Figma going forward. Now, with regards here to their revenue, steady sequential growth, year-over-year growth relatively flat. So I think, again, going forward, it'll be interesting to see if we can get a escalation here in terms of our year-over-year growth, expansion of that growth. And this last metric is kind of interesting. It's one that they emphasize, so I wanted to include it on here. So this is basically how many paid customers have annual recurring revenue above 10K or above 100K. Now, kind of hard to tell. Again, the metric of this is a little bit difficult to visualize, but regardless, there is sequential growth in both of these metrics for each quarter. They don't have a year-over-year growth for this, so I wasn't able to know if that is or is not the case. They didn't include that, but regardless, I mean, other than the GAAP operating margin, which I hope will kind of steady out as this company ages, for lack of a better term, not a bad look for Figma. I think relatively flat or steady sequential growth is better than massive swings, at least for now.
Thank you very much. Guys, I want to mention LG HLSSE. It's making a move. Shout out to TT Mass. Shout out to Bovin. They're all calling it out. I want to mention, though, that it's done 1.32 million shares of volume. It's $1.73, and the time is 1:45. So keep that in mind when you get in, but I like this 150 to 155 level. That's where I perceive the breakout to be. 10 a.m., 155 reject. You get another reject in 10:05. You get another one at 11:05. You get a close one here at 11:20. You get another rejection at 120, and there's the breakout there at 130. So I'd be looking for a 155. It's also the volume weighted average price currently, but the price action could develop and that could move up about 39 2/3%. Ticker is LGHL. Shout out to the chat. Thank you for that, guys. Joey,
yes, sir.
Let's go on to the next topic. We're going to talk a little Etsy. I haven't used Etsy in a while. The only time I did use it, I was mentioning on the morning show today, was when I bought my cousin's son a little name plaque, and then you can kind of pull the letters out and put them back in. It was kind of a way for him when he was younger to kind of learn how to spell his name, the alphabet, that whole thing. And it was custom made by somebody in the location of where I live. So it was on Etsy. I wanted to support local. Etsy agreed, though, Joey, to sell Depop to eBay for $1.2 billion in cash nearly 5 years after they bought it for $1.62 billion. So an easy $420 million loss there. I'm not trying to crap on them, but that's not good, obviously. The sale represents a loss on the original price, as I mentioned. The transaction is expected to close in Q2 of this year, with the CEO, Kruti Patel Goyal, said the move allows Etsy to refocus, exclusively on its core marketplace growth. And Depop's user base skews younger, with about 90% of its users under the age of 34, originally seen as Etsy's entry into the Gen Z resale. It didn't work out that way. They're going to let somebody else take a go at it. Strategy shift, though. They previously pursued a house of brand strategy to compete with Amazon and Shopify. That, I guess, hasn't worked. Has since reversed course, and they sold off this ELO7 back in 23 and Reverb last year. Depop sales signals continue to retreat from diversification and renewed emphasis on their flagship Etsy platform. The eBay angle. eBay acquiring Depop strengthens the fashion and re-commerce positioning. CEO of eBay called it a way to expand into a younger demographic. I was using eBay when I was young, so I don't even know if the kids are using it anymore.
I don't.
Do you use eBay?
bro, I've never used eBay once in my life.
I used it a bunch.
But that was like the e-commerce platform back in the day, right?
It was the
But
main
now,
one, right?
like, I don't even know what. I'm gonna be honest with you. I have no idea what Depop is.
Neither do I.
No,
neither do I.
I have no idea.
I'm not,
and
I'm
I
not
don't know
lying.
who uses eBay anymore. I understand it's good for the resale.
I did like some stuff on eBay, Joey. So what I do is I go on Marketplace. If I can't find the product on Marketplace, I check eBay super quick.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it's used items.
Like, does it have that grandfather? It's like grandfathered in aspect, but I don't think. I don't know. OB people like my generation. I don't know if my generation.
Old saying it's good for collectibles like Pokemon cards,
vintage stuff.
They custom manufacture certain parts, so if you can't get them, eBay has them. Okay. If you're making builds like vehicles, that definitely helps, and I think people are agreeing with you. eBay for car parts, says Alexander. So go, basically what you're saying.
Yeah,
very hard to
like
find, but you can find them on eBay.
tires and stuff like that. But I'm going to be honest with you. If you were to go to ask my siblings, my younger siblings, hey, did you use eBay? They'd laugh at me. They're like, what is eBay? Ha, ha, ha. What is, like, I was telling them about MSN Messenger. They're like, oh, what's MSN Messenger?
No, they dunked on you like that, eh?
No, I've never used any of these platforms, dude. No, I've never used any
I've never
of them.
used Pinterest, but
I have. I've
That's
never heard of
not
Depop in my life, and I've honestly scrolled eBay maybe a couple of times in my life.
No, well,
for you, it's a different story, right? Like it's a generational thing, right? It's a generational
I completely
thing.
respect
So that's where I stand on this stream. I have no idea about.
Where is Etsy at right now, Joey? Let's take a quick look.
I mean, 75. It's not horrible. 35%.
Oh.
I mean.
But I mean, you're up 11 change on the day.
Yeah,
which is not too
and so
bad, right?
eBay was up substantially as well. Oh, okay. Well, so here it is. COVID pop.
You might never see those levels.
You will
again,
never
though.
see those. I'm not. I will put my bottom dollar on that. You will never see those.
Randall wants to know, what do you use? I'm assuming you are going to be a Facebook Marketplace and or Amazon guy.
I've been on Facebook Marketplace like twice in my life.
You're missing out, man. There are some deals you can get on Marketplace,
but dude,
and they're all local.
I'm not a consumer like that, man.
All right, bro. I'm a thrifter, though.
That's fine. Like, if I need something, I'll buy it. Like
at full price.
Yeah. But hold on, let me build my case, because if I buy it new, then the chance of it lasting me longer, I know that I'm the owner of it, right? Like, dude, I had an electric shaver.
Sound like my mom, Dukes.
I had an electric shaver that I had.
You don't want to
for
buy
like
that used.
Yeah,
you don't want to buy that used. That's kind of nasty.
I had it for like 7 years before it broke, and I ride it until it's on its last limbs, and then when I need something new is when I'll go and buy it. And I try to get the full.
You can get new stuff too, by the way, on Marketplace. It's not exclusive.
But that's just one more thing. I guess this is the Unk in me coming out. That's just one more thing.
What am I then? Grandpa.
Yeah. So that's just one more thing I need to hook my Visa card up to, and then you're scrolling. Oh, I like this. I like this. But I don't classify myself as too big of a consumer.
That's fair. I respect that. We got to pause for a second, guys. Adara's got news.
It has to do with AMD. Headline on Watch, just letting you guys know, the information reporting that AMD is going to be backstopping a $300 million loan for Crusoe, which is a AI startup. But here's the other interesting thing, too. According to this report from the information, AMD is agreeing to rent chips from Crusoe if the startup doesn't have enough customers. So basically saying, hey, not only are we going to backstop our $300 million loan, but if you don't have enough customers, we'll be your customer. So really interesting story here. Again, reported by the information on AMD. Back to you.
Thank you. That's not true, MVP Mickey. Facebook Marketplace has pure hot stuff. That's cap. It's not. It's just like regular people. I sell stuff on Facebook Marketplace all the time. It's not stolen. I'm just like, you want to get rid of stuff, right? You've used it. It's no longer utilitarian for you. You get rid of it, man. And that's what Marketplace is.
Someone says Joe doesn't sell anything. I just hold it. If I'm going to sell something, it's to like a friend or something. Other than that, I pretty much, I'm trying to think of what was the last thing I actually sold, and I can't. I remember.
No,
so if I
hold on, you never used Kijiji? American friends won't know Kijiji.
Brother, Kijiji, I don't even know what it essentially is, brother.
That's crazy.
I've never used any of these things. So.
All right. We have to go to Adara for Etsy.
I'm going to be incredibly brief. I just find it interesting that I think even though this company had earnings, I think A, the stock reaction, and B, just the general interest here, even from this conversation, has much more to do with the Depop sale than it actually does with their report. If anything, I think maybe the earnings that they had even kind of soured. People are distracted from this Depop sale. So I don't know, interesting stuff here. The timing of this for ETSY. Even when I saw the headline, I'm like, oh, they're popping before their earnings with another headline. Like, it's just a really interesting one here for me for ETSY with the timing of the Depop sale and just the stock reaction.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Let's go on. Wayfair, where are they at? W. Wayfair, you got just what I need. Ram, have you bought anything from Wayfair lately? Okay. All right, they're down 11 and a quarter. They reported Q4 EPS of 85 pennies. That beat the 69er expected by the street on revenue of $3.34 billion. That is up 6.9% year over year and ahead of the 3.3 consensus estimate of analysts. Despite that, shares fell about 6% pre-market trading, and they've almost doubled that now. Stop laughing. 11 and a quarter. Hold on, let me finish, and then we could chuckle. All right, GAAP weakness as well, and they're blaming a lot of this on a one-time charge. So on a GAAP basis, they posted a loss of 89 cents per share. That is sharply below the 1 penny profit last year. The results, though, they're blaming this, Joey. They're saying they were pressured by equity-based compensation, which is when you give stock options, obviously, to your employees, as well as a $165 million loss tied to debt repurchases. The gap between the adjusted and non-adjusted numbers likely weighed on investors' confidence, according to the article. And the CEO, Niraj Shah, he highlighted a fourth consecutive quarter of new customer growth, alongside what he's saying is a healthy repeat order trend. Growth occurred despite broader furniture category contracting in the low single digits in Q4. Wayfair ended 2025 with 21.3 million active customers, which is actually down 0.5% year over year from the end of 24. Mixed signals is kind of what you can summarize this report as: customer acquisition momentum versus slight total active base contraction. So what do you make of this, man? Wayfair.
It's interesting. It's really mixed, and you're not going to get that substantial growth here, Sharif. You went over some of the numbers, like full year 25, you're looking at net revenue 6.9%, U.S. Net revenue. I mean, they're not horrible numbers, 7.4% here. International is not good whatsoever. Year over year, 1.3% growth there, Sharif. So a lot of it's a mixed bag, really, for me on Wayfair. We can pull up some other things, and I mean, as for the guidance as well too, it's a little bit tougher of a look. Profitability management indicated adjusted EBITDA margin should remain healthy. So not too many discounts, I guess, but gross margin sitting in that 30 and 31% range. We talk about the COVID here. We're over on the weekly. This is another name, even though it has been on a steady run as of late, Sharif, from those April lows, starting to come in a little bit here, but you're down 79%. You can't be a bag holder of this.
You can't be a bag holder. All right, we're going to talk about Occidental next, and Occidental's up big. 9.5%. It is just a couple of pennies, about 30 pennies off the day high. It is making a move, and quite frankly, I want to, Joey.
Yeah.
I guarantee you probably didn't know this. Have a look at this.
It broke out. Yeah. Well,
No, not just that. Look at energy, my energy sector there.
Yeah.
This is the year-to-date column right there. Everything, Joey, is in Greensville.
Yeah.
Everything. XOM, 26% year over year. CVX, 22. Occidental, 25.5. Devon,
but dude,
22.
Let's not beat around the bush on how hot garbage for these.
Many years, since
for
22.
Many, yeah, exactly.
Since the start of the war.
A long time.
Yeah. They moved into the war, and in 23
it's just like
or 22.
sideways forever on these.
Exactly. Now let's just be more blunt about it. This has to do with a couple of reasons. One, obviously, what we saw in the beginning of January with Venezuela, and now the possible belligerencies that are going to take place in the Middle East. We're talking, of course, about Iran and the armada of U.S. warships that are on the way or already in the Strait of Hormuz. And they're basically encircling Iran, 360 degrees. Talked about the B-2 bomber leaving its base in the States. And a lot of people were trying to track the B-2. Obviously, you can't because stealth, nor do they disclose its location. But some educated guesses are where the fuel tankers are circling. They try to gauge the path of the B-2 based upon where the refueling tankers are. So That's the whole thing of, my opinion, why we're really rocketing up here on these oil stocks. But let's talk about Occidental, Joey. EPS, 31 pennies, beating the 19 expected by analysts. And a year ago, their EPS was 8 pennies. So that's a big, big improvement year over year. Prior quarter was 64 pennies versus the 48 expected, which was a 33.33% surprise. Earnings surprise this quarter came in at 62.13%, beating the estimates there. Revenue, $5.42 billion, that missed, and missed substantially. You can't tell by the price action. $7.81 billion. Revenue declined also from $6.84 billion a year ago. The company has now missed revenue estimates for 4 straight quarters. The market's focus, though, likely shifting towards pricing, production mix, and commodity sensitivity rather than, the EPS beat alone. Shares are up 25.5% year to date. Current consensus for the next quarter, 17 pennies EPS on $4.97 billion in revenue, with full year consensus being 65 pennies EPS and $20.58 billion in revenue. What I don't know, and what this article didn't say, and I'm going to look into it now while you're covering this, is why they missed revenue so substantially.
Yeah, so I'm just looking at this, guys. You can see from a technical standpoint, like the performance of this hasn't been good, especially through 22, leading into 24. You sell off in 25. Now we're into 26. You're starting to see somewhat of a rebound here. But the more you zoom out, the uglier it kind of gets in Occidental Petroleum. I mean, it's a big breakout here, and if we run into this resistance zone and reject aggressively, I think that needs to be taken into consideration. I mean, I was looking at some of the the capex. There's a drastic reduction in capex, which isn't horrible. 6.3 billion. Looking for full year 2026, opposed to 25, we had 7.1 billion. So I think that's a positive. Keeping more money in the bank and not having to pay debt is extremely important. But I still don't love these energy stocks, regardless if they're up 25%. I think it's more of a cyclical trade, to be honest with you. Up 25% right now. Yeah. And I think in a span when the tech trade's back in, who's going to start to get hit first? I think some of these
money will funnel out.
Yeah, exactly. I think some of these energy names.
So the top line miss is primarily being blamed on the weak barrel, the weak price of the barrel. So crude price correction. The primary culprit was a sharp decline in realized prices. Average worldwide realized crude oil prices dropped 15.1% year over year to about $59.22 per barrel. Natural gas, LNG, obviously, prices saw even steeper declines. That's what they're saying. And they're also saying the OxyChem divestiture. So the sale of OxyChem to Berkshire, completed in January 2nd of this year, meant that those chemical revenues are now reported as discontinued operations. It structurally lowered the reported revenue figure compared to historical quarters. So I think maybe that it was quite a lofty revenue expectation here, and I don't think it's any structural problem with the company, but a mix of obviously unrealized revenue with the OxyChem as well as a weaker barrel. That's my understanding. Let's talk about Deere. So DE is up, just to give you an idea, 44 2/3% on the year, and it is outperforming CAT. And it's outperforming CAT substantially. CAT is up 32.5%, and CAT's almost at all-time highs. So DE is really going here. Let's talk about it. Q1 net income for Deere, $656 million or $2.40. Oh, hold, it's 2 o'clock.
It's 2 o'clock.
Nah, it's over, bro. It's over, bro.
We'll go over this.
It's 2 o'clock, Joey.
We'll go over this. I didn't want to say anything. I thought we were going to do. No, but Deere's been performing phenomenally.
Deere's been really good,
But this is going back to the picks and shovels of the AI build-out, the infrastructure. I think this is a massive play, obviously. But Danny Boy sending a $5 super chat saying, this is why I was chuckling. Joe's right. I once bought a 7-year-old used electric razor from Marketplace Toronto, and it died 5 days later. So there it is. That's why I was chuckling.
Can I say something else, too?
Yeah.
You got to look at the reviews of who the sellers are.
Exactly. So it's like Airbnb.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's and people can leave legitimate reviews. Yeah. You got to be careful on new accounts. You know how Facebook, I know you're not on social media, but Facebook will show you when when the account was created. So you don't want anybody creating accounts in 25 and 24.
So that's what I think.
That's a scam,
that's how my boys got ripped off for his Jays tickets during the playoffs. He lost like $600 or something like that. Someone fake ID and all of that stuff.
100%.
He transferred them and then he got messed over there. But then Jay Keone says Joe only sells IBIT. Bang, still holding on to that. And then Wild Bane says no Kijiji equals not tapped in. Brother, I was so well. No, hold on. I was so well connected when I was younger. I didn't need to go onto the internet. I just talked to other individual. I need this. I need that.
Hey.
And they say, "It's Joe. We're gonna go and talk to. I got somebody for you." And the next thing, bring. Hello, yeah. What's going on? I need this. We need that. And that's why I didn't need those online things. You know what I mean?
They asked Gen Z, like, show me the hand gesture of hanging up on somebody. You know what they did?
What they do?
Like this.
No.
They don't know anything about this, bro. They know nothing
That's
about
crazy,
that. When you did ring, it made me chuckle. All right, guys. Obi is in for Sean this afternoon. We're going to send you to Obi and Neil for the show. I'll see you guys momentarily at the big desk.
All right, guys. See you.
Welcome back, everybody. Obi's filling in. Sean has an appointment. And that's not the only way to hang up a phone like this. The other way is when you're angry and you're in a phone booth and y'all don't even know what a phone booth is. You're just like, and you're mashing a phone booth. Although, you don't really want to do that. And you couldn't anymore because that's what it is. So at the end of the day, I'm old. Get that out of the way.
I remember phone booths.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. I think I might have used one maybe like once or twice because my phone was dead. My cell phone was dead, and I was in the middle of nowhere. No one was really around, and I had to try to look for like a quarter, and then I did end up using one. That's when I still remembered. I think this was in early high school or like late elementary school when like my phone had died, and we were on like a trip with some friends, and I was just like I need to call my mom, and like I remembered her number. I don't remember anyone's number now.
Basic knowledge was back in the day. When you leave your house, you had to know where you're going and to not get lost. Just the little things. Like you had to make solid plans. Like your friends had to be solid because they couldn't tell you, oh, by the way, we're meeting up at this place. Well, I'm going to be running a little bit late. Nah, you had to just trust. It's like, look, I'm going to show up and y'all just going to be there because that's what it's all about. The basics and the more you know. That's what we're all about. And you know what we're also all about? The basics and the more you know, Sharif, because I hear you in the back cheering it on. 5 days till the Trader TV Academy is coming through. The countdown continues. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can count them on one hand how many days, presuming that you have 5 fingers, hopefully everybody. And if you don't, that's okay because you can still learn to trade. It's the project that's been a long time coming because we did not want to rush it. Countless hours were spent refreshing and perfecting this core learning material course to ensure that the standards of today's markets were met. This is how we learn to trade, and it's built from the ground up for this modern trading environment. 5 days, it's going to be Tuesday, February the 24th, everybody. If you've been waiting for it, then it is going to be here. And only because I just looked at the chat. So anyways, every now and then, like kind of like natural, I just looked up at the chat and saw the weirdest comment of all time. Maybe not all time, but today. Sage88, was that bourbon salmon? It was not.
The green salmon?
There was like green pesto seasoning on the salmon, which I don't know. I ate it because I was really hungry. But also the other thing is, ever since this little tariff battle between the United States and Canada, we don't get bourbon here anymore. And being a bourbon guy, that's a little bit frustrating. Like if I go to like a local watering hole, let's just say, or go to like a restaurant that I like. It's actually an oyster spot that's like my favorite restaurant in the city, and usually it's like bourbon, nice and neat. And I get in there ever since this, I'm just like, well, what do I do now? Because they know everyone drinks bourbon neat there, and they're like, well, we have these ryes here. I'll suggest one for you. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. It's not the.
You just got to settle then.
No, you have to settle. It is what it is. But you shouldn't have to settle for opportunities in the market because they are there, despite the fact that this was. Look, as far as volatility goes. I mean, if you're trading for the market, the NASDAQ with one of the weaker inside type of days you're going to see. It was like a very slight upward trend in the morning and then a downward trend just to retrace effectively at best a 1% range and less than a 1% range. on the cues here on the day. You just need to be, you needed to be somewhere else. Maybe that will be a name reporting after the bell tonight, like Open Door. I actually have eyeballs on this. Does that look manipulative at this 475 top? 1, 2, 3, same bottom in here, just back and forth in the same 10-cent range. Now it's trying to break out a little bit going into the print tonight. Oh, look at that. It's hugging the 200-period moving average. There's a lot to like for a potential continuation. I just want to see a productive candle on the 15-minute, and then I think Open Door could be one in the afternoon. It was we said this morning was a frustrating morning, but thankfully Adara came with that Netflix Warner Brothers story, which was able to make up for my morning in a single shot. Because it only takes one mean reversion. At least it shouldn't. The way I see it is
Someone say mean reversion?
if you get what up, but here's, you probably understand, you know this, and you mean revert all the time, Obi. If you do that kind of a trade where it's like you're getting the side of the V, if one of them follows through effectively all the way, like to your target, in my opinion, that should pay for at least 3 or 4 losing trades.
Oh, easily, yeah.
And if it doesn't, you're doing something wrong. Like,
Yeah,
like
you're just not sized appropriately.
yeah, like what or when you're wrong, you're not getting out where you're supposed to. That's the other side of the coin, right? Like if you're just consistent and you always size kind of the same, then if that's not the case, then you're not really getting out when you're supposed to or stopping out when you're supposed to. But that's the thing, like if it's your best trade of the day or your best trade of the week, that kind of a thing should make up for multiple losses. It's the only thing I'm currently in right now. And yeah, you guys, Computranet, you may suggest anything there. Just don't suggest something with pineapple pizza because pineapple and pizza do not go together. It is not pizza if it has pineapple on it. That is a hill that and I don't care if Hawaiian pizza is a Canadian thing. I was born in Canada. I don't have to like everything the Canadians like.
Okay.
I just, I mean, it is what it is, man. Pineapple pizza is a joke. Speaking of, I'm gonna change the subject back to the market because I didn't want to. In all seriousness, like what the heck? What are we doing? If the cues aren't moving around, and they haven't the last few afternoons, you've got to be. This is why I'm looking at Open Door. This is one of the reasons why I think if you're looking at some of the small cappers like Johnny Drama, DRMA, it might be the right place to go. This is still trending to the upside. I'm half considering, like this is a very decent line of best fit for DRMA. I feel like this should be on the radar. I know Sharif was trading this. I mean, I'm pretty sure he was trading Drama at some point. That's why we were talking about it. So yeah, this could be on the radar as well this afternoon. Just got to be able to find where the movers are going to be.
Yeah, for sure. I think today one of my main focuses. I haven't taken too many trades today, but came in a little bit late. A little bit due to traffic. There was like a 30-minute delay on the DVP. I was telling Neil this morning. I was like, yeah, I definitely miscalculated what time I left my house, but came in around. I got to my desk around like 9:30, 9:35ish. So I missed the open, and Figma was definitely on my list out of the few names that had earnings today. Carvana was another one. I was watching some of I guess. Fastly as well has been moving around, but mainly it was just Figma and Carvana. I know that Dash also reported and Wayfair also reported, but didn't really have strong opinions or necessarily ideas on those. But Figma off of the open, what a beautiful short! And then you know what happens when you miss a trade? You can't be holding on to that thought. And I kind of did that today, where I was just like, okay, I only want to take this thing short. And multiple times over and over again, I was just like, okay, get chopped, get chopped, get chopped. 3 times, you're out. Tried it one more time over here. Later on in the day, get stopped out. I'm like, all right, cool. Well, that's clearly not working. Yeah, I think I also took like a quick scalp on XLI with some of the I guess SPY related indexes moving around as well. Pretty choppy day. Pretty choppy day, to say the least here, especially on in-play names. But Fastly, beautiful reversion on Fastly. But as of right now, let's see what you guys voted on. We're headed to Sharif for the rundown.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. the big boys, Neil and Obi, they are locked and they are loaded and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers, yes, on the afternoon rundown, you gotta get into the chat. You gotta vote, but you gotta throw in that $ before the ticker of your choice. That's the only way it registers. Joey, I think they scored again. Shout out to Team Canada. Looks like they're doing it live. All right, let's look at all 4 major averages, guys, and they are all in negative territory, starting with the triple Qs here, down 0.56. The SPY also down 0.4. The Dow, the worst of the bunch, at least for the moment. The DIA ETF down 0.59, with the IWM Russell 2000 ETF faring the best of the bunch, down 0.23. Start with the first ticker, though, as decided by you guys, TSLA, and it wasn't even close. Elon Musk wins FCC waiver to enable wireless charging for the Cybercab. Keep an eye out on that. Randy was giving me more information about that. But then, of course, GLJ Research reiterates, guys, a sell rating on Tesla and maintains the $25.28 price target. This is, of course, Gordon Johnson II's research company, and he is, to put it lightly, a Tesla bear.
Okay, so about Tesla.
Yep.
This is like my probably. I'll be fair. Like Warner Brothers got me green today, but it should have been. It really should have been Tesla. Whoa. I got caught in a. I missed the reversion entry that I wanted. So then, therefore, when I felt like I was chasing the move, I was just way too quick to see a higher low on Tesla right in here. And it was a huge mistake. Like I actually ended up having the reversion on this and then didn't even get it to the volume weighted average price. So it was a fail. I felt like I had chased it a full $1. And that's it. I get it. That was me getting in my own head because it was a pretty good trend break. But if we're thinking about Tesla, one of the things that I've been looking at for the longer term, and I love Tesla. I think Elon Musk, I was talking about it earlier about how he's given a 30-month timetable on SpaceX or just essentially getting data centers in space and how he's an unbelievable dreamer and how he's going to change the world, all that kind of stuff. I think Tesla has the opportunity to do that. That's why you like it for growth. But up here at these prices, at this valuation, in this market, you can see what's going on from the top. It's about as distinctive a downward trend as you're going to get. And until we retest this support at 380, the 200-period moving average, or close breaking this trend line, we're not doing that. That hasn't happened either. It's just a slightly bearish look. So waiting for a shorting opportunity does make some sense. Whether it's being patient or getting aggressive with it at some point, this has been undefeated. And if we lose a 200-period moving average, then I think you get back into the wait for the eventual bottom. It's hard for me to see that kind of a downward trend, and when we're brushing against that top, be bullish. I just can't be bullish in that situation. So waiting for the spots to get short until we break that trend line is going to be the way that I look at it.
Yeah, no, I think much bigger picture is how I'm looking at Tesla these days. It's just on the monthly, you can see here just very methodic, higher highs, higher lows since about, I guess, the January of 23. Breaking past some of those prior highs as well. But yeah, no, the intraday, we were talking about this a little bit earlier here. This is classic because like if I draw in a trend line, it initially breaks us, and I was talking to Neil as well. I was looking for a potential reversion in and around here, around 1145, and I'll show you why. Just simply, I guess the trend line kind of is gone now, but this is kind of just roughly what I was looking at here. You can throw VWAP on here as well, and I was like, I didn't necessarily take it, because I was just like, I don't know, the market's kind of just choppy today, don't really like it too much. But when it comes back in, it false breaks that high, Neil, and it false breaks it. That high is 414.98, 415.23. So literally by a quarter on Tesla, it false breaks it, and then you get aggressive selling. If you really want to be like, all right, well, I'm taking the next one right here, I think something like this could be a little bit more, I guess, beneficial right here. But just a shorter trend, but the false break of that, definitely decent here. And I don't think that, honestly, Neil, I don't think you were too late. I don't think you were chasing at all, because in my opinion, this right here, this 412, was a trade in itself for the flush down, and again, you don't know what it's going to do on the break, but look at how that volume comes in. that breakdown. Market's really, really choppy, but Tesla finally loses the bid going into the later half of the day. 1 o'clock is where we came in, back below VWAP here, now just chopping around and consolidating underneath VWAP. But I think biggest trade on Tesla, if you had the long pre-market high breaks, maybe perhaps that was nice as well on the pullbacks right here. You can see kind of held until 10 a.m. Very choppy though. I don't know if I'd be necessarily able to hold through all of this chop, but this type of clean, straight move, I'm definitely all about that life.
Guys, let's talk a little Walmart here. Down 0.5%. It was down, it was up, and now it's, a little bit down, breaking down below 126.5 where it closed out yesterday. They beat, guys, on Q4 revenue and EPS estimates, with U.S. comparable sales coming in at 4.6% year over year, exceeding the 4.3% consensus. And JP Morgan maintained their overweight rating on the company with a $137 price target. But they did note that Q1 guidance came in below estimates. They also highlighted the solid fundamentals, including enterprise gross margins, guys, up 13 basis points to 24%.
So a couple of things. One, I am looking, and I've asked Adara why Beyond Meat is moving. So we're kind of trying to figure, it's only up 13%, it's a penny stock, but obviously it is moving, and it is moving on bigger than normal volume, obviously. So if don't see anything, I have ear to the ground, Sharif doesn't see anything, it could just be maybe you're getting these random relief rallies or something technical going on, short covering, whatever it might be. But there was a question, I just saw it and I've now missed it in the scroll. It was along the lines of, I can't find it in the chat, but I do remember it. Someone saying, why are you guys looking at these loser tech stocks all the time? So when we do this rundown, and I know we say this all the time, it's a very democratic, where is my, now I can't even find it. Oh no, it's not, it wasn't even working a second ago. Now it's back up. When we do this rundown, it boils down to what are the names that are the top on our stock visualizer. So in our actual chat, so everyone watching the show all day long, or at least up until the cutoff point before we actually do this rundown in the afternoon, has a chance. You can hit the subscribe and jump in the chat if you're just listening and you're not a subscriber. Then do that, jump in and cast your vote. And you can say $, look, man, I can put in $ Beyond Meat. Probably not that many people care about it, but you'll see it flow. I don't think it's going to beat any of these names because you can see 27 people here said SoFi throughout the day, 65 on Tesla, Walmart 48, and that accumulates throughout the day based on the viewer's interest, and then that's what we go over in the rundown. Of course, we answer questions as well, and wherever that's Beyond Meat just moved, so we're going to talk about that and try to figure out a reason why or if there's a trade there. But that's what it's all about. It's very democratic, at least as much as we try to be. So if you're wondering why are we not talking about the symbol you like, if you're not typing it in the chat and jumping in and participating, I don't know what to tell you. That's your best bet. And of course, we have a great community. Sometimes there are entire conversations about other sectors in our community, which we'll engage with when we can, and you never know. Walmart could be a bit of a flat bottom break here. Approaching one. You had the first dip at the open, which held 125.5. That ended up being, that was a great long zone, right in there. First dip, and then it bounced when the market turned, and it's trying to hold on now. I think you could gap fill a bit. This is still, it's still a relatively expensive stock. It has been on an absolute tear. It just went to the NASDAQ, so this is, let me use this chart here. Go to my e-signal chart for you. It has been on an absolute tear, and really a healthy pullback. This is what I was looking for, actually, was a pullback into the 50 period. The problem was that's about 118 to 120, and you couldn't get anywhere close to that unless it was 2 hours before the market opened, and it was already gone. So I think the bounce zone is more along that area for a Walmart, just how it's priced, and when the rotation sort of goes back into some risk assets, and this might pull back a bit. But for this afternoon, bit of a flat bottom break if it loses 125.5. VWAP also looks like a bit of a thing. I don't know if it'll get back up to VWAP, but that could be a nice little play there. Whether it flat bottom breaks or gets to VWAP, I feel like Walmart deserves a place on the 4 charts that I'm watching anyways.
Yeah, I think the initial move I wasn't necessarily watching, but I think the big place to be here in Walmart, maybe 2 of them that I see, maybe in the pre-market right here off of this reaction, the break of this, going into the open. You can see that pre-market high breakout comes into 130s, but that doesn't really give you a decent chunk of its ATR. I think the big move here is the breakdown of the bid. This little consolidation here cannot get through that 130, tries once, twice, maybe a third time as well. I don't know if you want to call this a try, but it makes a lower high and eventually breaks this trend from the open. I guess this trend really coming in from the pre-market right here, but you can see here, that's after it breaks this trend when you kind of line up some of these pre-market higher lows into some of these. And I'm sure, some of you are saying that, well, off of the open and it was this and it was this, and then you had to move it around like this. No, I understand. But once this chop kind of gets going, you can see here makes that lower high. I think this right here, this breakdown of this opening kind of session lows, not necessarily the opening range low, even though that was a great trade as well. Looking back at it, that was at 128. Confluence with VWAP when it does come in, and then you get a nice little waterfall all the way down into 125s and some change. But since then, yeah, holding underneath VWAP, showing continued weakness right here. And this is interesting to me as well, Neil. You can see just throwing up a horizontal line for support and resistance. This was that strong move in the pre-market session. This was the pullback, and it's holding this pullback like a champ as of right now. But flat bottom break, definitely with this kind of consolidation here, and a little bit of weakness on the day. So maybe poised for a breakdown of this level. But I think better places to get short. There were definitely better prices maybe on the trend break and onto pops into VWAP as well, showing some weakness on earnings day one here on Walmart.
No major catalyst today on NVIDIA, guys, down 0.56, kind of in a consolidative range. RBC Capital, though, did chime in today, maintaining their coverage with an outperform rating on NVIDIA and that same price target of $240. Separately, of course, we know that OpenAI looking to raise another $100 billion. You got to assume some of that going to find its way into Jensen's hands, guys, down 0.59.
I mean, at some point, while it might find, ooh, look at that ugly wick. I'll get rid of that at some point. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like at this point, it's almost like nothing that we see or hear with NVIDIA seems to matter these days. In 1 week, well, actually less than a week because we're less than a week now away from NVIDIA earnings. Maybe that's the catalyst that was going to get us past with this 193. The last time I felt this way about a particular price level, I remember that 200 level where we found out later on that Bezos was selling Amazon. But if you just see what's been going on here above 190 bucks on NVIDIA, it's hard. You just can't be that bullish you're bullish to a limit every single day when you come into this. It just can't do anything. Yesterday it rejected the 90, and then you have another slight downward day. It's an inside day. Like from bottom to top, you're like a couple of bucks. It's like a 1% type of move day on NVIDIA. So that's kind of a nothing burger. It's like that's a chop fest. There's a lot of stocks today which are in the chop fest territory, and a lot of traders. I was talking to some in the algo room. Like it was very much a lot of chop depending on what you were looking at. Like if you got like a news story that came out or like a big earnings name, like Figma, like something like that was moving around, no problem. NVIDIA wasn't that kind of a thing. And I feel like it's going to take the earnings to bust us through that level or have us make a big of enough pullback off of this 93 that we can get enough juice going. And big enough pullback would be at least into this 165 to 170 where you found a bunch of support. So I don't know. I feel like NVIDIA might be overrated for a day trade, at least until Wednesday, and there's going to be other places to go. Like you could check, SMCI was an actual mover in the space today. Micron is a mover almost every single day, the membership names. SNDK is an actual mover. And I have nothing against NVIDIA. I think NVIDIA is, I own NVIDIA, I hold NVIDIA. There's nothing wrong with it in that sense. It's just for the day trade. It's turned into, and even Micron's not even that crazy today. NVIDIA just turned into, not a nothing stock, but a boring stock intraday, which is fine if you can find a style that works for you, but it needs to bust that 193 on NVIDIA.
Yeah, definitely. That's the level I've been watching as well. You can see here that level's been holding as a bit of resistance almost since the last October of 2025. We did breakout of that 190, got to 212s, but on the pullback, we kind of, maybe if you want to call this head and shoulders, maybe some price, rejection there where we kind of, you make that left shoulder, you attempt to make a breakout, you don't really get too far, and you're meeting some resistance here on the right side of the move. So yeah, definitely those 192s, we were observing this over the past couple of months here, December, January, and a good chunk of February as well. At the beginning, every time it got anywhere near that 192, 193, 194.50 was this peak here at the end of January. Every time it gets up into there, there is definitely some level of resistance. So a bit of a chop zone on a much higher time frame. Intraday, yeah, nothing too crazy. I don't know. I don't necessarily have anything, any sort of playbooks around some of this action that it's been doing over the past couple of days, but maybe here, aggressive reversion. You can see this on Tuesday, where you got that strong flush into what I would say maybe some of the range lower parts of the range, not necessarily range lows, lower parts of the range, and you finally kind of break this short-term selling that we got. This was very interesting here on Tuesday, where you break above the opening range high, and now you consolidate and hold a little bit higher, gap up, continuation for a little bit, going back into some of the lows at the end of the day. So we've been consolidating for the past couple of days above some of these levels, which is interesting to me here on NVIDIA. But I'm still waiting for that 192 breakout, and I think the trade, if and when that 190, 192, 193, just call it a clean 195, can actually come in with some distinction, is where I'll probably be watching NVIDIA a little bit closer on that day.
All right, guys, let's talk about RIME, Algorithm Holdings. As you can see, made a big move late in the day on the 16th, kind of tried to make a move in the pre-market on the 17th, sold off aggressively yesterday, kind of a consolidative day, more of the same today. But the reason for the move was they're looking at basically adding AI to the trucking industry. They were saying efficiencies with empty trucks really increase costs as well as fuel. So they're looking at coordinating that. That was the crux of the move, guys. Down today, 5.5%.
Yeah, not a good day for Rime, unfortunately. I think we mentioned this. It was a little skeptical about it, unfortunately. Just look at this. It's a habitual line stepper is a term that we like to use around here. When you do the whole reverse split, and then there's the reverse split high break, and when that works as a short, I hate to tell it to anyone that wants these small cappers to go, but it's just the truth. There's hedgies and whales who probably make their quarters, they make their years doing stuff like this, knowing that they can just short these types of names in these types of ranges. And I get it. It was a good story for them, and absolutely, a rocket ship the last couple of sessions, but again, it failed that top. Did so convincingly when it lost to 5, and now that lower high, look at the respect. Fail break of 3, fail 3, fail 3, fail 3. Like, how many times do you have to see it? I worked this into the lesson of the day, actually. When you see a stock repeatedly have a pattern like this, that you try to take advantage of it. There is another side to this coin, however. For anyone that is at least bullish, when you do have what looks like the back end of a short trade, it gets halt down, looks like it's going to fall apart. When it holds the low, looks like Open Door just came back a little bit here. I'll get to that in a second. When it holds that low and is holding the line like this, the longer it holds the line without making the next gap underneath, the more there is this loading of the shorts at the 3 to 325. Making a 350 break on this pretty real. The longer we sit down here without losing this 2 area, I think that breakout becomes a little bit better on Rime. For now, it looks like it gets above 3. You look for the fade turn opportunity and short it for the rest of the day. But if it does take 350, there is some squeeze potential in there. Open Door, this is a 15-minute. I said if it just held on the 15, Sharif is hilarious. And I can hear him joking around about Open Door behind me. You guys probably didn't catch that. But pull back into the prior high on this little breakout. I wanted to break out this 80 and start filling in this gap. Keep in mind, Open Door reports. So this is going into their report tonight. But let's break out, maybe even get into the $5 range. My stop is underneath this prior bar on the 15-minute, which is just above the 70 mark. So it's a relatively tight stop, but it's a $5 stock, so I will respect it. But as far as Rime goes, just you see what it's doing at that $3 level. If you're not respecting that kind of price action, I think you're just sort of hoping at this point for more.
Yeah, no. So we're looking at Rhyme here. Was a pretty decent mover just a couple of days ago. I do like that it's holding some of these levels here for the past couple of days. But day one, I guess right here on Tuesday, coming in from Friday, Monday was a holiday, and we got that squeeze all the way up to $6.21, coming in off of the open straight flush. So I just want to measure out how big of a move this was, Neil. Because I know we were talking to Luis yesterday about how far do these small caps sometimes really run on a shorter time frame. That was a 400% move in about 3.5 hours. Pretty decent move coming in off of the open, straight flush. It seems like since then, Neil, shorting the pops has been the way on this one as it continues to make lower high, coming in the next day. Sure, we get a little bit higher than some of these end of day prices, but still technically a lower high relative to the first bounce that we've had. And then once again today, lower high relative to yesterday's high a day. So maybe some weakness, maybe, I don't know if this is kind of, bouncy ball on a higher time frame, no idea. But the thing is, it's holding up as of right now. And we had a high volume kind of injection at the end of Friday. So I do have this on watch, but haven't really participated in it very aggressively. But going to the daily, I would be like, okay, is this maybe setting up for a potential liquidity trap? Has it done this before? If not, then yeah, the breakdown could be very nice once it does give up that 2.25 area right here and goes back to where it came from, sub-dollars just a few days ago.
All right, guys, last on the list here, Occidental. You knew I was going with that, right, Neil? All right, okay. You knew exactly where I was going with that, Joey. All right, guys, so Occidental up a 9 1/3 here, looking really good. Multiple day breakout. It went really in the aftermarket, continued this morning. Shares are up big. After Q4 earnings beat estimate with adjusted EPS of 31 pennies versus the 18 expected. They produced a whole lot. Their production exceeded guidance as well. The stock has gained on elevated crude prices amid these Iran tensions, boys. Occidental up 9.15.
Occidental is reason number one why I'll always say do not judge, and this is actually something that we'll talk about, it gets mentioned in the Academy. You cannot just simply judge your performance on the day based on whether you were red or green. At some level, you have to look at what your plan of action was. Did you follow it correctly? And what did the market provide you with what you were looking to happen and expecting to happen? So I have one trade at VWAP on Oxy. It's not an undisciplined one. It was trying to bounce off VWAP. I gave it to the prior bar low. I followed my rules. I went for a shot in it. But it was the only one of 4 stocks that I actually had on the list for a long today, on my note this morning. And one of the things that was on there was, curiously, a 50-level break. I'm kind of zeroing in on the lack of execution there. And then it dipped into 50 as well, right in here. So it bounces off the breakout price. At that point, look, it's truth, not excuse. I might trade like 8, 10 symbols in a day, but I tend to be active, like looking for an entry, like trying to get into one thing at a time. Like maybe a second one. So if I'm on something else at that moment because it's setting up, then I might miss it. And I 100% missed that 50 level, and that was it. I mean, Occidental, and the good thing about this is, let's be real, Oxy missed on revenue. It was just the EPS that they beat on. And so it was a bit of a mixed bag, but you look at this daily, all those energy names have been pretty good. And yes, if you look at it from the beginning of the year, Occidental has been good, but it had been lagging the rest of its peers for a while, and it's really doing a rounded bottom. This is the first time you've now got the 50 and the 200 are now curving to the upside and looking a little bit more productive. This is a legitimate breakaway on this stock. And as a matter of fact, here, and I had previously owned and traded Oxy in my personal account. I don't anymore. When it had the Buffett floor on it, I was all about the Buffett floor when it had it. But you're really starting to get that rounded bottom, almost like a little W shape for potential breakaway. And it's right at this top at 52. that it needs to take out on the weekly. Obviously, this is a weekly time frame, so it means nothing that we're approaching this level on the weekly. But you've got a real shot here that there's another leg involved here for Oxy, at least maybe to test that 200 period on the weekly, that like $56 level. But there's a good chance that we can run into this, hopefully break it out next week on Oxy. This looks like a very productive long in a sector which is working, which just had a report catapulted to the upside. Wasn't even a perfect report, yet they still get the benefit of the doubt and up almost double digits here. So yeah, I do like the trajectory of Oxy today. And as I said before, it's like red or green, you have to be able to go back, and when you're reviewing your plan and when reviewing your trades, ask yourself the honest question whether you executed your plan very well. I don't know that there's going to be a news story on Warner Brothers that's going to make up for the fact that I missed out on Oxy today. So I have to grade myself like an F on this stock because there was a great long off 50 twice. And that was the second level that I liked. It wasn't the first, it was the second level I liked. I thought pull back into this area and then rip because I've seen that work on Oxy before. But yeah, I love this. I like this daily chart a bit. I like the weekly chart even better.
Yeah, I think you called out that 50 mark right away because, again, another stock that I kind of missed. I'm not really doing too much pre-market volume, but that $50 was 11. I looked at a shorter time frame on this one as well. And, you really had to catch that 50 off the open, you had to have that edge A in right off of the open. As soon as the edge A start accepting, you had to have it. If you had it, if you were just like, okay, cool, or if you have an algo that's just like, okay, these are all the edge A's I need to send out at these levels right on the open, that's the best way you're catching it because it just swipes through that 50 within the first few seconds of the open and instantly gives you $1 and then a chop all the way up to 51.80s right there. So that's really the only way you're really kind of catching this. Or if you're punching, maybe you get 50 quarters, 50 halves, roughly. If you kind of break down this candle into a shorter time frame, you can really see how the prices were dealt with as the first few seconds came in off of the open. But you didn't have to be that fast. Neil pointed out that second chance right here when it does get into 50 gives you that trend break, maybe gives you this consolidation break as well, 50 halves. Once again coming into play for that reversion back towards and into VWAP and maybe a little bit ahead or over top as well. 51.40s is what we're currently trading at, and then we kind of got into that area as well. 51.42s was the high of this consolidation or sideways action here when we started to kind of give up that bid from 50, and we've been there for the past few hours. This is since about 11 o'clock as of right now. You can see here for almost 3.5, 4 hours almost, it's just been chilling on top of VWAP, knocking on the door of some of these highs and kind of onto VWAP as well. So a nice little consolidation. But some of the better trades, maybe the opening drive, 50 through. Maybe you're taking the reversion right here, 51, 52 can't really happen. And then the break back below VWAP, or the 50 re-engage right here as well. So I see three potential possible moves that really gave you some decent moves there. What's up, Adara?
Keep an eye here on the market. We have comments coming from, looks like a Wall Street Journal interview with Feds Myron. Now, I say Feds Myron with a bit of an asterisk because, as we know, Feds Myron, technically an outgoing member of the Fed, his term, which again was filling in for someone else's term, officially expired at the end of January. Regardless, Feds Myron commenting here on inflation, saying that goods inflation has appeared more stubborn and that employment has held up better than expected. Now, this is kind of a more neutral comment than we usually get from Myron, who tends to be quite dovish. So once again here, looks like a Wall Street Journal interview with Feds Myron, in which he said that goods inflation has appeared to be more stubborn and employment holding up better than expected. Back to you.
You can set a bracket.
Can we bracket?
Thank you very much, sir. I was actually just telling Obi and I were just going over something with Walmart here, because what I was sort of saying, and I know I said that we went over Walmart earlier, and I said, well, look at this, it could be a flat bottom break if it loses the bid. It probably wanted to lose 125.50 and maybe not this. Maybe not this local bottom, because 25 cents lower, you've got the opening range, like an opening range low. But if you see this consolidation, and I was like, oh, he liked it in both directions, which, if you happen to be a real trading, or I would imagine most brokers, you could just set a bracket order, and that way, if it maybe, for sake of example here, I'm not really thinking long, but for sake of example, you could have like a 126 and change breakout long, and then you could have like a 125.50 breakout short, and then whichever way it triggers, you're long or short. It's just, obviously you can do that if you just want it breaking a weird consolidation that we're seeing here on Walmart. I'm preferring the short side of it.
The only way you lose on something like that, even with a bracket, is that if they run a shake and bake.
Which,
you know, they're just like boom, boom, take out both levels, then you get rocked either way. And you're just
it does happen.
And it definitely does happen, yeah.
There've been iterations of strategies I've seen on the floor and back in the day. And one of them, well, there was a couple. One of them was, I remember when the oil inventories number, which was actually today. Yep. There was trades revolving around that and breaks in either direction.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
There was one. There was one on these 8:30 jobs reports.
Yeah.
And the only trader that in Arun would do this. And I remember when Arun first went live, this was literally his, I can say it now, he doesn't do it anymore. He just trades futures straight up. But one of the strategies was making a play on all the major jobs numbers at 8:30 in the morning on the ES. And so, and he would utilize sometimes like brackets, and the alpha in the strategy was understanding how volatile is it supposed to be. Okay, like it needs to, if it doesn't break by this much, then I don't go long. It can't just break a little bit. Like that was the kind of thing. If it extends past here, then I like the long. That kind of an idea. And it was always, whenever he lost, it was always the same reason. It was almost, I don't think I ever saw him lose because it triggered into his parameter, like kind of like went for a while and then reversed. No, every time he lost on that strategy, it was like I would blink and he would be down because it was trigger. It would be so fast, trigger both sides, and he wasn't wide enough on the range or something like that. So it'd be like a little bit too tight, and they'd run stops in both directions, and then you just sort of, it would be hilarious because like it would always be like one of the biggest risk trades of the day, and you're sitting there in the pre-market, there's nobody in the office. Yeah. Like, you know, I'm in, maybe like one or two people have trickled in, and then Arun's sitting there, and everyone's like, you know, probably rolling in before 9 o'clock, which in my opinion is a little bit late, but to each their own. And then you just see like the P&L for the floor would just like fly around, and you know, it was good. It overall worked. And here's the best thing about that strategy. My favorite part, and I say this every single time, if you want to talk about dedication, I remember because at this time nobody traded the futures on our floor, at most floors in the prop company. It was all equity. And Arun pitched us this, he's like, this is what I want to do. But I'm testing it out in the simulator. And I go, okay, well, when you have proof of concept, you're going to go live. He tested that for, I think it was 8 to 10 months. 8 to 10 months, he back and forward tested this strategy. He went live with it, and the first trade he made was literally the biggest trade on our floor in that entire quarter, because he had put in that level of work. That is the level of dedication and understanding of your strategy and how it's going to be executed that you need. We're going to go back up to it there. Just one quick little note. We finally got to that 480. So that was open door. I showed you guys on the 15-minute, but barcoding here, pull back, hold the high, higher low to that stop. If you're risking 5, when it gains 5, kind of take a little bit out there. Looking for the next 5 pennies up on the way to $5 effectively. Haven't moved the stop just yet, but let's go to it there.
Be aware here, Open Door President Lucas Matheson teasing their earnings, as it were, in a post on X saying, tune in at 2 p.m. for our Q4 Open Door Financial Open House, which is legally what Open Door calls their earnings results. I do need to mention they call them financial open houses. So Lucas Matheson further goes on to say that he is, quote, proud of the team and the work behind the results and looking forward to the discussion and the shareholder questions, because you can join Open Door Earnings Live regardless here, just with less than 2 hours to go until this OPEN earnings release comes out. Lucas Matheson, president, teasing out the results on X. Again, that's 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern for the actual earnings call. Back to you.
What a weird open house.
Yeah, it's really weird, Neil.
Yeah, no, it's very weird. It doesn't make me uncomfortable, Adara, but it's like she's like, it makes me uncomfortable. It's just weird. It's earnings. Just call it earnings. You don't need to be special. I see you're in Nike short. Walmart's not breaking down, but now I have my eyeballs on SMCI. I was short this a couple of times, twice off of VWAP. Should have been 3, but it was only 2. And now I'm starting to like it again. Like when it broke away from the volume weighted average price, every time I see something like this, I was trading it off of the volume weighted average price, but anytime I see it go up to a resistance line that I already had on my chart and I didn't like it for some reason, this is for myself. I'm like I'm remembering why I like this level it's probably way back. It hasn't been that significant, but it's kind of weird that it bounced right off that line. I'm going to get rid of it. I find if I have an old support or resistance line and it doesn't seem to respect it as much anymore, that was kind of a fluke, so who cares? But it's going to be the volume weighted average price. We get a pop off this local bottom and come back into VWAP, then I want to try to short this name. If Walmart's not going to do anything and break that bottom, then I'm going to want SMCI. I think it just has a lot of room to come in, and I want to be involved.
That is a very, very tight consolidation. I mean, I'm looking at it here. I can show you guys what I have here on my second chart here. So when I pull this in, you can see this is just a 30-second chart. We can even go even lower. Just go to like a 10-second chart. Look at this tight consolidation. Like it has not done anything like this since the open or even in the pre-market. Very, very tight right here underneath 26 and holding lows of 125.74. So we can get really specific. 126.02s are the highs, 125.74s are the lows. So just trading in about a quarter to 30 pennies of a range here on something like a Walmart, $125 stock. Come on, that's a little non-random if you ask me. So I definitely have eyes on it. I don't know what it's going to do, but we did talk about a potential push of either way, 126 push or the breakdown of that 125, 75s area or whatever. But with some distinction, it does have some prior lows there. I see a prior low from about, let's look at it on this chart right here. You can see that prior low, this week low right here. Where does that come in? That's coming in at 125.67s here. So yeah, definitely has to break some of that. That was some volume there as well. Maybe a little bit capitulatory on the shorter time frame. You can see that long and strong volume bar that just towers over everything else, and we take a pivot on not only the break of trend, the break of that prior day low, and interestingly enough, Neil, this is like I marked out before. Let's see if it's still there. That area right here, the first pullback off of the aggressive strength that we did have, caught a bid at this area. So it seems like there's been buying in this area. I don't know if it's a single buyer or a group of buyers. I just like to simplify and be like, there's a buyer here at 125.70s. I'm not saying that. The chart is saying that. It said that in the pre-market. It said that once again at 11:30. It said that once again here at 1:30. And it's been saying that since about 2:15 for the past 30 minutes here as price just holds on. You can see here both the ES and the NASDAQ slowly trickling lower with some lower lows and lower highs as well here on Walmart. But what are you guys trading? I'm ready to kind of start looking at some other names. I was looking at Fastly, FSLY. This thing absolutely beautiful. I did look back at it like much later than I really should have. I had it on my watch. I had it on my splay of tickers in play here as it's doing a bit of a multi-day run. And we finally got a push of that $20 level today. But look at how beautiful the reversion is when it does come back in. That backside just straight to the downside, back through VWAP, doesn't even slow down on the 15-minute, doesn't even slow down on the back through open. And then now chopping around opening range lows here. We can go to a 5-minute or even shorter. You can see here just clear, very active selling, especially after we break down this VWAP right here. You can see, sure, it's not that clean, but increasing volume on some of those sell bars as we start to trade lower and lower. And I'm sure this tall one is the one that got us through that opening range low. Yep, definitely taking out some players there, and maybe some others getting onto the, I guess, the sell train here that we're having all the way back to the downside. So this thing has been pretty crazy over the past few days. Why I had it on watch was because they had a pretty solid earnings report. Day one was absolutely beautiful. There was a few traders talking about this Fastly trade as well. Definitely within AA+ range. Very strong conviction of on the long here through that $14 level. We got 15s and then nice trend going into the end of the day. Continuation the next day as well. And then we've been kind of sideways since then. Nice slow grind yesterday on Wednesday all day long, but giving up a decent chunk of that move happening today. So that $20 level might be interesting, but bigger picture, you got to watch this one on the daily. still has not broken prior bar low, even though the volumes kind of starts to dwindle down. I like that though. We talked about this on the first day as well. Decent earnings. You can see this pop was about, what, 70% roughly coming into the close of the day. So I know some of you follow some of the bigger traders out there, and this is definitely it's looking like a playbook for that episodic pivot. I'll be continuing to watch this stock going forward as they maybe have a bit of a situational change relative to some of their earnings reports and how they're doing on a fundamental level as well. So we'll see what happens with Fastly.
I saw this. There was a question in the chat, and it was, I don't know what's the name of this company? It was Allied Gaming. Whether this trade is done or over. And the only thing I said back was the all-day trend just broke. Ooh, I drew it way better the first time. No, but when it's an all-day trend, we're talking about from the open. If you connect the dots from the open, this is it breaking the trend line. This is it doesn't mean that you go short, but if you were long on every single dip, long off VWAP, long off this VWAP, maybe long this higher low, long this dip buy, like all of these, and you were scalping this the entirety of the day, it is the kind of thing where that might be where you trail and say, okay, I'm done when it closes underneath the trend line. You might have a stop here when it loses 48 cents. If you've been buying the entire way through. That is something that is popular. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the trade is done. Maybe there's a short if you're into that, or it could bounce off a support line. But for a lot of traders that would scalp this, it's done 200 million shares. Like there are lots of traders who are like, yeah, take little micro wins in here, and that's the name of the game. And then you're done doing that when it breaks this underneath. And I think a lot of times, right, like you just have to define what the trade is to certain traders. Like I'll give you an example here of what someone might be looking at for a short on Open Door. Like they could be saying, like, there's the bottom, there's a higher low, there's it kind of bouncing off VWAP, and they could say that I'm waiting for it to short, knowing full well that anybody that's in this consolidation breakout trade, like myself, right, like they're looking for it to hold here, scalp to here, break out this little top, and then try to pull into this gap. Well, if it loses that prior bar, it's also breaking the trend for the day. And then that's their alpha. They're like, okay, well, I've got it losing the day's trend. So you got dip buyers in here, consolidation buyers in there. And a lot of them might have stops in that range. Anybody in this consolidation probably has stops in that range. And then all of that triggers a bit of a sell action. So you always want to put yourself in the mind of like who's on the other side of the trade. Sometimes I like to play the trend if I like the structure of the trade, but a lot of other times you're just looking for that spot where I want to jump in, and then as it starts to work for me, that's when other people's like long stops for the entire day or for the entire move are starting to trigger them out. And then as they're hitting the bid, you're getting some profit as it's starting to work for you. So try to put yourself in the mind of, if I was in that long from earlier, where would it revert? And then where would people be getting out? And that could be your short trade. And then maybe even vice versa, if you were in that short, kind of look at it in the other direction. I think that a lot of times that's what it's all about when it comes to trading, is looking for that other side of the trade. Yeah, the future's not doing much, but they are heading lower. That's for sure. Like we're at the lows. I mean, we're just teetering at these lows of the day. Not breaking through, just holding the low. Let's go to a 3-minute chart on the Q and zoom it in for you guys so you can see it a little bit better. But just holding these lows. So you're getting another little bit of a bounce overall. It's nothing crazy. I cannot get over. I'll be really surprised. I mean, I'll be dumbfounded if Walmart doesn't make this break. But it's been almost an hour, Obi.
Yep.
Like we're at 40 minutes now with Walmart inside of this ridiculously tight range on a stock with one of the biggest ranges on the day. Like it's got a 6 or 7 point range, which is pretty good for Walmart. I know it's an earnings day. You just 6, 7. Oh my goodness. You know what my daughter says now? She's like, that's so 2025. She gets mad when anybody says 6, 7. It's like how quickly.
It's getting a little old, but you know.
I mean, it was a little old last year too, I thought, but that's just me. So look, the Zero Megastar, the Omega Star. What am I talking about? That's how my eyes are working. The Omega Star, bottom going to drop out on it in Walmart. I mean, I have a stop order to go short if it does. I mean, right now, it's not happening, but that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this to break this consolidation down and go short. Let's go to Adair. We've got some more news.
Best Buy getting a little bit of a spike here. Adweek reporting that apparently Best Buy independently confirmed to their publication that they are participating in early tests with OpenAI on their ad program. So again, Adweek reporting, citing the company itself, that Best Buy will be partnering up with OpenAI on an ad program. BBY, as you can see, a little bit of a spike up on this story. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, there is one stock that I'm watching here, Neil, that definitely is immune to this market move with slow, steady bleed down, and that is IBRX. And Neil kind of brought this to my attention as soon as I came on. Very strong day yesterday here. Nice little pullback into some of those prior days levels, maybe perhaps into 760s. Now, I don't know if there's options on this one here, but this one can be pretty interesting. It does come on our radar every now and then, and we're getting a second day of potential continuation. Now, I don't know what the catalyst was prior day here on Wednesday on IBRX, but yeah, so I think, okay, so they said something about a partnership, but I'm sure, yes.
Yeah, so they partnered with some company called Accord Healthcare. This as of this morning to provide access to Anktiva, but yesterday they got a European Commission authorization for the same drug. Oh. So it's not really a day two catalyst, it's another separate related catalyst with the same drug.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much. So we had a catalyst yesterday, and we're catching some more tailwind on a secondary catalyst happening today, and giving some continuation. So you can see yesterday doing the most relative volume, about 3 to 4 times coming into the rest of the day. Pretty sustained, if I do so say, myself here, coming into the after hours, and then decent relative volume in the pre-market here as well, but that volume kind of dwindling off, but not so much the price as we continue to bid a little bit higher. So you can see here, bigger picture, what's really happening. Wow, talk about a bit of a hold here, Neil. You can see strongest volume. This is here on the daily, January 20th. We had that strongest volume. This thing really did break out of that $2.73 level. Absolutely parabolic move from $2 all the way to almost $8 right there. Slow and steady kind of consolidation here. Doesn't really give back the whole move. Volume drops off, but the bid sustains above $5. That's interesting right there. So 550s hold on those range lows, and now we're breaking out once again over the past couple of days here on IBRX. So where is the next level? I see that's all the way from April of 2024, and that's sitting at $10.53. So this thing might not be over if it's already kind of, maybe accumulated some short interest over the past couple of months here, doesn't really break down, fails to follow through, and then you get a second round of push and then that's confluence with some decent catalyst here as well. I don't know what the catalyst was all the way back in January that caused this aggressive breakout and that move as well. But you can see beautiful chart here, beautiful continuation happening here, much nicer on the weekly. I know we talk about a 3-bar potential pattern. This is kind of, in my opinion, this is kind of relatively similar there, where you get a leg consolidation, and we're getting that secondary leg here, and this is on a weekly chart. So IBRX, beautiful on a higher time frame. Spencer Suarez, 7, in the chat, talking about Netflix, NFLX. Let's see what's happening here with Netflix. Wow, would you look at that?
It was
no, that was the daily. I was like, okay.
The
daily looked beautiful. I thought that was the intraday. I was on the weekly, and I was like, whoa, what's happening here on the daily? I'm like, no. This is what's been happening on the weekly for the past few months. But yes, Adara, what's up?
Sorry, mRNA, I know Neil was looking for mRNA. I have something from about an hour ago, 2 hours ago. BioNTech reportedly suing Moderna for a U.S. patent infringement over a COVID vaccine. I didn't see anything like that on X around when this came out, which is roughly 1:20 p.m., but just letting you know that's the only story I am seeing on Moderna.
Okay, so if there's no actual story for mRNA being up, it's got a big trend from like 12:30 that I want to look to try and revert.
Isn't this day 2 or day 3?
This is day 4.
Day 4.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is the 4th day on this move.
Yeah.
So it's been continuing to the upside. There was an early reversion yesterday, but like every day there's been a pretty good pullback, except for right now. But the story on Netflix was effectively
right. You were talking about this one.
rumor, thought, idea that Netflix has plenty of room if they wanted to up their bid.
Of course they do.
They have not upped their bid. Yeah. Right now it is $27.75, their Warner Brothers bid, and the Skydance one is $30. It's literally the reason I'm in Warner Brothers on the long side. I should be short. I was late to the news because what happened is Adair said the news and I was doing something else, and I didn't catch Adair saying it in the midday. I heard Sharif repeat it, and by the time I got to it, I had missed the chance to short it above $29 and ended up just playing the long dip reversion into prior support, which is fine because it worked. Actually, my trail could get hit here. I'm trailing to this wick on the 15-minute chart, so I actually could get trailed out of this one in just a little bit. Don't even need that take profit. I'm going to move that a little bit, just a little bit of housekeeping. Yeah, but that news on Netflix, that's going to press them down. Anybody thinking that they're going to raise their bid, I think that's what the market doesn't want to hear.
I mean, you know what's interesting to me, Neil, is just any and every reason to sell off.
Yeah.
It's just I am so that's the beautiful thing about price action. Price action, and I really think that you don't really have to care too much about the intricacies of some of the news, unless it's game changing. You know what I mean? But I think sometimes even the price action on a higher time frame can outweigh a lot of different things, and we're seeing more of the same here on Netflix. Strong selling once again here, so we're holding. So I'm gonna assume that news came out around 12:39 here, because that is the highest volume bar on the chart today, and you can see here 720s was that reaction low. We bid all the way up to 7.5, 760s, and then coming right back in, printing some fresh lows here on the day today. But bigger picture, maybe kind of within range on some of the action that we saw in the prior week or so. But this flush on Thursday was absolutely aggressive. But we'll see what Netflix does. Again, it's always doing these legs, consolidation, legs to the downside for the past few months.
Yeah, and if you're looking to play legs up or down or consolidations or just volatility in general in the world of gold and silver, volatility isn't going to be a hurdle, it's an opportunity. And if you want to harness it, you have to have the right tools. Beta Pro by Globex delivers said edge. Canada's first and longest running suite of leverage, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs, that's Beta Pro, and it provides a decisive way to engage with the metal markets. Through 2x daily bull and 2x daily bear exposure, these funds are built for the precision and momentum the modern markets demand. Designed for sophisticated Canadian day traders who understand the risks of leverage and the power of a tactical response, Beta Pro provides the agility to navigate market moves in either direction. Don't just follow the gold and silver markets. Position yourself for what's next. Discover the suite at betapro.ca. You can scan the QR code you see out in front of you. And shout out to all of our traders who like the metals markets. I can't say that it's been a crazy one today. You have a lot of stocks, you have a lot of things that are going to be relative inside kind of days, where no sustained break of the high, no sustained break of the low, and no discernible trend. That said, yesterday was a much better example for SLV. It was a clear uptrend. There was a nice trend break at the end of the day that you could have had that followed through almost the entirety. That yesterday was a much better day. You had trend up, break of trend all the way to the low of the day, even this little short in here. So many opportunities out there for you. So not every single day is it going to be there, but I want to give a shout out to them. Open, it's still the same range break trade. It retested the low. I should have reloaded it, didn't, but I'm not going to ignore the fact that same top, it kind of wicked the top again and is running into resistance. I have an 85 and a 90 offer on the way to the $5 range, but it's now power hour, right? You need to what or get off the pot. At some point, it needs to extend this move a little bit here on open. They do report after the bell. They report their earnings, or as they call it, thank you, Adair, financial open house. I was trying to remember what nonsense they had called it, but it's a financial open house. Yeah, that's the dumbest thing I ever heard. It's actually kind of a cool play on words there. I'm just toying with it. I feel like if we make enough subtle jabs at open every now and then, that maybe fellow Canadian Eric Jackson will come on the show and give his bull case for it. And I've heard, the funny thing about Eric Jackson is everyone talks to him, it's always about the open door. If you look at his X feed, he actually gives reasonable financial advice when it comes to analyzing like companies fundamentally. And he was making a good point about Amazon when it was in its doldrums. Like Amazon at its worst, if you focused on what the company was doing and trying to achieve, and the vision of the CEO and the vision of the company, and you were sold on that over, say, the price action or the profitability, that's how you find those types of opportunities. Now, I'm not saying open doors, and I'm absolutely not. I really don't know much about the stock. But that, if you believe in a concept, a lot of times when people are crapping on it or the market doesn't like it, those are going to be your best chances to get in. Like, I'll be the first to tell you, like, I was a buyer of SoFi at like $6 or $7 because I believe in them, the bank chart. I'm like, this should push. Now, did it mean it was going to go up? Not necessarily, but at the end of the day, sometimes you fundamentally have to like a company if you're going to buy it, and it can't just be about price action. Sometimes it can be price action, that's trading, but investing doesn't always have to be.
Yeah, I have a couple of things off that. For one, Eric Jackson's not the only Canadian related to Open Door, because Kaz Nejatian, the CEO, also Canadian and formerly of Shopify. But yeah, I think like the funnier thing about them calling it the financial open house is that, Neil, that's like, they don't even ever call it an earnings report. Like in their press release, it literally says, we're holding our financial open house on whatever date, which is kind of weird. Furthermore, we know that there's like that weird tenuous Drake connection with Open Door because Eric Jackson's showing up to the house. But this is not the only company with a tangible Drake connection reporting tonight. The second one is Live Nation. Now, you might be like, that's kind of weird. No, it's because Michael Rapino, the CEO, got name dropped by Drake all the way back to 2013, which is, I just remembered by seeing the name and then clarifying that I wasn't crazy. But yeah, so like, and Michael Rapino actually posted on X, Drake, thanks for the shout out. So really weird here. We have like 2 Drake related companies reporting after the bell, and you can find all this content on X at TTV Research, because that's what I do.
Thank you as always, Adara.
Thank you.
Drizzy, I'm not a good Canadian because I'm not. Adara's clapping, but like, no, I was being sarcastic. I'm not even the biggest Drake fan, which is, I guess that's not a Canadian thing.
His music was much better before, I'd say that.
You think?
Yeah, it was much better. I mean, he was a thing growing up, like when I was in like, I guess high school. I think around that time. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think that was around the time he started like really blowing up. But anyways, yeah, his better works are definmoney behind him. Let's just say that.
He got paid.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one of the more money making entities in the music industry for sure, by far as well. But yeah, no, I'm looking at some of the volume leaders here on the day, just looking for what potential things that I can be looking at going into the close here. NVIDIA being the top one right here, doing the most volume. At the same time, just sideways chop. ONDS didn't really participate in this one, but sideways action for the majority of the day. Maybe on the open, you got some decent opening drive moves, maybe some reversions as well, but not really as clean as some of the opening drives. KNRX, this is pretty crazy right here. You can see I don't even know what the float is off of this here, but decent opportunities on some of these, I guess, lower float names for sure. And again, this one doesn't really do that much volume on the daily. That's why when I look at that relative volume indicator, it's doing 2,000 to 3,000 times the relative volume sometimes throughout the day here. So nice little opening drive. You can see halted up off of the open, had some nice little chop, and then nice, beautiful reversion here, coming right back into and through VWAP, reverting back into some of these opening prices off of the initial halt that it had right off of the open. Intel, what has Intel been up to, man? This thing, even though it's struggling to kind of push past that 50 on a higher time frame, you can see here still holding up quite well here, Neil. So I know I'm looking at this one definitely on a weekly chart just to see how we've been doing over the past. I guess a few weeks, maybe a few months here since we broke out of this $25 to $30 level. We've been holding higher highs and higher lows. Bit of a wick of these prior highs looking all the way back to January of 2022. That was around $52 right here. Let's get specific. What was that? 53.46. So that was in and around that area. And then 62 is the next high that I see there. That probably gonna increased probability of getting to if we can break this 54.60 that we've recently made here. But very strong post-breakout of this multi-month consolidation here on Intel. Slow and steady, definitely on this one here. Now you compare that to something like an AMD, a lot more higher price and a lot more volatile, I'd say, as well. And that's been chopping around some of these highs there. 275 was on the horizon, but we never really got there on the intraday. Let's see if we got there in the after hours. Not really, or pre-market, not really, not at all. So let's see, 227s coming in there. Yeah, it didn't really quite get there, but you can see we're holding up some of these lows pretty decently. Every time it comes back into this 200 to 190s area, we're catching a little bit of a bounce here every single time. So even off of earnings, that was just a couple weeks ago. You can see strong flushes post earnings, and we've been kind of sideways consolidating from there in and around that 200 level here on AMD. Aura Alpha saying long CVNA. Let's take a look at what this one was doing. This one had some earnings last night, and definitely one of the top names on my list coming into the day. But as you guys know, it came in a little later. I was watching this one, and looking back at it, it's just very, in retrospect, one can say it was very clear. But if you look at, I like to use 3-minute charts, you can see the kind of action it did here on 350, Neil. Absolutely beautiful. That's opening range high area roughly as well. You can see, let's get specific, opening range high, that pre-market high coming into the open, 350 exactly. You can see here, every candle open or close that was pushing into that 350 got slammed down every single time. Top wicks, top wicks, top wicks. What does that tell me? Maybe it's not able, it's trying definitely, because we've reverted all the way back from opening range low. We caught back through VWAP. We went back through open as well here at 341, 342s, and then attempting to break pre-market highs of that 350 clean, and it cannot do it for about, how many candles is that? 4 bars, so about almost 12 to 15 minutes straight. He's just catching resistance over and over, and that gives into that trend break and that reversion all the way back down into VWAP. You get that continuation off of VWAP as well. So I'm seeing a few different trade opportunities here on Carvana, which was definitely a great trading vehicle here on the day today. And yeah, shout outs to the longs as well. Once that selling kind of stopped, you get that kind of curl. We got all the way back to VWAP right here, and that's confluencing with opening range lows.
After you just looked at Carvana, after we get to this super chat, I'm putting someone on the spot with regards to Carvana. But after this super chat, I see that is it bad that I just noticed the North Carolina blue? I love the North Carolina blue, even though I'm a Michigan State fan. I love the color.
First time I wore this jacket, you said that, which is really funny as well, the North Carolina blue thing.
It is. It's one of those. The only ever Final Four game I went to a Final Four game, it was Michigan State versus North Carolina. A long time ago. Thank you for the super chat, Chris. How much longer can industrials hang on? Seriously. Well, I hope you're not short. That's the first part. And if you happen to be long any industrial, like Caterpillar, that's a pretty good one in there. I happen to like them myself. I do own that stock. But look, as long as it wants to, does it feel like there's some kind of a consolidation or pullback coming? Absolutely it does. But look at so this is the weekly chart. Like you just recently broke out from another consolidation. This consolidation break was 3 weeks before it did it again. So it would make sense that you could have another consolidation, but there's no real trend break on this. When you zoom it out a little bit further on the monthly, this is where this move starts to look a little bit overextended. Like on the monthly, it's like, what are we doing here? Because effectively, you had like a 6 month consolidation, a couple of strong months, and even in this, if you get this dip, last year's dip, it lasted 3 months before a consolidation point. So even on that time frame, it seems like you're due for a little bit of sideways chop on XLI. But that wouldn't mean that the trend is broken. It would just mean that you're due for like maybe a slight pullback or a sideways action, and that's what's going on. Like it's just been a great run. And shout out to Lunch 911. You are from Michigan. So there you go. I'm only a Michigan State fan. I should, whatever. It's a long story about. I had a chance to go to Michigan State, but I didn't go. I stayed in Canada. And I do love the color green, by the way. We're both actually wearing MSU numbers. No, I had one family member on my dad's side who was a basketball fan. Like everybody else, it's like, track, baseball, cricket, like all a bunch of other stuff. And I had one aunt that was a huge basketball fan. And so for a long time, the only thing I would hear about basketball was Magic Johnson. And I used to read a lot of books, right? So I was always, I'd read so many sports books because my dad forced me to read and I love sports. So I'd read all kinds of sports books. And so I would know what college guys went to, even if I wasn't really following it. I'm like, oh, Michigan State. And then I had a summer league coach in high school who played ball for Michigan State. MSU from Brampton, where I'm from, and he went to the Final Four and everything. So it just turned into this. Hey, this is turned into my team, even though I never attended. A couple of people that went down there. Been down to Ann Arbor to see. I had a track meet down in Ann Arbor. So I actually do like Michigan. But yeah, so I'm a Big Ten fan. But that's the reason. So shout out to anybody that happens to be in that part of the country. I will be rooting for you. It does mean I'm not an SEC. I'm a Canadian who doesn't like the SEC or the ACC, and that's how it is. Don't like Duke, and I never will. And you can't tell me otherwise. That's just how it is. I understand. I know one of my favorite things about the U.S. is the college sports. I love the fact, here, we quite frankly do not have that level of, it's like one of the first things you hear when I visit the States, when I'm down there, it's like, oh, I went to such and such a school, and you'll wear the gear and all that kind of stuff. Man, I don't have that kind of pride about my university. And I have the friends, and it's great, but it's not the same thing. And I love that passion. That's one of the reasons I did consider going down south. I almost even transferred to Miami after my first year because my brother was down in Florida. My dad was down there working.
Yeah.
And I thought about it because they had just moved. And I was almost to the point where it was going to happen, but my girl was here, so that wasn't that kept me, believe it or not. It is what it is. So SMCI actually blew through this volume weighted average price, and Joe Schmo is with Tyler Hansborough, the Michigan State UNC game that I'm talking about. Believe it or not, that was way back when. It was pretty cool. It was at Ford Field. It's a football stadium. To watch a basketball game is a weird vibe, but it was pretty cool. So we've blown through VWAP on SMCI, but I don't want to give up on this. If we can pull back underneath VWAP, I'll probably try to take an entry down here if I can. Open door, I don't know, man. It just, it's gone the range. It's pulling back again. I feel like this is one where if it goes through break even, I'm just going to get out of it. The market's not doing anything. So trying to force a trade to be more than it is doesn't make any sense. I'm going to hop out. They report tonight. If it goes to break even, I'm just going to jump out. Not really doing much of anything. Joe Schmo, UNC won. You're 100% right about that. But it was just great for the experience. Ultimately, you got to have some bucket list items, right? It's not like my Bills are going to the Super Bowl. So just trying to find something which is actually doing a real move. I keep looking up at Walmart, and, you should have taken the bracket order to the upside. I'm just going to cancel my stop. But I had to stop short. If we broke down under this consolidation, it broke to the upside here. So if you took the consolidation break long and had that bias on Walmart, it's holding support, but it's barely moving. You just held the same area for almost an hour, and when we break away from it, it goes 20 pennies on a $100 stock. That really is not cutting it. That's pretty boring in terms of movement. So you don't want to force trade this environment. Happy to take any questions that you guys have, but not going to try to force anything when you're getting this little price action. That's what it's all about. You don't want to be that person. I just want to put this back to my play and my quote board, have a quick look at the early look imbalances. You got Enbridge for $2 million to buy. That's not a heck of a lot. CV, a couple million shares. Ooh, there's another SPAC. Did I give you the stat about SPACs?
Yeah. The SPACs and IPOs. And I was just like, it definitely smells a little toppy for sure.
What I was talking about is 3 canceled IPOs in the last week and 20 new SPAC IPOs this month. 20. The month isn't even over. We've had more than a SPAC a day, and there's been one actual SPAC combination. So if you don't know what it's like, a special purpose acquisition company, I've said it the wrong way. Effectively what it is, they all IPO at $10, and the idea is it's not an actual, all they do is they find something to bring to market by combining with them. So they will look over all the private sort of ideas out there, pick one that they think is going to be a good business, and then this is the deal we're doing. If you bought shares or own shares in the SPAC, you then get a choice to be a part of the combination, or you can always sell your shares back for the $10 that you would normally get, or that you have to get at the IPO. So that's what a SPAC is. They didn't have a good history when they got really popular a few years ago, and the history, if you just look up the numbers, go ask GPT, the average return on these, they're terrible. And they're hitting another height. Like they're coming back with a vengeance, which I don't like, because I feel like it feels like it's a top-ish thing in the market when that happens. And also pulling back IPOs is another thing that's worth looking at for a little bit of weakness.
Because you don't want to IPO in like a weaker market. Like it's not really
exactly.
I mean, I don't know what these people who IPO actually think. But I want to ask you, what were you saying about Carvana here? You said something about, you wanted to mention something about Carvana?
Oh, that's what it was. No, we're going to put Adara on spot. Adara was trading Carvana today.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to.
Yeah, do you want to talk about?
Can you show your executions?
Trade?
You can do that, right? Yeah, I thought you would.
Yeah. Hi guys. So I am, your local news hop, but I hide out here. I do news, but I also we take trades, and so I'll zoom in here. So basically, I didn't even realize this until after I actually wrote down 340. It's a level I liked on Carvana, and then forgot I wrote it. But yeah, I liked this because I like this little breakdown below VWAP. I take it. I almost get stopped out with this VWAP, but I don't get stopped out. So if I add, and I usually don't average up like this, but my whole thing was like, hey, I think that it works as an ad, and I'll only average up if I do think I'm still correct. But maybe you want to like give yourself a little bit more oomph. So I did this here. I took a piece out. This is fine. I actually wanted to add on this breakdown, like when we get this 3-minute BRAR breakdown. Unfortunately, couldn't get filled. It's SSR. That's fine. Then we get a little bit more here because, as you can see, this was kind of a pre-market level, that 326. I held the rest of this till I got stopped out at 320s. And I was saying to Neil, that 318 hold we had around, I think it was like around here, 318 buyers, I've never seen book like that or tape like that. Anyways, we get this swipe down to 315. We come back up. We get filled. It's fine. I'm actually long. I took out some here, still holding some of this, see if we get above VWAP. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see here. The point I'm trying to make is you have to listen to the tape, and if the tape and the chart are telling you to hold for like, what, $16, you got to hold for $16. That is the moral of, the spready trader life over here on this here news desk. Thank you, Neil and Obi, for giving me a moment to opine on my Carvana. But beep, beep, we'll drive back over to you guys.
That's almost $15
That's what I'm gonna say,
on that trade. That's wild. Great hold, by the way.
No, the chat was asking about CVNA, and I was like, I know somebody that traded that stock today and was on it the whole time. And that was Adara. So that's where you go. Like it just comes down to, at the end of the day, you're not looking at all things. All stocks aren't going to be your style. You got to defer. Like we have traders in the chat who are all about who maybe some love crypto, some don't. Some love to trade energy, some don't. Some trade small caps, and that's their bag. But we have Miss Lucia at Obi or Neil, so either one of us can answer this one. What is your favorite setup for a scalp and a swing?
Okay.
I want to try to find think of an example I can point to for a swing trade. For a scalp trade, I think it's probably relatively easy. If it's a scalp trade, and I know, okay, obviously I really bungled this Tesla trade. I get it. That's fine. Like if you look at Tesla, the real trade is it broke the trend line here. There was a fail. So you could be this short, but I wasn't looking at it. But then when it wicks that top, it's that same trend break entry, scalp to VWAP. That is one of my favorite setups for a scalp trade. For a swing trade, off the top of my head, I'm trying to look for an example. I think this might be an example. Not now on AVAV, but so I took an AVAV. I made AVAV my pick of the year. We didn't do our picks until mid-February. It is what it is. But I personally bought this stock at the end of December for this trade, and we just didn't announce our picks. And I said when I did, this is where and why I was buying it. And then by the time we actually made our picks for the year, it was like all the way up here. I'd already taken some out, all this nonsense. So it is what it is. But what I'm favored is something like this. A stock pulling back into a prior support area, ideally holding the 50 or 200 period moving average, right? Showing me, okay, there's the hold of support.
The confluence is the hold of the 200 period moving average. And then this is the entry. So you're entering on this bar. Or, I mean, sometimes sometimes I will enter long in front of it if I also like it for a long term. But it's an entry in here off the 200 period with a stop at that prior low. Once it's established that hold, and then something in here. Like, you could even argue that I might have been long in here. That's not that bad. But somewhere in this range in front of the 200 to that kind of a stop. And then from there, it's scalp to the 50 period, scalp to prior, like that, like resistance up here. I'm one of those, I am covering things into their highs, and sometimes it looks ridiculously stupid. But I'd say those are my two favorite setups, one for like a day trade swing, or day trade, and then a swing scalp. I love the confluence of a prior support level on a pullback, if you can get it with the 50 or 200 period, and then once it shows me the hold, I want that higher low action. And then I want to play off that higher low secondary hold.
Yeah, for sure. I think one of my good example of what I really like to scalp is Fastly. That happened just a few days ago. That was absolutely, like I said before, absolutely solid trade. It goes right away, and oh boy, I did not mean to do that there, but. My mouse was somewhere else here, but going to this chart here, we'll just go to the 1 minute chart. So an opening drive scalp. So if I want to get specific, something with an opening drive, I really like that, because when things get going, they're just going to go right away. And if they're not, they'll probably tell you right away that this is probably not the way that we're going to be going. This one in the pre-market, we already started seeing a nice little hold of that $13. In the after hours, strong push right there. So there's a lot of like factors of confluence and prerequisites that can go into some of these scalps. The scalp may only last about 30 seconds to 2 minutes. But it has to do all of these things. All of these if-thens have to make it qualify for a stock in play, and then definitely for a quick little scalp as well. So you can see here, strong after-hours move, strong pre-market as well, where you kind of hold that level right here. You can see it holding above pre-market levels of over 1260s, pretty decently all pre-market long. And then coming in off of the open in the first minute, you pull back, hold that VWAP at 1380s. I didn't necessarily get involved there, but I did definitely hit it going into that $14 level here. When we push into that 14, I'm like, yeah, this is going now. We've already held VWAP. I kind of missed that VWAP, but I'm taking that 14 for a push all the way up, and it gives you 15 within the next minute right there, and then it starts to chop around. And then we saw what happened going into the rest of the day, pulls back into some of those VWAP levels, and then continues to push higher here, 1560s opening range. So basically what I'm saying is some of my favorite scalps are just straight up like structure breaks, and those structures have to have some sort of level of meaning and some sort of level of meaning and lots of confluence as well. The trade itself does not necessarily have to be that long, therefore it's just a quick scalp. You can see some of the reversions that I take as well. They're quick scalps of the break of trend at the same time, so those are good examples. And a similar thing for swings as well, but I like to look at increasing volume as well. We kind of talk about Netflix kind of doing more of the same, getting with the trend as well. But some of my favorite ones, honestly, I'll tell you right now, were some of the picks that I had for at the end of January, I think it was, and I have them right here, so we can see how they're kind of doing. I think, Sidhu, sure, that was more of like a meme thing, and I was like, it's already exhausted. But let's make it a little bit more simple here. Circle, I think, was one of the better, swing shorts or swing trades that I kind of liked this so far this year. You can see beautiful kind of a story here on it, where we kind of expanded all the way up into 300s. It broke down, came all the way back in, and started to consolidate near its opening range lows. Now, this is a daily chart, so it opened in around 69s with a low of 64s, and this consolidation was where I was kind of looking at it here in the 80s. So I was like, okay, well, here it gives me the area to risk. I like the 91 right there. It's nice tight consolidation. And if it's going to go, it should go relatively soon, pulling into that opening range lows at $64. And we did see that happen with increasing volume on the breakdown. You can see the bars here breaking down, and we get that increase in volume. I really like that as well. So structure break, again, it's kind of a similar story. Price action is very fractal. So you have a backstory, you have the story, whether that be a fundamental story, that's confluence with price action, or it could just be price action, that's confluence with decent volume. I like that as well, but you can see the follow through was quite nice. And the other one was BW. Now this one, I was just like, I like the chart. I like the chart. What was it doing? It had already pushed up. I was like, I know I'm a little late to this one here, because you can see here, multi-year highs were already broken at $3 or $4, and it had started to consolidate a little bit higher, started to consolidate in and around this area, which is that $8 area. But what was more interesting to me here was that expanding volume, but on a much higher time frame. When I go to the 3-month chart, we were in and around here. You can see that increasing volume for the push back into some of this prior structure here at $10, and that followed through pretty decently. We're pulling back now, but again, some of the best trades, they kind of work right away, and both of those were pretty decent at working right away, gave you about 20 to 30% moves within a couple of weeks. So that's kind of what I like to look for in terms of swing, but it's very similar, whether it be scalping on a shorter time frame or swinging on a higher time frame. It really depends. Like for this one, I'm looking at a 3-month chart. For the Fastly, I'm looking at a minute chart, but I'm looking at them in very similar ways. So.
And for anyone, I'm sure there's some people that are watching. We're going overtime in the gold medal match. Canada-USA is going to overtime, 1-1, late goal by the USA, which was a pretty nice goal with 2 minutes left. And I just messaged Joe, as a baseball fan, it's reminding me of Game 7. If you have the lead, you give up a late lead versus the more like pure talented team, hard to win in extras or in overtime, because like losing that momentum and then you give it to a skilled squad, that's going to be difficult. But it's a great game. Well, it's been a great match if you guys happen to be tuning in. But I will say, open door. I said I moved my stop to break even. I might have got bottom wicked, but the way I look at it, it wasn't following through, and it's 3:30, so it's getting to that time in the session. They're reporting tonight, so like sometimes you will see some crazy action in the last 10 minutes. When it wasn't following through to give me that big gap fill, it just wasn't working right away. And so on the 15-minute even, like you'll see here, like from bought the first dip, it was all green on the 15 and just cruising, and then we put in a red 15-minute candle, and then I trail out. Like that's a pretty standard exit for any kind of a trade. And sometimes the afternoon small capper is going to run a bit more. Maybe it's the earnings, why this one didn't want to go any further than it did. And I would certainly expect it's going to move a heck of a lot more. I just thought we could have filled in this gap at least to get into the 5 level, but is what it is. Got to make sure you don't turn a winning trade into a losing trade. When the setup is no longer there or your reason to be in is no longer there, you got to get the heck out. Let's go to Adara.
Just be aware here, guys. MSFT, this is not like a massive catalyst by any means, but just a headline I'll let you guys know about. Microsoft apparently announcing that xAI's Grok 4.1 Fast is now available in their Copilot Studio. So it looks like if you use Copilot Studio, you're now able to access Grok 4.1 Fast from xAI. So for whatever that's worth, keep an eye here on MSFT. It's also worth noting at 4 p.m., we are supposed to get U.S. President Donald Trump making comments on the economy in Rome, Georgia. He's done this kind of tour across the different states talking about the economy. Generally, the talking points are more or less the same, so likely not going to be anything massive, but if that's something you want to watch after the market closes, you have that opportunity. That'll be at 4 p.m. Eastern. Back to you.
All right. Very much, Dara. I'm watching this fig here now. I know I have a very strong short bias off of this bounce here, but it continues to bid back up, and I'm just like, all right, I don't think I really want to fight this one anymore just today, but I will continue to kind of watch this again. Earnings day one, retracing the whole flush move that it had. This was absolutely beautiful off of the open as well. I don't think I have my trend line here. I don't know when this anchored is from, but I'm going to ignore it from now. For now, you can just hide it here so it doesn't get in the way. But you can see what it did in and around the break of this trend. So this is kind of what I was looking at later on in the day, where I was just like, okay, cool. This is that pre-market trend. We kind of traded well below that, consolidated, and then broke that 25.60. Another trade, Neil, where it's just like, if I'm really short bias, I got to have that edge in right away and look for a potential move to the downside here.
Make sure you say for the viewers, because it's just one of our stop orders that we use as an edge A. You just mean your stop order to get the trade. Yeah.
So it's just like it's a stop. It's a kind of like a stop limit ish, but it gets me in with a decent chance, a decent probability of within the range that I get it in. I'm just like, okay, this price crossed down this much, you hit it right away, and edge A is just one of those gates where it used to be that you had to pay for that gate, but now it's actually given rebates, right? Edge A, I think last I checked. Yeah, so initially, when I first joined the floor, you had to pay for it, and it really showed intention, and it gave you some sort of like priority as well, right? So I don't know how much that's happening right now, but those gates are still pretty clean, I'd say. But when we say when I say edge A, that's kind of what I mean there. Just a stop limit order with some intention to really get in, going on the breakdown as well. And we talked about how that $50 level on what was it, CVX today was?
No, it was
CVX
Oxy.
Oxy, sorry. Yeah,
it was Oxy. Effectively, look, I was bidding 40. Look, on Oxy, my initial plan of action was pull back. I was bidding in front of 49 at the open to try to get picked up instead of trying to take the 50 break. So that's why I slapped the fail on myself for Oxy. And as I said before, red, green, doesn't matter. If you have a green day, I will never judge myself on that. I judge myself on how I executed the plan. And I missed Oxy a couple times. One, because I didn't have that stop breakout. But I'm only chuckling because New Loon in the chat actually said, is Neil taking NVIDIA earnings day off again? It's been a weird thing where, look, there was a couple of years ago, I took my wife to Paris, and the earnings day for NVIDIA, the very first insane, everyone's going crazy. Yeah, I was on vacation for that one. In this particular case, next week Wednesday, it's my daughter's birthday. B, my wife is out of town at a conference, and then C, she has like she's doing this Karate Kids thing, and they have like a presentation at school during the middle of the day, and one of us is there if she's doing a presentation or assembly, if she's performing or whatever, a parent's got to be there, and if she's out of town, then I'm taking the day off and I'm going to be there, and it's her birthday, so it'd be nice to be able to walk her to school and do that kind of a thing. And of course, that means it's NVIDIA earnings, but that's one of those. It is what it is. It's just a weird. I don't know how it's worked out, but I feel like I'm never here. It's like the pokeroo kind of deal for NVIDIA earnings, but I think it'll be a big one. And for those asking where Sean is, he had an appointment this afternoon. That's why Obi's filling in. He'll be back tomorrow for sure. CAD Wave is asking, are we interested in any earnings today? I think Open Door is going to be spicy for tomorrow's trade. Just in terms of, I'm talking pure setup. If you're looking at pure setup going into this print, like it's at the 200 period, it's got the short float, it's got the meme status, it's been cut in half. Like it's got a lot of room to run in either direction. Like you could, if you lose the floor here, you've got a lot of room down, which I like. I just like it, it's a trade, right? But if we even gain and break out through even here, the 200 period or the $5 level, like I'm very ambiguous to which direction this goes. Like if you're a trader, it's like, who cares? This should be an opportunity and should be a mover. The same way Figma was a mover today, I'm expecting that this is your mover to trade tomorrow. It doesn't mean that's going to be true, but it's certainly an opportunity. Speaking of which, only because I like to throw her on the spot, because I know she'll deliver. Adara, do you have any expected moves on the earnings tonight?
Give me 2 seconds, and I apologize. I don't have an infographic on these just because there's not that many. I usually only do them when there is a larger situation with more earnings that are expected. I am intentionally stalling here to give you guys these expected moves. So 5.6%, Newmont, expected move. Prior move, negative 6.2%. Comfort Systems, tickers FIX, not likely one a lot of people are going to be trading because they are too spready even for me, but 19% previous move, expected move. 11.5%, and a fairly recent S&P 500 addition. We have Live Nation, 4.7% expected move versus 3.3% previous move. And the one we're all waiting for, Open Door, not even showing up because the market cap is so small, I have to search. Prior expected move, this is shocking, 0%. But expected move here, 15.5% for our friends over at Open Doors. So let's see if we are open or closed off to that 15.5% expected move. I'm trying to come up with a Kazanjadian pun, but I can't, so I'll send it back to you guys.
And by the way, Live Nation is halted right now, news pending. So, which is interesting. So, yeah, definitely, you've seen this before, but when they're reporting, we're going to go to Adara, but Live Nation is halted with 20 minutes to go.
I want to mention here, this is not Live Nation, this is VELO. This company is called Velo 3D, and there's an account, for what it's worth, this account generally kind of shares a lot of speculation that they have based on, certain posts or whatever about companies, but either way, we've got an account speculating that Velo is in a partnership with Anduril. So VELO to the upside on Anduril partnership speculation, pure speculation as far as I can tell. Back to you.
Interesting fellow.
Point, because someone in the chat was just like, Neil, you got it wrong on Open. 100%. On DP. That's exactly why I exited the trade. Trading is not about being right or wrong. And if you think that's the case, you're in the wrong business. Trading is about making money or not making money. It is about being profitable. It's not about saying this stock is going to go up and I am right because it went up. It is about executing an entry and having, I'm going to enter at X and I want it to go to Y before it goes to Z. That's more or less what trading is. And then understand that you have to execute positive trades more than you get negative trades. And then the amount that you make on your winning trades needs to be, because most traders, a good trader, let's be real, a good trader probably right 50 to 55% of the time would be actually fantastic. And then you want to make sure that you're winning more on your winners than you are on your losers. If you are a trader that's going to blow up and lose 3x, relative to when you have a winning trade, then you better hit at a 90% rate or an 85% rate. There is some variance in it. I have seen that. But it's, and I know I get preachy and passionate about it. Why? Because I've been doing this for a very long time, and I see a lot of traders, and one of the biggest mistakes that ends up getting made for traders, they're so concerned about what's my read on the market or my read on this stock that I think it's going up or going down. And it's like, that's fine, that's all well and good, but if you can't come up with an execution plan to express that thought or that trade profitably, then it doesn't really mean anything. And again, that's just what trading is. It's not, no more, no less. You have to know, okay, I think we're breaking out from here. What does that trade look like for me? I popped my 15-minute. It means you break. When you pull back, do we hold the prior low? On the 15, that's exactly what happens. I enter with my stop. It tries to break out. I'm scaling out as it's filling in the gap. When it does this reversal, I'm trailing. It's wrong. I get out. At effectively break-even profit and taking some profit. Again, that's the entirety of your plan. And if I was still like, no, Open Door is going to be going up, maybe I'd be going long into this, and then I would have a losing trade. So you really do have to have, like you have to be flexible in a sense, but that flexibility has to revolve around a plan. Notice how if I'm telling you my plan of action on a stock, there's no stutter, there's no thought, oh, I got to think about what I was doing. No, I know that verbatim, and I could tell you that before I even execute it because that's what having a trading or an execution plan is about. I know exactly what I'm going to be doing before I've made that trade. Therefore, it's really easy to explain what I'm going to do technically in any kind of a trade. By the way, 5 minutes to go till the imbalances come in. I'm probably not doing anything till said imbalances come. And there's nothing on the early look. CVE, Enbridge, PPL, those were the same three stocks that were at the top before. BMNR is now 800,000 to the buy side. Pretty insignificant for that stock. If something pops up that's interesting, I would be all over it. But it's looking pretty bland on the locator. What happened?
Neil.
What?
Look at what Walmart did.
Oh, right.
We were talking about Walmart, and we were like, oh, look at this consolidation. Absolutely crazy. It was bidding up a little bit higher. Sure, it got past that 26 level. It did break out of that 26 level. Slams right back in, and guess what? does not look back on the breakdown of that 125 70s level, 60s level, whatever have you. It even consolidates below that level for a few minutes. And we're just, we're kind of looking at other things right here. But this is why those edge A's, those orders in the market, are some of the best ways to kind of take some of these things. Where it's just like, you have an idea. You're just like, I understand what's happening here. It could go either way. I don't know what the result is gonna be. Sure, maybe you get into the 26 breakout, you get stopped out, and then the other side of the bracket kind of triggers. You consolidate. Maybe you get alerted to that entry, and you're like, okay, well, this is holding as of right now, and then boom, right there, all the way down into 124.48. So a quick swipe that dollar down, and now kind of holding that 125 level. So I'm kind of chasing a little bit into it, but nothing too crazy. We'll see if I can, catch some breadcrumbs off of this one. But that initial move, we were talking about what kind of scalps. These are exactly the kind of scalps that I really like to participate in, where you have that story. The story was there's definitely a buyer all day long in the pre-market. Also, confluence with earnings day one. In the middle of the day, 11:30, once again at 1:30, and then for a good 45 minutes roughly between 2:15 going into 3 o'clock. Catch a little bit of a bid, slam down into that level, that support getting taken out, and then even more beautifuler, that support turning into resistance here.
Did you say beautifuler?
Yes, I did. So you can see beautiful price action right here, expanding volume into the breakdown. It goes right away. Thank you very much.
Beautifuler, brought to you by Obi-Wan Kenobi. Trader extraordinaire. Also, I don't even know what to say. No, I like it. You won't find a more beautifuler move than that.
No. That's pretty much textbook.
What is the deal? Jam Loki, what is the deal with MSOS, and why do we keep... I know you keep mentioning it. What's the story here? Because what's hilarious... And this is racking my brain, because remember when I was going over AVAV and that setup? This makes no sense. I was going over AVAV for like what looks like a swing setup. It's like, okay, there's the hold of a support level, there's the higher low holding the 200 period moving average, there's the breakout, then you lose the 200, and then you kind of regain it just recently. Like, why in the you-know-what does MSOS literally have the almost exactly same setup over the same time? Completely unrelated stocks, and they have almost similar charts. It just goes to show sometimes when you have themes in the market, like this group of frothy stocks is doing the same thing as another group of frothy stocks, because that is almost identical and they're completely unrelated. Like one is a drone company and one is literally cannabis. So I don't know why MSOS is up that 11% right now, but that is a very eerily similar setup to what looks good on AVAV. That's hurting my brain right now when I see that. Like I had to do a double take when I had to literally do a double take when I brought those up. I'm not saying it's the exact same, but it's a little too close for comfort there. But yeah, I don't necessarily love the weed stocks. I know they're a little bit infamous for a lot of people because they created a lot of bag holders.
Oh yeah.
All of that being said, here, let's go to a higher time frame. Someone had asked me what I think about Webull, and I forgot to answer. So let me just let this monthly chart do the answer before I go to MSOS. I liked Webull as a $10 bounce because it was a stack level. It worked once. It didn't work the second time. I see zero reason technically to get into this falling knife. It's not doing anything that would tell you why to get in. It's falling like an absolute rock and has been since it lost that $10 level. Back to MSOS. Overtime is about to be puck drop, by the way. And 30 seconds till the imbalances.
Oh, okay.
When it comes to MSOS, this is on the monthly, still very much downtrending. You haven't even rounded the bottom yet. So yeah, you're getting some higher lows. On a monthly, it still doesn't even look all that good for a bottom play. On the weekly chart, I will admit to you, it does look a little bit better. It's back above the 50 period on the weekly, and it's holding the 50 period on the weekly. And I just showed you guys on the daily, it's holding the 200 period. So it's a kind of good long. but it's not a perfect one for an actual trend break if I'm looking at a much longer term. But there's a there. I'm not a fan of these stocks. There was like one, I remember going on a trip with a buddy of mine. We went to visit a friend in like Dallas like years ago. And he convinced me at the airport. I was like, he was like, we were talking investing. I'm like, I was not in the cannabis craze. And he's like, oh, you should look at, I don't remember the name of the stock. And he convinced me to buy it. And I remember buying it, and it went ham, and I didn't sell any. And then I remember selling it for what I bought it for and being like, this was the dumbest thing I've ever done. Not doing that again. You should just never, actually, after we give the imbalances, which are not that anything, but we'll all give them to you anyways. CMSCSA, that's going to be $3 million to the sell side. Walmart's a sell of $1.4 million. That should be good. I'm pointing at Obi.
Just dropped 30 pennies
NU,
in
$1 million. Well, they just did come with an imbalance. Owl, it's been kind of rough for them as they've had a lot of money come out of their fund. $1.5 million to the buy side. Warner Brothers is a small sell, $800,000. Intel's a sell. So I'd say very weak when it comes to the imbalance locator. The big one would be Walmart at $1.4 million to sell. But on that note, only because I said you shouldn't, regardless of how much you made on something or how much you're up on something or whatever it might be, when you hold on to it, just because for reasons unknown, it's always stupid. I actually tweeted this one out. Like, why did I hold on to the last 5%, not trail it to there, not have a trail out there, not take a trend break there to just get out of the entire thing? Like, just because I wanted it to go, I had my last offer for it to get to this high. I'm like, oh, I'll get to $29. It's going. I'll hold the last 5%. You can get out there. You can get out there. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose on something. You got to be able to grade yourself on the trade. And I know it doesn't actually affect the rest of the trade, but it's still stupid. You know, dumb is dumb, whether you're up or down. That was kind of stupid. Easy peasy, $4.44. Well, I'm guessing that was part of the deal. Easy peasy, donating in super chat, nice. A percentage of the profits. S&DK, Neil's price target, SHT, LG daily high backside scalping. I'm trying to figure out what Neil's PT, SHT
price target.
I know backside scalping. I know what that means for you. That's pretty obvious. But I'm trying to decode what that means there, easy peasy.
No idea.
And you know what the worst part is? When you have a certain thing in your brain and you put SHT.
Yeah, you're just like, well, that doesn't mean, you know.
You mean short and long, but I'm not. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay, yeah, I see. Okay.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Thank you.
That's not where my brain was going in that
either.
moment. I'm like, she.
Yeah.
That's where my head went. My bad.
Yes.
I think I should have a cleaner mind than that. Obviously, you mean short long. You didn't mean what I had in my head in that particular one. Appreciate you, easy peasy. We love our viewers. You guys are hilarious, and I'm human. Your brain goes where your brain goes. When you see something, you can't stop it. It's like an illusion, man. Like you look at the illusion, either you see the old woman or the young lady. I can't control the fact that I saw ish instead of short. Not the best look in the world, but a good look would be to go to Adara at the desk when she's got something to say.
I don't have news for you guys, but what I do have is a reminder. We have Open Door earnings after the bell. Now, I wonder who has a whole bunch of infographics for you on XTTV Research. Oh, right, that's me. For Open Door. But no, all jokes aside, here's a look at Open Door's quarter versus their revenue on the quarter in billions. As you can see, this has been I find homes sold per quarter and revenue per quarter direct correlation, and B, it's gotten pretty beat up in the last couple quarters, even under the first quarter, where Kazanjadian was the CEO, though again, it's worth noting he joined, I believe, at the tail end of Q3 2025. So, or I guess he was appointed just after. So I think we'll get our first full quarter with Kazanjadian Q4 2025. We know this was something that the shareholders were really excited about. Let's see if it pays off for OPE, and we'll find out in 11 minutes. So let's see if he's got the goods. Back to you.
Respecting. Open Door is really respecting technicals this afternoon.
Open to some respect.
First of all, I wouldn't have been catching that falling knife. But have a look. This is the level that got held at the open. Sorry about the pun. And then this is support at $4.64. And look at it bounce right off 464. It's just almost perfectly clean. Yeah, obviously that should have been a trend break short, but that is what it is. Here. Oh, come on. That was a great save by the USA there. Damn it. Dang it, I mean. So Open Door reporting after the bubble, really respecting these technicals. I feel like this is going to be a big one. for short tonight. 15% expected move. It is coiling up to do something either really good or really bad, and we shouldn't care which direction. Luis wants us to look at Alphabet. You know what? This is one of those afternoons and one of these days where we haven't been paying too much attention to the Mag 7. I'm not even sure that's a bad thing. Because there's a whole lot of nothing burger going on. A complete inside. Congratulations to the U.S. on their overtime win for the gold medal just now. Congrats. Yeah. Joe was a little bit ahead of me, so I heard him groan. I looked up and I saw the goal. Hey, congratulations. Unbelievable. What an unbelievable game. And I can absolutely admit that the U.S. was the better team. I'm not a hockey expert, but if I can look at the two teams playing and see one team is clearly looking more skilled to me than the other, you can't let the more skilled team back late. It's almost impossible to win in overtime. It's exactly what happened to the Jays versus the Dodgers. But I'll go back to Alphabet so we're not getting too depressed here. Look, complete inside day for 2 days in a row. It feels like it's coiling up to do something, but we are in a bit of a back pull. If you look at where this is, you've got one good support level that we're already trying to bounce off of in Alphabet. And I say this as someone who's DCAing into Google here myself, and I already have once. On the weekly chart, you're also at a breakdown level where you got 280 and then 240, which is bigger support. So this is either going to be a standard consolidation, and this would be the place to buy. And again, like I said, I added to my Google position personally. I haven't done so in a while, and was like, yeah, this is the only Mag 7 name right now that I wanted to add to. And then if I go out to a monthly, which time do we have left? If you go out to a monthly chart, this is a hefty pullback on a monthly. But again, it's showing you that this is either a standard consolidation area where you could see some sideways chop, or we would have some room to pull back even further. Every single chart I look at on Alphabet does suggest if we lose this particular floor, you've got some serious room to come back in. But I still think it's a value. I still think they have a moat. You just happen to be in a dip. I like to buy things when they are getting out of favor on the upside. That's one of the reasons why, I really liked, Walmart was out of control on the monthly chart. I'm like, I like Walmart. What am I adding to this thing? What am I adding to this thing? So I was right there. I was right there early last year. Actually bought this at spring training, I believe. I'm pretty sure it was the third or fourth inning in spring training, and I bought Walmart, and I bought Meta, and I bought Nvidia on a day the market was getting smoked. And I was just sitting there. My wife's like, we're on vacation. I'm like, I know, but the market's tanking. I need to buy these things, and then we can get back to the game and have a beer, which we did. Nice. And and then so sometimes you just wait for a stock to pull back to take your shot. 2 minutes to go till the close. Again, congratulations, United States women's hockey team.
Yeah, no, I definitely was watching this Walmart really closely. Got a little lucky with that sell imbalance for sure. Again, missed this move here, but I asked myself the same question I ask all the time, Neil. I said, where is the next trade? And I saw this little wick there at 125s, and then it kind of knocked up the first time that it knocked right back up into 125. I saw a little bit of a reserve, and I was like, all right, cool. There's that's my guy right there. I'm risking against that. You can see here it kind of came back up into it right before the imbalance as well, and that 125 holds like a champ. And I think something to do better next time is like when I see that happening, maybe I gotta be like, all right, cool. I'm getting more in and then risking right to that 125. It could not print a penny above 125, an actual held offer after we've already seen it step down past that 125.70s, 125.60 consolidation, breakdown of this 125.40s as well. And yeah, quick little scalp right there underneath 125s. But yeah, I could definitely be doing a little bit better, getting aggressive. And this swipe down into 124.40s was definitely real. And we swiped all the way down to 124.40, 42s, 43s, 46s, something like that, and then swipe right back up on the imbalances. We came right back in, going forward, and as it started to kind of pair off and everything paired off, we got that bit of action back up towards that. You can see here, it kind of covered into those 60s right there. Quick 20 pennies, whatever. I'll take whatever I can get here, but that 125 was definitely very, very significant, Neil.
This closing bell brought to you by Beta Pro by GlobeX, and we're ringing it right about now. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I have to call this out because I'm gonna read you something. At 2:56, I messaged Joe and I said to Joe, yeah, I'm no expert, but we don't look better at all to a layman regarding the Canadian women's hockey team. Joe's response was, yeah, it's not even close. 2-1 USA final, probably. So I placed the blame solely on Joe that we lost for literally saying an hour ago that USA was going to come. We were up 1-0 in the third period, and Joe's like, yeah, being a hockey expert, they're going to win 2-1. Thanks, Joe. The entire nation owes you a debt of gratitude for tanking the Canadian women's chances at winning a gold medal. It's entirely your fault. I place the blame on you and nobody else, not us. Not the goaltending, not the defensive assignments, Joe. But it was a great call. You should have bet some money on it. But it's been a fun show, everybody. Again, thank you, Obi, for filling in for Sean. He'll be back tomorrow. No problem. I know Sean was watching the match as well, so I saw on WhatsApp some groans after they took the loss. But we do have some earnings after the bell. I know Open's one I'm watching. I haven't actually seen their earnings just yet. We will be back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. And another reminder, everybody, it's going to be 4 days as of tomorrow till the academy is opening. It's 5 days now. It's going to be 4. Want to give a big shout out and thank you, of course, to the entire team. That's Sharif, of course, in the midday, and Joe, we already saw. Dara doing a fantastic job as always. Obi, my man Sean, who had an appointment today, couldn't be here. Brendo, as usual. Fabian, Ramin, and Andre. All of our viewers, all of the super chats. We appreciate and love you. Again, a begrudging congratulations to the U.S. women's hockey team. And everyone have a fantastic evening. We'll see you bright and early, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. We're Trader TV Live. Have a good one.
See you guys.